It was a clear and sunny day, with sun rays entering through the high windows of the aristocrat's mansion. The whole house was imbued with light, giving it an atmosphere of lightness and grace. The young maid, dressed in an elegant black dress and a white apron, looked on tiredly, but with satisfaction at the results of her work. Suddenly, another maid, whose name was Megan, entered the room. Megan admired the results of her colleague's work, the living room gleaming with cleanliness and comfort. It seemed to have been prepared for the reception of the most distinguished guests. The furniture was arranged with special grace, the freshly washed glass shines in the windows, and the floor covered with bright parquet. It looks like a mirror in which the sun's rays are reflected. Suddenly, Sandy's gaze was drawn to something on the wall. The young maid stood in front of the painting hanging on the wall and looked at it with manifest admiration and delight. The painting depicted a young aristocrat with intense short red hair and brown eyes, and the smile on his lips made him even more attractive. For Sandy, her crush on the young master was quite appropriate, because while other maids who liked opera singers spent money attending their concerts, the girl could admire the owner living in this mansion whenever she wanted. Her gaze slid over every curve of his face, studying every feature. Megan tried to warn her friend because she could never be part of this world. Moreover, everyone knew very well that the gentleman behind this beautiful shell was rude, and he changed girls as if they were gloves. And yet, Sandy continued to consider him a good person. At the same time, Megan, on the contrary, did not have the best opinion of the gentleman. Still, she respected his privacy and continued to perform her duties diligently. As they continued cleaning, the maids talked about the young master's meticulous attitude towards cleanliness and order. While Megan thought he was a misophobe, Sandy thought the owner was very orderly. After all, as a child, Sandy witnessed how people suffering from misophobia behaved. She grew up with such a person. Every day, upon returning home, the little girl saw how her exhausted mother, despite her poor health and tiredness, kept cleaning. The woman ended up dying of a heart attack after scrubbing floors all day, trying to remove dust. Remembering all this, the girl prayed for one thing, that her mother's soul, at least now, could find peace. Suddenly, Megan noticed that the gentleman had not appeared anywhere since morning. Upon learning that the man did not spend the night at home, the girl was very surprised, not understanding how he could go out with other girls who had a famous beauty as a girlfriend. Suddenly, the angry voice of the Duke, who was displeased with Killian's behavior, was heard. The old man entered the mansion furiously looking for his grandson, but looking around, I couldn't find him. So the Duke turned to his assistant and asked where Killian was. Realizing that the boy couldn't answer, Megan took the initiative to say that the young master had left last night and had not yet returned. Upon hearing this, the angry Duke reminded Haley that they had already warned him last month about what would happen if Killian was late for his meeting with the Clement family again. The angry aristocrat ordered that this insolent man be found immediately and brought before Alexandra Clement. Seeing the master in this state, the workers turned pale with fear. The Duke turned around and left. Haley immediately began hastily choosing clothes for the young master. Having chosen all the necessary things, the boy called Sandy with him, as she remembered where the house of the dancer his young owner was dating was located. Without waiting for the girl's response, he grabbed her hand and dragged her in search of Killian, because if the young master made the Clemens' daughter wait this time, they would lose their jobs in an instant. At that moment, the young aristocrat was having fun with his next lover. The young woman was not against the specific preferences of her young lover. She even teased him and asked if the senators knew what kind of person he was. Opening the curtains, the guy replied with a smile that they were unlikely to know, because he had never tied any parliamentarian to his bed. Sun rays immediately penetrated the room, blinding the lady's eyes. They made her squint with irritation. The boy justified his actions, saying that the girl should see everything in bright light. The young woman was attracted by the audacity and self-confidence of her lover. Killian slowly approached her, making her heart beat with sweet anticipation. Suddenly, they were interrupted by loud voices outside. The Duke's workers appeared at the most inopportune moment and frantically searched for their young master. Hearing their voices, Killian was forced to stop because they found him again, as if they were evil spirits. Realizing that Helly would not leave just like that, the young master allowed him to enter, which greatly embarrassed his lover, as the girl had an inappropriate appearance. Having received permission, the assistant and the maid immediately entered the room. Hallie cried and complained to the young master, asking why he was doing this to her. While Hallie helped Killian get dressed, Sandy hastily gathered all her things. The young woman, still with her hands tied, lay irritated on the bed, waiting for the farce to end. Seeing this, Sandy thought that perhaps she was not comfortable. Then she hesitantly approached and still untied the lady. But the dancer didn't even thank the girl, because she believed this was unnecessary, since she could handle it herself. After dressing and shooing the young gentleman, the workers led him out of the house and sent him to the carriage. The carriage swayed slightly as soon as the guy closed the door behind him. Then the coachman, who had been waiting for this signal, immediately pulled the reins, and the horses harnessed to the carriage set off. Following the Duke's orders, Killian was urgently transported to the county of Clement. Already in the carriage, the maid asked the young master to change his clothes. Realizing that resistance was useless, Killian reluctantly began to undress. Being so close to the object of her affection, the girl blushed with embarrassment. Admiration and delight were visible in her eyes, because this man was the embodiment of her ideals. He was exactly as she imagined a true hero. Realizing she had been staring at him for too long, the maid quickly looked away so as not to reveal her feelings. After finishing changing clothes, the young master thanked Sandy with a slight smile. Hearing his name from the lips of her ideal, the girl's heart began to beat faster, and her breathing quickened. People respected the previous Count Clement for his strong character and sound judgment. The current count knew that although his father lost his wife early, he never became the hero of scandalous rumors. But this was exactly until the moment when, at the age of 50, he married for the second time a woman who was not yet 30. But the woman left the world prematurely, leaving behind a child. She was the greatest beauty of the kingdom of Alistair, Alexandra Clement. The girl burst into her brother's office again, with complaints against her fiancé, and stating that she did not want to marry him. But the count paid no attention to his sister's words, because during their engagement, the girl addressed him with this observation for the 11th time. Alexandra felt resentment and helplessness, because her opinion was not taken into account when concluding the engagement. Realizing that her brother was turning a deaf ear to all her protests, the offended girl turned around and left. The count believed that the father spoiled his daughter too much. After a while, the Duke's carriage arrived at the count's estate. Upon arrival, Helly handed the young master a bouquet of flowers he had prepared in advance. He explained to the young owner that the flowers were prepared as a gift for Alexandra Clement. Killian took the bouquet and got out of the carriage. Seeing him, Alexandra noted with semi-sarcasm that this time the boy arrived on time. Lord Winfrid replied in the same vein, expressing his joy that the girl was standing on two legs today. The tension between them was so strong that it could be felt on the skin, like thick jelly. Seeing the flowers, the girl immediately made it clear that she was not going to accept such a bland bouquet. But upon hearing her words, the boy immediately handed her a bouquet with the words that it suits her very well. Alexandra was extremely annoyed by the Lord's impudence and lack of tact. She accepted the gift with disgust, saying that the rumors that the Lord had exquisite taste were not true, because these flowers seemed to have been cut from a nearby field. Having said this, Alexandra suddenly noticed the maid, who had been standing next to Killian the whole time, and looking at her with surprise and incomprehension. The lady approached Sandy and threw a bouquet of flowers at her, ordering her to keep it. Then she turned around and left. The maid was dumbfounded. She stood stunned, not knowing what to do. But Killian ignored Alexandra's action and followed her silently. Understanding the girl's bewilderment, Haley apologized and sent her back to the estate. That said, he gave her money for the trip and ran after the young master. For some time, the girl looked after them, not understanding why the master did not like his fiancée, the first beauty of the kingdom. But then she turned around and returned, still looking at the bouquet she received on the way, and not understanding why the lady called them tasteless. What bothered her most was that these were the flowers she had chosen with all her heart. To console herself, Sandy decided to perceive the bouquet as a gift from her master, because it also touched him. Rejoiced by the received bouquet, the girl headed back to the mansion. She felt happy and grateful for the gentleman's attentions. Her heart beat fast. She was excited about the day, and it seemed this excitement would keep her awake all night. At that moment, Alexandra and Killian enjoyed tea together in complete silence. A young woman interrupted the silence, making a witty remark, saying it was strange to see people staggering around the beds of frivolous women. The boy replied no less wittily, pointing out that it was this path that led him to her. The lady did not appreciate the joke, considering it too vulgar, while the gentleman insisted that it was not a joke at all. Then, Alexandra became enraged, suggesting that Killian came to her directly from the bed of a similar person. But the boy didn't even think of denying anything. On the contrary, he complimented her theory, saying that in order to come to meet her, he had to leave that person tied to the bed for a while. The young woman was stunned by such details of her fiancé's personal life. And knowing that he was going to become prime minister, she was extremely worried about the future of her country. Suddenly, the boy pointed at his head. The girl watched his hand attentively, trying to understand what he was going to say. Then, the boy released his finger and pointed at his crotch. The girl continued to follow the boy's finger with her gaze. Then, looking directly into her eyes, the boy said with a slight smile that they were two completely different things. Upon hearing these words, the young and pure aristocrat was speechless with shame. He immediately called the servants in a panic. While continuing to enjoy his tea, Killian calmly watched the next performance his fiancée put on. After hearing her mistress, the maid cast an ambiguous look at her colleague, after which Alexandra lost consciousness and 3 maids tried to revive her. For the boy, that scene was not new, so he wasn't even worried. Trying to hide his irritation, Killian smiled, regretting not having managed to escape to the neighboring kingdom, breaking all ties with his grandfather before the conclusion of this engagement. The girl was angry and extremely dissatisfied with the expression on his face. Upon hearing another avalanche of accusations against him and the standard phrase about breaking the engagement, Killian got up from his seat and replied that if it were up to him, he would have broken this engagement a long time ago. That said, he slowly approached Alexandra, which greatly frightened her. Approaching her and leaning towards her ear, he whispered in a low voice that before the wedding she should become a calmer lady, adding that, otherwise, the naked bride would be gagged in the mouth on her wedding night. That said, he smiled and left. The maid was a little confused, not understanding what happened and why the lady was so angry, while the gentleman behaved quite decently. To tears, the irritated fiancée was sure that her fiancé was crazy. She was even willing to die rather than become the wife of such a man. It was a sunny day, and a steam locomotive was running on the railway line, releasing clouds of smoke and steam. Sandy sat in one of the compartments with a bouquet of flowers and looked out the window at the passing landscapes. 3 hours by train from Riverton, and now she is already in the small town of Carlton, where her mother's grave is located. Seeing a familiar face, the girl waved cheerfully. It was her father, who had been anxiously awaiting the arrival of his only daughter since morning. Seeing his child after a long separation, the man felt great joy and relief. In her hometown, Sandy was considered strange. One day, she decided to ask her father why other people thought she was strange. So, the man replied without the slightest doubt that she was not strange at all, but special and unique. Hearing this answer, the little girl felt immensely happy. Thanks to these words, Sandy found her way in life, and at the age of 15, instead of a proper wedding, she decided to go to Riverton and become a maid. On the way home, the girl told her father that she had seen Alexandra Clement. When the man asked what she was like, the girl replied with admiration that, according to rumors, she was so beautiful that she was even ashamed to have the same name. Born on the same day, the youngest daughter of Count Clement, the owner of the quarry, and the daughter of Matthew Willey, who worked in this quarry, received the same name. Having heard the name of the Count's daughter, Sandy's mother insisted on naming her, and Matthew's daughter the same, believing that perhaps with a similar name, her daughter would live a little more nobly. In the end, she was named Alexandra, but this only caused ridicule, and at some point the girl started calling herself Sandy. But for Matthew, no matter how beautiful Miss Alexandra was, the best was always his Alexandra Willey. Although Sandy understood that this was only her father's opinion, she was pleased to know that, at least for one person in this world, she would always be first. Upon returning from her mother's grave, Matthew raised the issue of Sandy's marriage again, but the girl just laughed. Saying goodbye to her father, she told him her plans to become the head of cleaning at the Chambery mansion. Matthew was worried that by then his daughter would have passed the age for marriage, while Sandy was not particularly concerned about this. And yet, for the man, like any loving father, the most important thing was happiness and the health of his daughter. He was worried that Sandy might repeat the same fate as her mother. Understanding her father's anxiety, the girl gently took his hands and looking directly into his eyes, She promised him that she would live healthy and happy for a long, long time. After saying goodbye to her father, the girl got on the train car and, wishing him health, waved to him. Her father smiled back and also waved. Another bright and sunny morning arrived. The sky was blue and clear, without a single cloud. The young aristocrat woke up early in the morning and began to dress. He was very elegant and stylish, and always took care of his appearance and tried to look impeccable. While Killian was getting ready, an assistant nearby was simultaneously talking about his plans for the day. At that moment, the Duke was looking at work documents in his office. According to the schedule, Killian and the Duke were supposed to attend a joint meeting and then have lunch with members of the house at Lord Granville's estate. So before leaving, Lord warned his grandfather that he would go ahead. Seeing his grandson at the door of his office, the Duke asked him if he was going to vote against him today, to which the guy replied jokingly that although he was his grandson at home, in politics they were opponents. The Duke did not understand why Killian was so stubborn and why, breaking family tradition, he insisted on reforms. At the same time, the gentleman had repeatedly told his grandfather that he believed the ideology of the Conservative Party, that it feeds in small children, was too pathetic. Deep down, the Duke agreed with his grandson, prohibiting low-paid work for children under 13, establishing public schools, and compulsory basic education for all children was a bill that passed by one vote because Killian, as the Duke's political opponent, voted in favor. The conversation finished, the boy said goodbye to his grandfather and left. Despite the harsh words, the Duke was sincerely proud of his grandson and approved of his political views. He watched his actions with anticipation, waiting to see if Killian Winfred could change history. If so, then Duke Winfred should take one of the Senate seats. At the same time, at the Clement mansion, Alexandra had been hysterical since the morning and refused to go anywhere. The Count was already extremely tired of this behavior from his younger sister. The girl came up with several excuses and reasons to refuse the official dinner at the Winfried estate. However, her words had no effect, because the father who indulged her was no longer there. The Count again explained in detail to Alexandra why she should calm her temper and accept her engagement to Killian Winfried. Finishing the conversation with his sister, he ordered the servants to dress her more beautifully than ever. The Count believed that beauty was all Alexandra had, so he advised her to take advantage of her appearance. Dark clouds were slowly gathering on the horizon, covering the sun. Tension hung in the air and became suffocating. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by a dull thunder, as if warning of an approaching storm, and the first drops of rain began to fall to the ground, leaving wet traces behind them. Once in her room, the young woman began to cry bitterly, shouted, and was indignant, saying that she hated everything, although she understood that the decision had already been made and she was unable to change it. The maid tried to calm her mistress by speaking well of Killian, because many ladies were willing to give everything just to talk to him at least once. But knowing him personally, Alexandra was indignant at his behavior and considered Killian Winfried to be low class. However, the maid did not understand the reason for the young woman's deep hatred for her fiancé. Then Alexandra spoke about Killian's words during the last tea party. Upon hearing this, the maid was surprised. She thought the boy had unusual tastes, while Alexandra considered it terrible and disgusting. Remembering her father's love and care, Alexandra always dreamed of a man who would love her the same way. Upon hearing the lady's words that otherwise she would prefer death, the maid became worried. The young woman felt terrible. At the same time, it was raining heavily outside. A storm was raging in the forest, a strong wind bent the trees, and lightning flashed in the sky. And even in such weather, the maids were forced to collect the master's favorite mushrooms for the official dinner. As a fan of the young master, Sandy was very happy to collect his favorite mushrooms. Suddenly, one of the girls remembered that Sandy was supposed to have the day off. Seeing her colleagues surprised that she was working in such weather, even though she was supposed to be resting, Sandy explained that she swapped with Megan, as she would go out in her place on the anniversary of her mother's death. Suddenly, one of the dogs started acting restless. It did not obey, which caused a lot of trouble for the maid holding the leash. Then Sandy offered her help to her colleague. As the rain intensified, making it impossible to continue collecting mushrooms, the other servants suggested they retreat. Realizing that there was no point in continuing in such weather, Sandy decided to return with the others as well. But suddenly the dog smelled something and suddenly ran off somewhere. Sandy immediately ran after it to catch it. Suddenly, the dog stopped and started digging. Taking advantage of the dog being busy, Sandy slowly approached to grab the leash. At that very moment, a strong lightning bolt struck the tree under which they were standing. Then, a loud crash echoed in the forest, and a bright light blinded them for a moment. The girl jumped back frightened. The dog galloped away. Stumbling, the girl twisted her leg and fell down the cliff. The thunder was deafening. Pale with fear, Alexandra was in the carriage at that moment, halfway to the official dinner location. The carriage, wet and battered by the weather, moved slowly along the washed-out roads. And full of potholes, the maid tried to calm the frightened lady. To help her relax a little, the maid massaged her hands. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently and stopped. A lightning bolt struck the carriage with incredible force, accompanied by deafening thunder. Sandy had a dream in which she turned into a mushroom and jumped around her beloved master. She slowly opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar room in front of her. The young maid was delighted to see that her mistress had regained consciousness. The unfamiliar maids respectfully addressed Sandy and told her that she had been unconscious for 5 days. But the girl did not understand who they were or where she was. Noticing her long black hair, the girl was stunned. Noticing the expression on her face, the worried maids asked if she was all right. Sitting on the bed, she saw a noble lady in the mirror. Looking at her reflection, Sandy couldn't believe what she saw because it wasn't her, but Alexandra Clement. At that moment, sitting in his room, Killian noticed that something had changed. Getting up from his seat, he decided to look around to understand what was happening. Unexpectedly, he turned to the maid, who was cleaning at that moment, which greatly frightened her. He asked the girl what happened to the mantelpiece. The maid, pale with fear, replied that the shelf was a little dirty. Then Killian continued to point out other poorly cleaned parts of the room. He also pointed out that some things are out of place. Having ordered everything to be corrected, Killian left the room. Seeing the young master, one of the servants ran up to him, enthusiastically conveyed the Duke's order that Killian visit Alexandra Clement and ask about her health. Expecting a refusal, the servant was ready to start persuading him, but surprisingly, he agreed to go there in half an hour. The boy was very surprised by the young master's humility. Suddenly, Killian asked him about the incident with Sandy. The servant, although he believed it was a sad incident, but without a drop of compassion, he thought this incident should be silenced, as Sandy was just a maid. Hearing these words, Killian suddenly stopped and turned to him. In a stern voice, he asked the servant who he was. Hearing Henry's answer, Killian added with a smile that it was mainly about politics. And as a politician named Winfred, he needed to take responsibility for this accident that occurred on his family estate. Hearing his master's words, Henry obediently accepted his will. Realizing she was in someone else's body, Sandy first tried to tell everything sincerely. But as expected, her words that she was her, but not her, sounded like the ravings of a madwoman. Therefore, both the Count and the maids, seeing her in such a state, thought she had hit her head during the accident. Sandy tried with all her might to prove the truth of her words and her sanity. She insisted that if she returned to Chambery, she could find out everything by meeting her true self. Even for a person who had experienced this directly, it was hard to believe, let alone strangers, so naturally, the Count, not believing a single word she said, assumed that this was Alexandra's next plan to break the engagement. Sandy, being a commoner, did not know how to properly strike up a conversation with an aristocrat, because all she could do was apologize and try again and again to explain the situation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a maid who said a message had arrived from Chambery Castle. Upon hearing the news that Killian Winfried was heading towards them to visit his fiancée, the Count rose from his seat, stunned. The Count clearly did not expect such a turn of events, because it was obvious that Killian only had to see Alexandra in such a state, and immediately demand that the engagement be terminated. While he panicked about how to avoid it, the girl kept insisting that she was not Alexandra, and asked to be returned home. Then, unable to bear the tension, the Count lost his temper and raised his voice at his sister. Scaring her to death, the man did not understand what was happening to her. Although the young woman was capricious and stubborn, she never behaved like a madwoman. The Count even suggested that his sister might really be possessed by the ghost of the maid who died that day. Hearing this, Sandy's heart froze with fear. She felt a chill run down her body, and her palms began to sweat. In a trembling voice, the girl asked who the dead maid was. Seeing that her nervousness had returned, and the girl was half fainting, The Count sarcastically told her that this was the best proof that she was the real Alexandra Clement. But Sandy ignored everything. The only thing that stuck in her head was the phrase about the dead maid. So jumping up from her seat, she repeated once more that she was that maid, and therefore, she could not die. However, the Count did not believe her, and to prevent the crazy sister from meeting the master, he ordered her to be given sleeping pills, and Killian was told that she had not yet recovered. The girl kept shouting after the departing Count, but no one listened to her, and certainly did not believe her. One of the maids, to calm the lady, said it was time to take the medicine. Hearing this, the girl pushed the servant and ran away, because she understood that if she took sleeping pills, she would fall asleep again for several days. She fled from the maids as fast as she could. Without looking back, her screams pursued her, but she did not stop. She was scared, her heart beat fast, and her breathing was difficult, and the only thing she could think of was telling Killian that Sandy Willie was not dead. And so, his carriage slowly approached the Clement estate. The servant in the carriage heard a noise outside, looked out the window, and saw the commotion Alexandra had caused. Confused, the servant immediately called his master to look out the window too. A barefoot young woman ran towards the carriage, followed by several maids. Seeing his proud and arrogant fiancé like this, Killian was speechless with surprise. But the master was even more surprised when the girl ran past the carriage and headed towards the exit. However, she never reached the door, because, stumbling, Alexandra fell face down. Although such a situation would be humiliating for a real lady, it was not for Sandy. So the girl, paying no attention to those around her, got up again and continued on her way. Having known the girl for so many years, the master and his servant were shocked by her action. An arrogant and proud lady, who always looked down on everyone, ran away barefoot and in a dirty dress from her maids. Seeing this, Killian ran after her. He quickly caught up with her and, grabbing her hand, stopped her. Turning around, the girl looked at the master. Fear was visible in her eyes. Suddenly, her strength left her, and Alexandra lost consciousness, right in her fiancé's arms. Upon waking up in bed, Sandy realized that this aristocrat was fragile, like a porcelain doll. After a while, the maid entered the room, who was happy to see that the lady was awake. Sandy was confused. Being in Alexandra's body, she didn't know what or how to say. To avoid being mistaken for a madwoman again, Sandy decided to behave like Alexandra Clement. However, she still didn't know how to interact with the maids, since she had been one of them until now. So Sandy decided to act as arrogantly as possible. Her irritated voice echoed throughout the room. With her arms crossed over her chest, turning to her maid, she declared that everything around her irritated her, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing this behavior from the young woman, the maid was happy, thinking that her mistress had returned to normal. Since the servant believed in Alexandra's suitability, Sandy hoped they wouldn't give her sleeping pills anymore. Suddenly, the maid's suspicious gaze returned again. Sandy turned pale with fear, not knowing where she had gone wrong this time. It turned out that due to intense hunger, she didn't even notice that she had started eating a second portion. Although she really wanted to eat, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion, Sandy, like a real aristocrat, had to refuse the food, saying she couldn't eat anymore. Seeing the lady's usual behavior, the maid was delighted. Sandy had to refuse the food, although she didn't want to. Suddenly, the maid turned to her mistress. To avoid accidentally giving herself away, Sandy thought the best option would be to faint again. Having made a decision, Alexandra did just that. Seeing that this did not arouse any suspicion, and, on the contrary, helped to win the maid's favor, Sandy realized that in any unclear situation, this method could be used. After all, it is obvious that the maids are already used to this, and are trained in how to care for the mistress in such moments. The Duke was worried during dinner, as he was concerned about Alexandra's health. Seeing this, Killian said that everything would be fine because she had no serious injuries. The boy did not want to upset his grandfather further, so he did not mention the incident during his visit. Continuing the conversation, the Duke asked Killian about the maid who died that day, to which the master replied that, having accepted responsibility, he paid compensation to her family. Hearing his grandson's answer, the Duke praised him for his excellent reasoning and his wise decision. Killian was pleased to hear the praise from the Duke himself. At the same time, he sincerely appreciated that maid, as she was the one responsible for cleaning his room for the longest time, and also endured his difficult character. Then, the Duke and his grandson began to discuss government issues, in particular the recently passed bill. The Duke did not understand why the supporters of the reform opposed the budget proposed in the bill, while the gentlemen believed that there was an extremely large amount of useless expenses. Another morning arrived, and the count's estate was already noisy since the morning. The newly appointed aristocrat, who had recently been a common maid, and ordinary who worked in the duke's house, felt extremely embarrassed when her maids helped her bathe. The maids diligently and carefully performed their duty of caring for their mistress. Having completed the basic procedures, the maids left the room, allowing the young woman to rest. Sandy, who was not used to such procedures, felt tired after the massage. In the bath, finally alone, the girl decided not to waste this opportunity and began to prepare to escape. She put on the simplest thing she found in the arrogant lady's wardrobe, a black dress. Sandy also decided to borrow some money from Alexandra to pay for the trip to her hometown. The girl was honest and not greedy, so she only took 50 crowns. She was determined to return to her old life before it was too late. During the day, the city was lively and people rushed through the streets, minding their own business. Killian and his assistant were sitting in a cafe waiting for Sir Wensley, who was late. Suddenly, the assistant noticed a girl who looked like Alexandra Clement, but the master could not stand the fact that his arrogant and fragile fiancée could be off his property. But the assistant insisted that it was her. So Killian looked out the window and saw the girl. It was Alexandra, and her exquisite beauty really stood out from the others. She was tall and slender, with long dark hair and bright blue eyes. The lady was alone, without maids, and was obviously in a hurry somewhere, so Killian and his assistant decided to follow the girl. But before they had time to get up, someone called them. It was Sir Wensley, who approached the table and awkwardly apologized for being late. Killian was not happy with the fact that the guy appeared at that moment, so he said irritably that if Elliot Wensley was late again, he would not wait any longer. While the men were talking, the girl disappeared into the crowd. For the inhabitants of the small town in front of Matthew Quarry, Willie has now become a symbol of misfortune. He lost his wife when he was still young, and now his only daughter has died. The villagers, of course, sympathized with his loss, but many of them believed it was all his fault, because if he hadn't allowed Sandy to become a maid, none of this would have happened. Moreover, Matthew continued to miss work, which caused discontent among his superiors. Because everything has an end. So, one of the workers said that if he didn't return to work, he would be fired. After the death of his beloved daughter, the man lost the will to live. Upon reaching his house, Sandy saw her emaciated father, barely dragging his feet, walking somewhere. The girl decided to follow Matthew and saw that he had reached his daughter's grave. On his knees, he cried and asked forgiveness from his beautiful Alexandra. He blamed himself for the fact that his Sandy had passed away so early. It was very painful for her to see her father in such a state. The girl mentally addressed her father, telling him that she was here, that she was near, and that she was still alive. But Sandy did not dare to say these words out loud, because now she was in the body of Alexandra Clement. After a while, the exhausted man, struggling to get up, finally stood up. His legs were trembling, and his face was pale and haggard. He was very weak and could not keep his balance, staggering in different directions. However, striving with all his strength left him. After Matthew left, Sandy walked to her grave, trembling with fear. She couldn't believe that her life had come to an end, and her heart was beating as if in shock. Realizing the reality, the girl fell to her knees in despair, with tears streaming down her cheeks. The girl's feet, trying to cope with the pain of realizing the reality, carried her back to her house. She stood at the door, mentally turning to her father again and telling him that she was alive. Sandy so wished she could be together again, to be able to snuggle into her beloved dad's chest and feel his warmth and comfort. But she never dared to knock on her house door, because that is not her appearance. Sandy understood that her father had already experienced a lot of hardship and loss in life, and she did not want to cause him more pain and suffering. Sitting in the carriage, Killian was still thinking about his fiancée's unusual behavior. Suddenly, he ordered the carriage to stop, which greatly surprised his assistant. Looking at the crowd, he ordered Miss Clement to be brought to him. Since Alexandra didn't look like herself, the servant didn't notice her right away. Therefore, the master had to point his finger at his fiancée. The girl was pale, with eyes swollen from tears, disheveled hair, and wearing a black cloak. Having accepted the order, the man approached the aristocrat to call her. Pointing to Killian's carriage, the servant said that the master was waiting for her. Since Killian was Alexandra's fiancé, it would be strange to refuse to wait for diligence. So Sandy had to agree. As soon as the girl got into the carriage, it left. Killian was the first to start the conversation, saying that Alexandra seemed very busy today. Confused, the girl replied with the first thing that came to mind, saying she was visiting a friend. However, due to her confusion, she did not realize how she addressed her fiancé with the word master. Realizing her mistake, she hurried to correct herself and called him Lord Winfried. Seeing Alexandra's disheveled appearance and strange behavior, Killian assumed she was having mental problems. But given their relationship, he decided not to dwell on it and told her he would take her home. Not knowing how to respond to the situation, Sandy decided to remain silent, and this seemed extremely suspicious to Killian, as given Alexandra's eccentric nature, she always found something to reply. But Sandy justified her behavior by saying she needed to be a discreet lady. So, Killian decided to play a prank on her again, telling her that if she continued to behave so well, she would avoid the tragedy of having morning sickness on her wedding night. Upon hearing these words, Sandy was speechless with embarrassment. The innocent girl's heart was not prepared for such jokes. Red as a tomato, she moved as far away from the gentleman as possible. Her reaction was very different from the first time, and the most surprising thing was that she didn't even express indignation. After a while, the coachman reported that they had arrived at Count Clement's estate. Stopping the carriage, the servant opened the door and helped the lady down. But the girl, extremely embarrassed, forgetting manners, ran out of the carriage like a bullet, leaving a final word of thanks. Killian enjoyed seeing Alexandra like this, so he didn't want to let her go so easily. Calling her, he asked if she was going to give him what she held in her hand. The girl was extremely surprised by this question, as in her hands she held silver coins with which she was going to pay for the stagecoach. Being a commoner, Sandy did not understand the relationship between aristocrats, so she was confused, and she took Killian's words literally. The girl was unsure how much to pay, so she decided to pay as much as a stagecoach ride would cost. Killian was so astonished by these actions of his fiancée that he didn't immediately understand how she accepted the money. Seeing the expression on the gentleman's face, Sandy thought perhaps she had miscalculated the amount, so she decided to add another coin on top. Killian was in shock, he didn't know what to think. Sandy mistook his face, deformed by surprise, for a smile, and decided that this time the bill was satisfactory, and the trip cost 3 crowns. Having paid for the trip, the girl said goodbye to the gentleman once more before leaving, and thanking him again, Sandy turned around and left. Realizing that Alexandra's fiancé was watching her, Sandy tried to walk as elegantly as possible. However, instead of the elegant doe she intended, her gait was more reminiscent of a fat pigeon. After she left, Killian continued to look at the coins confusedly. Another day in someone else's body has ended. Sandy was still tormented by hallucinations in which Alexandra demanded her body back. Suddenly, the girl clearly heard someone angrily calling her vile servant, who had brazenly occupied her body. It was an angry Alexandra, who was extremely indignant about this turn of events. She thought Sandy had deliberately taken her place and demanded that she leave her body. She suddenly approached her, trying to pull her out of her body, but everything was even because she had no physical form, so she couldn't even touch her. Seeing Alexandra's hands pass through her, Sandy was also very surprised. Confused, she asked the lady why she was transparent. The angry young woman blamed Sandy for everything again, saying it was all her fault. Then the girl got scared, thinking Alexandra had turned into a ghost, but the angry Miss Clement continued to chase her and demand her body back. However, no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't touch the body. Alexandra then decided that the only way to get back into her body was for Sandy to leave it first, but neither girl knew how to do this. Moreover, Sandy had nowhere to return to because her body had died. Alexandra continued to chase Sandy around the room, accusing her of stealing and demanding her body back, so they ran in circles until one of them collapsed from exhaustion. Since only Sandy had a physical body, only she felt tired. Alexandra was extremely indignant at the maid's careless attitude towards her body. Her precious body was hurt by some commoner. For Alexandra, that treatment of her body was unacceptable. Out of habit, she held out her hand to the maid to massage her. Sandy tried to fulfill her wish, but, as expected, she couldn't touch her mistress. Alexandra cried in despair, while remaining angry and threatening not to leave the maid in peace. Having said these words, she suddenly disappeared, leaving Sandy alone. Sandy was stunned. She didn't understand what had happened and didn't know what to do. Since morning, there had been a commotion at the mine. One of the workers told the boss that Matthew was stealing marble. Other workers tried to reason with him to stop, but Matthew didn't think he was stealing something that belonged to him. He decided to resign, and since he had worked in the mine for 25 years, he reasonably believed this was his retirement benefit. The boss tried to stop him, but Matthew wasn't even going to listen. He was sure that the great owner of Nari would not suffer a loss if he assigned a stone to his worker, who had been hunched over it for so many years for a few pennies. Having said this, the man walked away, leaving the surprised boss behind. Understanding his grief after the death of his daughter, and deciding that Matthew had lost his mind for this reason, the boss decided it was better not to mess with him and left everything as it was. The day was especially bright and sunny, as if anticipating a royal ball. While all young ladies dreamed of attending such an event at least once, a noble girl argued with her brother since that morning and refused to go to the ball. But the count believed that since his sister had recovered, she should be present at the ball. As usual, he did not listen to Alexandra's objections and ended the conversation with an order to get ready and wait for her fiancé. So Sandy thought the only way to avoid it was to faint again. As if reading her thoughts, the count immediately warned her that neither losing consciousness nor any other hysteria would help, since in any case, he would simply send her to Killian's carriage, and at the appointed time, in an elegant blue and white dress that seemed to play with the light. A girl sat. Her sky-blue eyes radiated tenderness and mystery, as if reflecting the depths of the ocean, and her black hair, neatly tied up, gave her special elegance and sophistication. The carriage glided smoothly along the winding road, leading to the majestic castle. The lady sitting inside observed the surrounding landscape, trying to look away from her charming companion, who looked especially beautiful that night. But the lady's gaze was so penetrating that the boy couldn't help but notice its direction. The girl, surprised, began to panic and denied any suspicion. She claimed her gaze was accidental and had no special meaning. But Sandy, standing in the carriage opposite her ideal, could not hide her embarrassment. Her heart beat faster and her cheeks flushed. The attentive gentleman noticed and immediately suggested that perhaps his companion felt hot or suffocated in the narrow carriage. Upon hearing a negative answer, Killian thought perhaps the girl was excited about him. Sandy, sitting in the carriage, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing these words, because the real Alexandra only felt hatred for her fiancé. Seeing the girl's amused reaction, Killian decided to joke with her, and with a smile on his face, he told her that as his fiancé, she could tremble as much as she wanted. And noticing her confusion, he gently touched her face with a malicious smile. To calm her heart at least a little, Sandy decided to close her eyes and imagine something else, something that had nothing to do with the master. Failing to elicit any reaction, the boy withdrew his hand. This was something new and not typical of his fiancé, because before, Alexandra would have gone crazy and put on another show, so the boy thought perhaps this was the consequence of that accident. Soon the carriage arrived at the palace. The master of ceremonies announced the arrival of Lord Killian Winfried and Lady Alexandra Clement. Unlike Alexandra, this was Sandy's first time in a palace, and also her first time participating in an aristocratic ball. She was trembling all over and was pale as chalk, and when she saw the king and the queen, she was completely speechless. Standing before royalty, she didn't know how to behave or how to greet them properly. Killian was surprised by this behavior from his fiancée, because Alexandra was known as the queen of high society. Approaching the place where they were supposed to greet the royal couple, the gentleman advised Alexandra to hold her breath. Seated on their thrones, the king and queen took turns receiving greetings from all the arriving aristocrats. According to etiquette, Killian bowed and greeted the rulers first. But suddenly, he realized that Alexandra would behave strangely. Instead of making an elegant curtsy, she performed a deep bow, lowering her head almost to the floor. All of high society was shocked, and only the wise queen accepted her greeting with a gentle smile and thanked her for her deep respect. At the same time, Killian tried to help her raise her head as casually as possible. Grabbing her hand, he quickly led her out of the ballroom. But the lady, suddenly flushed from lack of oxygen, stared into his eyes and asked him if she could breathe now. Killian, unable to imagine that the girl would take his advice so literally, replied that she was free to do whatever she wanted. After these words, the girl exhaled in relief and could finally breathe deeply. Suddenly, other aristocrats called out to her. During the break, they praised her and asked about her well-being. The gentleman did not go unnoticed either. One of the girls expressed her admiration for such a wonderful gentleman. Realizing he was superfluous in a female company, Lillian decided to leave Alexandra with her friends. But Sandy felt uncomfortable among unfamiliar girls, especially aristocrats, so she stopped the only person she knew even before becoming Alexandra. Forgetting the relationship between the real Alexandra and her fiancé, a desperate Sandy begged him not to leave and not to leave her alone. Killian was dumbfounded by this behavior from the arrogant and haughty Alexandra. The other girls were also confused by their friend's strange behavior. Killian, switching to ideal boyfriend mode, carefully drew the girl closer to him and, apologizing, asked the young aristocrats to give him Alexandra's interlocutor role for the day. The gentleman's performance was magnificent. The young ladies were immediately imbued with his tenderness and care. After saying goodbye on such a pleasant note, the young couple left. Stepping out onto the terrace, the gentleman offered his fiancée a glass of sparkling champagne. The girl gratefully accepted the glass. However, only after Sandy took a sip did she realize it was alcohol. Her face twisted at the unpleasant taste, and she immediately spat it out. She was so surprised that she didn't even immediately realize how the glass fell from her hand. As usual, she immediately knelt down and began cleaning the master's shoes. Forgetting her role as Alexandra, Sandy said with a smile that everything was clear now. However, throughout this time, Killian watched the noble lady's actions with bewilderment, and only then did Sandy realize the fatal mistake she had made. She wanted to fall to the ground from shame. After so many strange things, Killian began to suspect that Alexandra was plotting something again. Looking into her eyes, he angrily asked the girl what she had in mind. Sandy turned pale with fear. Her mind raced with thoughts on how she could explain the situation and avoid conflict without revealing the truth. Sudden music interrupted their dialogue. Suddenly, Killian held out his hand to the girl and called her somewhere. Realizing he was inviting her to dance, Sandy became worried. She began to object confusedly, saying she could not do this under any circumstances. At that moment, Sandy remembered her father's words that if a man she liked appeared, under no circumstances should she dance with him before the wedding. But Killian did not listen to her. His patience was running out. Reaching the center of the ballroom, the gentleman gently took Sandy's hand with his left hand and held her by the waist with his right. Looking at the girl with a stern gaze, Killian convincingly asked her to behave as before and not to stage new performances. In secular circles, Alexandra was called the Blue Butterfly because on the day of her debut, instead of a white dress, she wore a blue one and was beautiful, like a sophisticated butterfly. From that day on, she played this role unwaveringly, at least until today's ball. Sandy danced very clumsily and constantly stepped on the gentleman's feet. Given her previous grace, Killian thought she was doing this on purpose. But Sandy, not wanting to disgrace her partner, kept apologizing. All the aristocrats were completely shocked by what was happening. Killian was irritated, considering this another prank from his spoiled fiancé. But Sandy was truly trying. Even her hands trembled with excitement. Observing her condition, the gentleman understood that she was most likely not lying. In order not to become a complete laughingstock, Killian suggested stopping the dance. But according to etiquette, the dance had to end, so leaving the hall like that was unacceptable. So, Killian suggested that Alexandra use her favorite way to solve all problems. However, Sandy did not consider it appropriate to faint in the middle of the palace, as it would be improper behavior. But on the other hand, the real Alexandra paid no attention to time and place. Moreover, losing consciousness is better than that dance. Realizing that she would still have to find some kind of excuse for high society, Killian offered to justify the fainting by the fact that the girl had not yet recovered from what happened. Having agreed on all the details, the young couple made a common decision to implement their plan as soon as possible. Seizing the opportune moment, Sandy decided to play the part of losing consciousness and fell into Killian's arms. The gentleman played his part magnificently, showing visible concern and carefully picking up his fiancée in his arms. Under the watchful eyes of the aristocrats, Killian elegantly walked towards the exit, carrying Alexandra in his arms. The aristocrats looked at them bewildered. Following this incident, the guests realized that the girl's strange behavior was due to her poor health. Thus, the aristocrats, having connected the recent accident with the girl's current fainting spell, concluded that, despite her healthy appearance, she had not yet fully recovered. After leaving the ballroom, the young couple immediately got into the carriage. Once alone, Killian whispered softly to her that she could open her eyes. Killian, admiring Alexandra's sweet behavior, did not miss the opportunity to tease her, and with a smile, compared her to a blue caterpillar. However, Sandy did not understand the meaning of the joke, and did not understand why he compared her to a caterpillar. Killian then decided to clarify his joke by asking Alexandra if she had ever seen caterpillars wriggling. That is exactly how he thought the girl looked then, during the dance. Sandy realized that her dancing skills left much to be desired, so she couldn't even object. Moreover, seeing her master smile so cheerfully was a true blessing for the common maid and commoner who admired him so much. Sandy couldn't help but smile when she heard his contagious laughter. This happened on the day Sandy's work in Chambéry marked exactly 1 month. Seeing how much she cleaned, one of the maids suggested that she liked it. Then Sandy, with a sad smile, replied that Megan was right, because there is nothing in the world that turns out the way she would like. And here the result depends directly on the effort made. Taking a broom and a rag in her hands, the girl felt as if she had become the owner of all the dust in the world. When Megan heard this phrase, she found it amusing. She playfully tilted her head towards Sandy, as if greeting royalty. The girl felt embarrassed, but played along with her new friend. Thus, playing the role of the owner of the dust and her assistant, the girls continued cleaning. Suddenly, an unexpected sound came from behind them, causing the maids to startle. Turning around, they saw that the young master had been in the room with them the whole time. He smiled involuntarily, having witnessed such a funny moment. Killian approached the maids, causing some embarrassment to Sandy, as this was their first encounter. Killian, not missing the opportunity to joke, approached the maids and turned to Sandy with a smile. Calling her highness, he wished her victory in the fight against dust. That day, the girl was dead with embarrassment, but at the same time, she was happy because she could see the gentleman's bright smile. For Sandy, that situation was something similar to this, because despite all the difficulties, at that moment she was happy. Noticing how Alexandra blushed, the gentleman asked her if she felt unwell. Then in response, the embarrassed girl lowered her gaze and replied that she was fine. But Killian didn't believe her, saying he wouldn't believe her until the girl raised her head. However, Sandy was too embarrassed to look the master directly in the eyes. So she turned away, but seeing her reaction, he gently placed his hands on her cheeks to lift her head and look into her eyes. Looking up and meeting Killian's gaze, Sandy tried not to smile so as not to seem too naive or awkward. His smile was so beautiful that the girl couldn't take her eyes off him. She couldn't look away from his eyes, which seemed to drag her into the abyss. Every moment, her admiration for his beauty and charm grew, and her thoughts became confused. So she decided to close her eyes so as not to drown in the pool of her feelings. But after a moment, surprised by Killian's question about memory loss, Sandy suddenly opened her eyes. She was confused and didn't know how to answer. Sandy timidly admitted that her memory was a bit confused, and she couldn't recall some details from the past. Killian then decided to clarify if dancing was one of the few details she didn't remember. Hearing this question, Sandy remembered her failed dance in the ballroom, and replied with some confusion that there were some moments that were hard for her to recall. But the doctor assured her that everything would stabilize with time. And then, so as not to give herself away, Sandy, imitating Alexandra's manners, said in an arrogant tone that the questions and Killian's syntax behavior irritated her. Seeing the old Alexandra in front of him, Killian moved away from her again. He noted with a smile that Alexandra had always been a bit strange since their first meeting, so now the difference in her behavior was not particularly noticeable. Hearing this, the girl felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to react to it. But after sorting out her thoughts, she addressed the gentleman with a question. The girl, with some confusion in her voice, asked Killian his opinion on whether being weird was something negative or bad. After thinking for a moment, he replied that being strange and fun was much better than being ordinary and boring. And he added with a smile that this is why he still hasn't broken off his engagement with her. Hearing his words, the girl decided that this was another strange joke from the gentleman. But at that moment, Killian was quite serious. After a while, the carriage stopped and they got out. After accompanying her to the estate, the gentleman said goodbye to her. But before he could return to the carriage, the girl suddenly called him. Approaching, she handed him a small amount of money. Seeing that it was 6 crowns, Killian immediately realized that this was a ticket for a round trip and back. Realizing that the boy was confused, Sandy began to worry, thinking she had miscalculated something. But the gentleman reassured her by telling her that everything was true. Hearing these words, the girl calmed down and thanked him for a well-spent day. At this, Killian smiled again and said goodbye, not missing the opportunity to mention once more the beautiful dance they performed together at the ball. The girl was captivated by his smile again. At the same time, she felt some disappointment realizing that the gentleman was not only smiling at her. On the other hand, she began to admire him even more, realizing that such a noble man smiled even at common people and servants. On her way back to her room, Sandy stood on the terrace, enjoying the view of the night sky and recalling everything that had happened during the day. For her, this night was like a dream, and she assumed it was a gift from heaven for the poor, prematurely deceased maiden. Now that Sandy had seen her father, albeit from afar, and temporarily became Killian's fiancé, she was mentally prepared to return her body to her mistress. Therefore, she prayed for Alexandra's speedy return so she could give her body back. Half a month has passed since then. Another morning has arrived. Sandy woke up again in Alexandra's body and was confused, not understanding where the real Alexandra had gone, since she never returned after that day. By then, she had already started to get used to her new body and lifestyle. Sandy supposed that perhaps the lady was not going to return, and at some point, the maid stopped coming to wake her in the morning. And during this time, Sandy managed to gather her cleaning collection. Every morning, she enjoyed tidying up her room herself. She washed the windows and carefully cleaned the dust from the room. Having finished the work and seeing the results of her labor, the girl felt deep satisfaction. In such an ambiguous situation, when she was neither a dead maid nor a living mistress, Sandy only felt alive while cleaning. She was alone with her experiences and problems, and every day, upon waking up, she had to prepare herself positively. That same day, at the Duke's estate, everything proceeded according to the usual scenario. The assistant was surprised to notice that the young gentleman was sitting quietly and absorbed in reading a book, while he should have been preparing for a meeting with Miss Clement. Killian responded humorously, as always, never missing an opportunity to joke. Then, Healy asked about the gentleman's relationship with the pretty dancer, to which he replied that their relationship was not that serious. Having finished the conversation, Killian and his assistant headed to Clement's estate. Healy was surprised that the gentleman agreed so quickly and immediately prepared to leave. Killian explained this by saying that Alexandra used to be annoying and funny, but after that incident, her aggression subsided. Therefore, the gentleman noticed that he felt much more comfortable and amused with her. At the same time, the Count and his wife were also very surprised that Alexandra did not make a scene and did not demand that the engagement be broken. They did not know that he was provoking changes in her, but they hoped that everything would continue this way, because lately the girl had been behaving quietly and calmly. Moreover, such an Alexandra, in their opinion, could become a good wife for Killian. The Count was also very pleased that recently the gentleman had begun to treat his fiancée better. But the Count, being an old-school politician, considered Killian too soft in his approaches and decisions. While he was willing to force people to work for a pittance, the gentleman presented his affairs more honestly and fairly, starting from the fact that in political and business matters, Killian even opposes his grandfather as a partner. The Countess was not sure that after the wedding, the boy would defend his family's interests. However, the Count was sure that Killian would come to his senses over time. But now, due to his age, he simply does not understand what the realities of this world are. He considered the gentleman a foolish young man who wanted to change the world, but at the same time, Killian was the heir to the most respected and powerful house in the kingdom, which is why the Count's couple wanted to marry Alexandra to him. Seeing that Alexandra went out without an umbrella, the maid hurried to bring her one. Like a true lady, Sandy took an umbrella, but deep down she was unhappy, because she wanted to enjoy the autumn sun rays a little longer. The maid continued to anxiously look after her mistress. Sandy was uncomfortable with such care, but she couldn't object while playing the role of Alexandra. She was already hot, but Sandy had to endure this torment in silence so as not to seem strange again. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of carriage wheels and the neighing of horses. The long-awaited guest arrived at Count Clement's estate. Sandy was very happy to see him again. After all, in her opinion, during this time, Killian had become even more handsome than usual. Sandy looked at her master, with admiration reflected in her bright eyes. Killian felt color rising to his cheeks and tried to remain calm under his fiancée's gaze. As usual, the young couple spent time in a cozy atmosphere, enjoying tea. But this time, something changed, and the atmosphere between them was different. Alexandra seemed more relaxed and calm, which gave her eyes a sparkle and special expressiveness. Previously, Killian was willing to sell his soul for his fiancée to keep her mouth shut. But now the girl calmly drank her tea. Sandy watched her master attentively, and every time she saw him smile, joy filled her heart. The girl, with a smile on her face, could not hide her emotions, and the gentleman, noticing it, asked her the reason for her joy. Sandy got excited by the words she heard, and instantly decided to assume the role of the annoyed Alexandra. Denying everything said, she was very tense, trying to act like a noble lady. Killing took great pleasure in teasing the new version of his fiancée. Upon hearing the words that she had finally learned to sit correctly, the girl shuddered with irritation, because this was a common skill that everyone learns. But Killing didn't stop there. He began to sarcastically applaud, congratulating her on this achievement. After this, the gentleman wished that she would learn to walk correctly before turning 30, which greatly embarrassed Sandy, as she was sure she walked quickly and efficiently. Pleased with her reaction, the boy smiled and continued drinking tea. Suddenly Sandy fell silent. Her gaze fell on the cup of aromatic tea that was on the table. Looking at her reflection, the girl repeated mentally over and over that it wasn't Sandy who was here, but Alexandra now. She realized that she was not acting like Alexandra, and realized that her emotions were betraying her now. So she quickly took a sip of tea, trying to calm down. Sandy was very tense, trying to act like a noble lady. Counting every sip she took, she remembered how she once drank a whole cup in one gulp because the tea was delicious. This was the first time she drank such a delicious drink, but the maids, seeing this behavior from their mistress, were stunned. Because of this, she couldn't ask for another cup, because she realized that this was not typical of the real Alexandra. Then she decided to try the livers, which also turned out to be very tasty. That's why she didn't notice how she ate the whole plate, which again surprised the maid serving her at the time. Realizing that she was a poor imitator of Alexandra, Sandy decided to do the only thing she was good at. She fainted again. Therefore, she made a firm decision not to make such mistakes today. Sandy struggled to resist the temptation of the cookies that were on the table and attracted her more and more. At that moment, Killian was looking out the window, enthusiastically observing the play of light and shadows on the street. Realizing this, Sandy decided to quickly eat a cookie while he wasn't looking. But as soon as she reached her hand out to the plate, the gentleman immediately turned towards her. The girl grabbed the cookie in her hand, feeling a surge of excitement. At that moment, thoughts were spinning in her head. She was trying to find at least some excuse for Killian. Noticing Alexandra's confusion, the gentleman decided to help her and told her she could eat the cookies. Gratefully accepting his offer, Sandy smiled and began to enjoy the cookies, feeling a little embarrassed but pleasantly relieved. However, she felt extremely uncomfortable eating under her master's gaze. To lighten the mood a bit, she invited the gentleman to try the cookies too. But then she noticed that the tray was too far from him. So Sandy, out of habit, acted like a maid. She quietly approached and placed the tray right in front of the owner. Killian noticed this immediately, and not missing the opportunity, he ironically praised her for the fact that she had now gone from being crazy to being a servant, emphasizing that this was even useful. Sandy was indignant at these words, but she didn't even have anything to reply. Realizing that she had failed to be Alexandra, Sandy quickly approached the window to avoid Killian's gaze. But the boy followed her. Standing by the window, the girl was about to fall to the floor and didn't understand why the boy was getting so close. Suddenly, she heard the crunch of a cookie, and it caught her attention. The gentleman nearby was quietly enjoying the cookies. He looked out the window and didn't pay much attention to her. Looking at him, the girl involuntarily began to admire him again, not understanding how a person could be so beautiful even when eating. Then she offered him another cookie so that she could admire this beautiful sight for longer. That same day in Sandy's hometown, the sun shone brightly. The neighbors were surprised to see Matthew, as he hadn't left the house in a long time. Everyone wondered why he came out and where he was going. They were especially curious to know what was in the cart. It was a marble statue of his wife and daughter that Matthew placed next to their graves. He looked at the statue with love and awe, which embodied the images of his beloved wife and his beautiful daughter. He couldn't contain his emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. Kneeling, he hugged the statue, feeling great sadness and regret for not being able to protect his family. He prayed for forgiveness for not protecting them. After much deliberation, After asking his wife and daughter, Matthew decided to leave this city behind. He could no longer live in a house full of memories of Sandy and her mother. He decided to move to another city to start a new life and leave the past behind. That night, Sandy had a dream about her father. In that dream, Matthew was leaving her behind. She called him, but he didn't hear her. Unable to reach her father, she woke up from her dream with eyes full of tears. She sat up in bed, trying to calm down and realize that it was all just a dream. However, her emotions were still overwhelming her, and she decided to visit her father to calm down. That same day, she set off for her hometown. The girl decided that since she still couldn't leave Alexandra's body, it would be better to tell her father everything. But at the same time, she worried that if the real Alexandra returned and took her body, Matthew couldn't bear such a blow a second time. However, one thing she was sure of, she wanted to see him. And now, after only 3 hours, the girl was standing in front of his house. But to her surprise, there was a padlock on the door. This caused her great surprise, as she remembered all those times when her father left the door open. Matthew always took her words about the need to close doors lightly, and joked that there was nothing valuable in his house except the most beautiful daughter. Realizing that something was wrong here, she ran to check the stables. To her great surprise, Sandy discovered that neither the mule nor the cart was there. The girl's heart filled with anxiety and panic, and she immediately ran to the neighbors, hoping to get information about her father's whereabouts. She turned to the neighbors, wanting to know what happened and where Matthew had disappeared. Then, one of the village neighbors told her that Matthew Willie had left the quarry for unknown reasons. But at the same time, the man suggested that he had gone mad after the death of his only daughter. The story finished, the man asked who the stranger was because she looked like a girl from a noble family. However, Sandy was confused and left without answering the question. She couldn't understand where her father could have gone. Sandy, filled with pain and anxiety, didn't even realize how she found herself next to the graves of herself and her mother. She was stunned to see the statue that Matthew had installed. The shock took her breath away, and she fell to her knees in front of the statue, which depicted the happy faces of little Sandy and her mother. Looking at it, she felt all the bitterness and melancholy that her father put into this work. At that moment, an ordinary meeting was taking place in the castle, where important matters were discussed and decisions were made. Kilman, showing courage and determination, spoke confidently to those gathered at the meeting, proposing new bills and reforms that could contribute to the development of the kingdom. At the same time, the old aristocracy rejected the innovations and considered the lord's ideas unrealistic. However, Kilman did not shy away from criticism and continued to defend his ideas with confidence and arguments, and believed that only through change and progress could prosperity be achieved, and justice for all sectors of society. After the meeting, one of his ardent political opponents expressed his displeasure with the young aristocrat's behavior and said that he did not understand why the Duke allowed him to behave this way. At the same time, the gentleman was educated enough to show respect to the older generation even in such circumstances. Despite political differences, the aristocrat, unable to offend Killian with his words, said goodbye sadly and left. Only after he left could Haley breathe a sigh of relief, because every time his master argues with senior officials and respected ones, the poor assistant's heart is about to explode at any moment. But Killian believed that politicians who did not argue were politicians who neglected their duty, and at the same time, believed that they should argue in an elegant and graceful manner. Having finished his work, the gentleman returned to the estate. He, suddenly looking out of the carriage window, noticed someone in the distance. It was Alexandra, looking enthusiastically into the distance, lost in her thoughts, and paying no attention to her surroundings. Seeing his fiancée, he immediately stopped the carriage and left it, ordering Haley to return to the estate without him. Noticing someone nearby, the girl was startled by the surprise and flinched. When the young people's eyes met, they froze, as if they were in a world where only they existed. Sandy was pleasantly surprised to see the young master. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from deep within her stomach, reminiscent of unsatisfied hunger. The gentleman was extremely surprised. It was the first time he had encountered something like this. The girl was very embarrassed. She wanted to fall to the ground. She turned red as a tomato and tried to hide the sound, but her stomach kept betraying her with growls. Sandy prayed mentally for it to stop. Seeing this amusing scene, Killian couldn't hold back any longer and started laughing heartily. Extremely embarrassed, the girl decided to run away. But the gentleman couldn't allow this, so he hurried to stop the hungry young lady. Killian wondered what Alexandra was doing in such a place, and even alone, so he suggested they talk about it over dinner. To satisfy Killian's curiosity and Alexandra's hunger, they went to a restaurant. Realizing she had made a serious mistake, Sandy immediately took responsibility and apologized for her inappropriate behavior, which did not live up to her image as an ideal lady. But considering all the strange things the girl had already done, Killian thought it was quite charming. The gentleman carefully cut the steak and vegetables and handed the plate to Alexandra to start eating. This was the kind of young Master Sandy had always admired. The day was quite tense and eventful, which caused the girl's eyes to fill with tears, but she tried to hold on with all her might. Sandy decided to eat first to regain strength and then go look for her father. Killian watched with a smile as Alexandra ate with appetite and pleasure. Noticing that the girl's mood had improved, Killian asked her why she was alone in the city. The girl replied that she simply decided to take a walk, but given the distance between the Clement estate and the assembly hall, these words sounded extremely unconvincing. Hearing the boy's question about whether she had been on the train again, Sandy flinched. Assuming that Alexandra was having secret meetings with another man, Killian, in a stern tone, asked her to sort everything out before the wedding, promising to do the same. But Sandy, having no experience in relationships, did not understand what he was talking about. Then Killian clarified that he had no intention of interfering in her love affairs, but that after the wedding, everything would change. When the girl finally understood the essence of what was said, she jumped up from her seat, confused, expressing her indignation and surprise, but immediately fell silent, realizing she was attracting unnecessary attention. Leaning back in her chair, she expressed her indignation in a low voice, explaining that although she had indeed been on the train, she was not one of those immoral ladies who had affairs behind her fiancé's back. Then Killian asked with a smile why, in that case, she refused to say where she was going on the train. But Sandy found it very difficult to answer this question without revealing her secret. Noticing her tension, Killian promised not to ask the question again and invited her to continue eating. Sandy sighed in relief and agreed to continue dinner. The gentleman watched her every move with interest. Looking at the submissive Alexandra, he smiled involuntarily. At that moment, Killian couldn't help but notice that the girl looked very attractive and lovely. He never expected to have such feelings for his arrogant fiancée. After dinner, the young couple headed home. Since Killian had previously dismissed his assistant, they had to use a public carriage, and the gentleman apologized to Alexandra for the inconvenience. But for Sandy, the carriage was very comfortable. Suddenly, the girl asked Killian how to find the person. To avoid arousing unnecessary suspicion, she explained that the father of one of her maids had disappeared, and that she, as a lover, wanted to help find him. The question about the man's name took Sandy by surprise, as she could not say the real name of Matthew Willie, so she said she didn't know his name. Then, Killian advised her to contact the police, but the girl clarified that the man most likely hadn't disappeared, but had left. Hearing this, Killian assumed he had abandoned his family, which angered Sandy, because she could not allow them to speak ill of her beloved father. Realizing the inappropriateness of her outburst, the girl, in a calm voice, tried to explain that, according to her maid, that person was not the type capable of such a thing. After listening to Alexandra, Killian noted with a smile that she had never been so annoying. All Sandy could reply to this was to apologize. Still, Killian recommended that she go to the police, even if it wasn't a disappearance. He also offered his help, saying he was willing to go to the police in her place if she found out the man's name. Sandy was glad to receive support from her master, but she still couldn't say the name, so she just thanked the gentleman with a smile. When they arrived at the Clement estate, it was already night. The Count was furious that Alexandra left without telling anyone and returned late at night. As a true gentleman, Killian took all the blame and apologized. Furthermore, he absolved Alexandra in front of her brother, saying they spent the whole day together. Hearing this, the Count calmed down and only warned that this would not happen again. In response, Killian apologized again and promised that this would not happen again. Having received permission from the Count, the maids immediately came forward to escort Alexandra to her rooms. The girl didn't even have time to properly say goodbye to the gentleman and only thanked him quietly. But still, Killian watched his sweet fiancée with admiration. The next day, the Count and Countess were greatly surprised to learn that Alexandra wanted books. She asked for several books to read. Hearing these words, the Count's wife burst out laughing, taking it as a joke. But realizing she was serious, the Count, angered, told her to stop talking nonsense and do what she usually does, which is play princess. And after she left, the couple continued to mock Alexandra. At that moment, Sandy realized how difficult it was for the real Alexandra to live with such people. She understood when the neighbors laughed at her for her love of reading, as she was the daughter of a stonemason. But she couldn't understand why her family mocked Alexandra for being a noblewoman. Sandy looked at her reflection in the mirror and turned to Alexandra. Having lived so long in her lover's body, she realized that Count Clement's family was very strange. There was no one in this house who loved Alexandra. They either ignored her or openly despised her. To calm herself down a bit and take a break, Sandy decided to start cleaning. After cleaning, she felt refreshed and got to work. In total, she had several goals: to find her father, increase her stamina, and pay off the debt of 8 crowns to young Master Killian for public transport. She also wondered if she should repay him the money for dinner. After Sandy's death, none of the maids could keep Killian's room perfectly clean. The gentleman felt uncomfortable living in such a room, but at the same time understood that his cleaning requirements were too high, so he did not punish the maids. At those moments, Killian realized that out of all the maids, only Sandy Willie was the best. Since the gentleman had nothing better to do, he decided to go talk to his grandfather. Passing by his father's portrait, he stopped for a moment. Edwin Winfried died suddenly at the age of 34. A little further away, there was a small, discreet door. Looking at it, Killian remembered his adventure, which began with this secret door. Running to his father, little Killian excitedly told him that there was a strange world behind the door. The father, after listening carefully to his son's story, explained in a soft voice that this was not a strange world. Behind the door are the people who created your chamberlains. His father gently touched Killian's head and, with kindness in his voice, asked him not to forget. That day, Edwin told his son that luck made him who he is, and that there are people who allow him to live this way. For Killian, this small door became a barrier between him and the rest of the world. Killian's parents often reminded him of the importance of maintaining a sense of compassion for other people, and they said that this quality would help him become a great politician and make the right decisions for the good of society. And the day they were killed, these were the words with which they said goodbye to their son. Killian, left alone, decided that he must continue their work and become a politician who would fight for justice and peace in the world. He despised the rich bastards who profit from the poor. Thus, Killian decided to follow his parents' example and follow in their footsteps. Lost in his thoughts, Killian finally found himself in front of his grandfather's office door. But he could not meet the Duke because he had guests. As things turned out, Killian decided to spend the night with his slightly lovely fiancée. At that moment, Sandy was busy trying on new outfits. Hearing that Alexandra wanted to ask something, the tailor shuddered, thinking it wouldn't be possible to return home early. But he still agreed to answer. Geoffrey Crock was the best tailor in Libertonia and only had 2 clients who caused him all sorts of suffering. The first is the charming Alexandra Clement, who always baffles him with her impossible requests, and the second is her fiancé, who was very attentive to the smallest detail. Geoffrey was already nervous, not imagining how incredible the request would be this time. But her request turned out to be quite normal. She only asked for a simple dress and a practical dress to be sewn for her. The tailor was dumbfounded by this request. Sandy happily began to describe what her dress should look like, and added that she also wanted to order an apron from him and a cap. Hearing these words from the lips of the arrogant and narcissistic lady, the tailor and the maids were struck dumb with surprise. Realizing their confusion, Sandy quickly corrected her mistake and explained that she didn't just need an apron, but a special apron worthy of a princess. Geoffrey, exhausted, forced a hardworking smile and promised to do everything Alexandra asked of him. Having finished talking about the dresses, the tailor said goodbye and left, after which one of the maids told Alexandra that a letter had arrived from Killian. The letter said that the weather was nice and sunny today, and therefore the gentleman invited his fiancée for a walk together. Having received an invitation from her beloved gentleman, Sandy was beside herself with happiness. Sandy, full of enthusiasm and joy, accepted Killian's invitation. Arriving 10 minutes earlier than expected, Killian was surprised to see Alexandra already there. Noticing Killian, Sandy happily got up from the bench and walked towards him. Radiant with joy, Sandy smiled as a greeting and explained her early arrival, saying that the weather was so beautiful that she wanted to enjoy the sun's rays and recharge with positive energy. At that moment, the young man's heart skipped a beat. Killian's heart had never beaten so much for Alexandra's beauty, and her clear eyes and bright made her look like another person. Having composed his thoughts, the gentleman extended his hand and invited her to go together. They walked along the well-kept paths of the park, enjoying the soft sunlight and the autumn landscapes. Sandy tried to hold the umbrella to shield Killian from the bright sun's rays. Realizing this, the gentleman said she should keep the umbrella. Hearing this, Sandy realized that her maid habits were showing again. And switching to Alexandra's haughty mode, she tried to explain, saying it happened by accident. She was simply tired because she couldn't hold the umbrella, which is why she started to lean. Then Killian jokingly noted that since she was so weak, she would soon have to lie in a coffin. After these words, the girl decided it would be better to take the umbrella off completely. Sandy's heart trembled with admiration for the young master, and she found him charming. But sometimes, his words moved her to the core. Feeling the pleasant sun rays on her face, the girl stopped sulking. Radiant with happiness, Sandy enjoyed the moment, feeling the warmth penetrate her soul. Suddenly, she felt Killian looking at her with manifest interest. Then the girl worried, thinking she had done something wrong again. But the boy calmed her down by telling her that it wasn't so. After that, lowering his eyes shyly, the gentleman noted that Alexandra looked especially beautiful today. Sandy's heart sank with joyful emotion and happiness after these words. The blushing girl, imitating Alexandra's manners, indignantly asked why he said that. But the boy just smiled and didn't answer. So, the girl reminded him of his recent mockery when he said she needed to be in a coffin. But Killian made no excuses, but clarified that that was then, and this is happening now. Moreover, the gentleman found Alexandra's reaction to his words about her beauty amusing. However, Sandy believed that there were no girls who didn't like such compliments. So, Killian confidently replied that Alexandra was one of those girls. He reminded her that she always hated being flattered, but the girl clarified that concerned other people. Then, leaning on her, Killian asked if those words meant that he was different, to which Sandy hesitantly replied yes, since he was her fiancé. But suddenly, she fell silent, remembering that the real Alexandra hated her fiancé. Then, to avoid further questions, Sandy resorted to her favorite method for solving all problems: fainting. In response to the gentleman's words that she hadn't put on such performances in a long time, the girl replied in an offended voice that this was not a game at all, and that she was dizzy, so she couldn't stand up. Although Killian was sure that Alexandra was faking, he, as a true gentleman, helped her sit on the bench. In any case, contrary to her true feelings, Sandy reminded the gentleman that she did not like him, since she was aware that she was still in Alexandra's body. But Killian found these words hard to believe. He himself was sure of it before, but now he felt that everything was different. Confused, Sandy, still in the role of Alexandra, hurried to refute these arguments, repeating once more that she did not like Killian. But the more vehemently she denied it, the less convincing she seemed. And Killian's words that there was nothing surprising in the fact that a girl might like the person she marries completely surprised her. She had completely forgot this important detail. Moreover, the gentleman continued his speech. Regardless of whether they liked each other or not, they would have to marry anyway, in which case he believed it would be much better if they liked each other. Only after these words did Zaina remember that Alexandra and Killian were expected to marry next summer. She was very worried that if the lady never returned, Sandy Willie would marry instead of Alexandra Clement. Sandy did not want to continue deceiving her master, but she could not tell him such an absurd truth. However, mentally the girl had already admitted to him many times that she was not Alexandra. Observing the change in expression on his fiancé's face, Killian smiled slightly. Sandy wanted to tell Killian many things, but she couldn't say a word. After a short rest on the bench, the young couple continued their walk in silence. Looking at Alexandra's sad face, Killian wondered why she was offended, and suggested that perhaps it was because of his words that sometimes you can love the person you marry. Suddenly, the girl broke the silence, saying she forgot to give Killian something. After these words, she handed him the money. Sandy explained to the gentleman that this was payment for the public transport that day. Killian jumped in surprise when he heard that Alexandra would return the money for the trip. But the girl didn't stop there and said she would return the money for dinner later. Seeing that Killian didn't understand what she was talking about, Sandy reminded him of the day he paid for dinner. Not knowing how to react in such a situation, Killian replied confusedly that this was commendable of her. Sandy took these words too literally and asked how much dinner cost so she could pay for it. However, the gentleman did not mention the amount, saying he did not need the money. In return, he offered Alexandra to invite him to dinner today instead. Seeing the girl's worried behavior, Killian thought she didn't want to have dinner with him for the second time. But that was not the case at all. Sandy was simply not prepared for such a turn of events, so she only took 100 crowns, and she didn't know if it would be enough for dinner. Killian, noticing Sandy's concerns, deliberately hesitated to answer, while the girl nervously waited to see which restaurant he would choose. And yet, the gentleman did not torture his fiancée for long and said he left the choice to her. Then, the girl took Killian to the place where she used to eat as Sandy. However, after arriving, she realized that this establishment was not entirely suitable for aristocrats. Therefore, she quickly justified herself and said that she learned about this restaurant from the maid with whom she had a close relationship. The innkeeper immediately recognized Killian and approached them. He was incredibly happy that such an important person visited his establishment. After Kevin Parker introduced himself, Killian also introduced his fiancée, Alexandra. Kevin was certainly pleased that the young couple visited his tavern, but realizing that his establishment did not meet the standards of aristocrats, he decided to ask why they chose his restaurant. Then Alexandra replied with a charming smile that they had just come to eat. Sandy took the menu and began to order, realizing that it seemed strange to her to be so familiar with the local dishes. Sandy said that the maid recommended these dishes to her. Once again, hearing about the maid Alexandra was close to, Killian asked who she was, since she managed to get close to such an incredible mistress. Sandy was pleased to hear the compliments directed at her by the young master. At the same time, Killian was surprised that Alexandra did not notice the irony, and took his words about her uniqueness as a compliment. After a while, all the ordered dishes were served on the table. After that, Killian was the first to start eating. Sandy was glad to see that Killian liked everything, as she was worried that the local food would not be to the aristocrat's liking. Noticing her gaze, the gentleman asked why she was looking that way. Being in a very good mood, Sandy herself did not realize how she let slip that Killian looked especially handsome today. In response, the boy simply smiled. Sandy was discouraged because the young master wasn't even surprised by this answer, to which Killian replied that it would be foolish to be surprised by the truth. After saying these words, he showed her his charming smile again. Sandy's heart skipped a beat when she saw the expression on his face, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. But after a few seconds, she came to her senses and was frightened when she realized the mistake she had made. In Alexandra's name, the girl repeated that this did not mean she liked the gentleman. Killian didn't even know how to react to these words. The way Alexandra always tried to deny her liking for him seemed tender and amusing. Therefore, even when they finished dinner and were leaving the tavern, Killian still couldn't stop laughing. Upon leaving the establishment, the girl saw a candy store. Seeing her interested gaze, Killian asked her to choose one, but the girl quickly refused because she was embarrassed to accept her master's offer. However, Killian didn't give up so easily. He said it was his thank you for the good dinner. Hearing these words, Sandy raised no further objections and chose caramel chocolate. The saleswoman, who hadn't been able to sell a single candy in a long time, was very happy to see buyers. But when she heard the price, Sandy got angry, as 12 coronas was too expensive for one candy. Especially before, when she was still a maid, she sometimes bought these candies and knew their real cost. However, the merchant, realizing that aristocrats were in front of her, for whom 12 crowns was little, insisted on his own. After some negotiation, the woman agreed to sell it for 8 crowns, but Sandy knew that the candies were worth much less. Their argument was interrupted when Killian, after paying 10 crowns, left and called Alexandra with him. The girl followed him and kept insisting that she had paid too much and needed to get change back. To the gentleman's question about how the count's daughter knew the cost of street sweets so well, Sandy replied that the maid had told her. Suddenly, Killian stopped, and turning sharply to the girl, called her severely by name. He explained to her that even if the cost was too high, a few crowns were not a big loss for him. But Sandy didn't understand Killian, as she still reasoned like a commoner, for whom every penny was worth its weight in gold. Because she felt cheated, at the same time the gentleman thought completely differently. He believed they were lucky to be born aristocrats, and that their wealth could not be compared to a few 6 crowns. After these words, Sandy understood Killian's point. She felt ashamed of having behaved this way before. She was so ashamed that she couldn't even look Killian in the eye, so she walked ahead of him. At that moment, Sandy realized how different the life of a noble was from the life of a maid. Upon returning to the estate, Killian had a serious conversation with the Duke. Upon learning about the young couple's outing, the Duke decided to ask his grandson if this meant that he had started to like Alexandra, because he always felt guilty for making the decision about their engagement alone. Although Killian considered this only a marriage of convenience, the Duke sincerely hoped that his grandson would be happy in this marriage. To comfort his grandfather's anxious heart, Killian admitted that he had become kinder to his fiancée lately. Killian's grandfather, hearing this confession, calmed down a little, seeing that his grandson was beginning to improve his attitude towards the marriage. And this gave him hope for a happy future for the young couple. He was very happy to learn that Alexandra was getting better, and even offered to organize a banquet in honor of her complete recovery. Killian also supported this idea. Having finished his conversation with the Duke, the gentleman returned to his rooms. While dressing, Killian discovered some sweets in his pocket, which reminded him of their day. Looking at them, he remembered Alexandra's words that the candies were very good, and they should be shared. He remembered how, when saying goodbye, the girl thanked him for the good time and promised to buy him a gift in return next time. Her bright smile was still before his eyes as she said those words. Every day, Killian became more and more imbued with feelings for Alexandra, and in his eyes, she became sweeter and sweeter. A few days later, Alexandra received an invitation from Chamberlain. While the maids busily prepared her for departure, Sandy wondered if she could retrieve her father's letter box, her diary, and her savings. Before leaving, she asked the maid for a cloak with pockets to make her idea come true. And so, having finished all the preparations, Sandy left. In the carriage, the Count and Countess continued to instruct Alexandra to behave with dignity and not cause trouble for Duke Winfried. Sandy herself was determined not to attract too much attention and to behave as modestly and discreetly as possible. It was a familiar place, so the girl couldn't let Willie, Sandy's maid, jump up. There were many varied and delicious dishes on the table. A light and relaxed atmosphere reigned at the table. Everyone felt very comfortable and pleasant to be there, except Sandy. She didn't know table etiquette very well, so she felt very uncomfortable surrounded by so many aristocrats. Suddenly, the Duke turned to Alexandra and asked about her well-being. Sandy, who had been concentrating on her cutlery, jumped up in surprise. As a result, she accidentally dropped her fork. A loud metallic clang drew the attention of all the guests. Sandy turned pale with fear, not knowing how to explain her mistake. Bending down, she answered the Duke's question by saying she was fine now. The Duke found Alexandra's behavior strange. The Count's wife hurried to explain Alexandra's behavior, saying that as the wedding approached, the girl began to grow up. Other guests easily believed these words. Taking advantage of the situation, Sandy decided to drink some water to calm down. But after taking a sip, she felt it was white wine, not water. Sitting next to Alexandra, Killian watched her the whole time. Noticing this, the girl tried to control her expression and swallowed the wine. Seeing this, Killian praised Alexandra for her drinking skills, and she politely thanked him for the compliment. Sandy, sensing her fiancé's bad mood, asked him if he was always this irritable. Then Killian replied with a smile that he was not. And when asked why he always treated her like that, the gentleman replied that Alexandra found it fun to tease. Then, leaning forward, he lightly touched her glass, expressing his approval. Raising his glass, he invited Alexandra to toast to her new talent. After dinner, the guests moved to the hall and continued their conversation there. Many of the guests recalled past banquets and admired the elegance of the talented Alexandra. Some of them still couldn't forget her beautiful piano and asked her to play something. Hearing these words, Sandy turned pale with fear because she had never played a musical instrument in her life. And now she had to play the piano. She would have liked to refuse, but the Duke also joined the requests, expressing his desire to hear Alexandra's beautiful performance. Pale as death, Sandy walked to the instrument amidst the applause of the aristocrats. Killian immediately noticed the fear in his fiancé's eyes, and it was hard not to notice how she was trembling. But at the same time, he couldn't understand why she was so shy. Because Alexandra, who was usually very proud of her talents, liked to show them off. Suddenly their eyes met. Alexandra's eyes silently begged for help. Realizing this, Killian shuddered, suggesting that Alexandra had forgotten how to play the piano after that incident. Standing in front of the piano, Sandy didn't know how to get out of this situation. She extended her trembling hands towards the keys, but suddenly her fiancé stopped her. Killian apologized to everyone and said that Alexandra had hurt her hand during the incident, so he offered to perform in her place. The guests happily accepted. Sandy watched him play with great gratitude. Seeing her guilty look, Killian smiled and said he would accept his payment later, and warned her that his services were not cheap. As soon as his fingers touched the keys, the room filled with a magical melody, and tender that penetrated directly into the hearts of the listeners. Sandy was amazed by his performance. All the guests listened to this beautiful melody with admiration and pleasure. Sandy was incredibly happy to see her master from a new and better side, because she had never seen or heard him play before. After the performance, everyone present applauded enthusiastically. After finishing playing, Killian looked at his fiancée with pride. And of course, she was the one who applauded the most. The banquet ended late at night. All the guests were satisfied with the reception and were already preparing to leave. While the Count was saying goodbye to the Duke, Sandy was sad because she couldn't find her treasure chest. Suddenly, the Count and the Duke went to the office to discuss matters related to the wedding. Taking advantage of the situation, Sandy snuck into the estate. She quickly ran to her former room in search of her things. To her surprise, she entered her room quietly. She was lucky that all the servants were busy and the service corridors were empty. Sandy was very happy to find that her treasure was still there. All the items in the box remained intact. She quickly started stuffing things into her pockets, as the box was too big to take out unnoticed. By then, Killian had noticed Alexandra's absence. Realizing that she had left, he asked the Countess, but she also didn't know where the girl had gone. However, even after realizing that Alexandra was gone, none of her relatives even thought of looking for her. So, the gentleman himself went in search of his fiancée. Remembering his fiancée applauding with admiration filled Killian's heart with restlessness. Usually Alexandra just shouted and complained, but this time she smiled very cheerfully, making her beauty shine with a special glow. Every time he remembered Alexandra, Killian felt his heart beat with special feelings. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice how someone suddenly opened the door. The door that opened almost hit Killian, causing him a slight fright. The gentleman was very surprised to see Alexandra coming out of the doors leading to the service corridor. Sandy was also very frightened when she ran into Killian because she thought she had been caught. The gentleman did not expect that, of all possible places, Alexandra would end up here. Surprised, Sandy said the first thing that came to mind, which was that she was lost. She said she came across this door while looking around the estate, but she was very surprised because it wasn't locked, so she went in, and the way turned out to be too confusing, and she barely found her way back. At that moment, luck would have it. The coins in her pocket began to jingle. The sound attracted the gentleman's attention, and the girl, panicked, tried to muffle the ringing. But it was useless. Seeing this scene, Killian assumed that Lady Clement suffered from kleptomania. Hearing these words, Sandy hurried to refute them. But Killian didn't believe her and asked her to answer sincerely. But the girl insisted that she was not a thief. Sandy decided to change the subject and asked about Killian's political career. He replied that he would soon become the kingdom's prime minister. Sandy was pleasantly surprised by this news and happily congratulated her fiancé. But Killian was not so simple. He immediately guessed Alexandra's plan and brought the conversation back to the previous track. Then Alexandra confidently stated that she always adheres to legal actions, and that she has never done and will never do anything illegal. But with the jingling pockets, it didn't sound very convincing. Realizing how uncomfortable the situation was, Sandy hurried to leave the gentleman. But Killian stopped her, reminding her of her duty to him. Seeing that Sandy still didn't understand what was happening, Killian reminded her that he had saved her from public humiliation. Recalling the incident when playing the piano, Sandy asked what her duty was. Killian replied that he was still thinking about it and asked if she had any ideas. When the girl replied that she didn't know, the gentleman jokingly asked if that meant the performance was so bad that it wasn't worth a penny. The girl hurried to refute these words, claiming that the performance was simply magnificent and surpassed all material values that could be offered. She confidently said that she was willing to pay in any form the gentleman chose. Killian offered Alexandra another form of payment, given that she had just declared that her music was priceless. The air filled with excitement as Killian slowly began to approach Alexandra. The moment the boy's lips touched the girl's lips was filled with tenderness. In passion, it was young Sandy's first kiss, and it was with her beloved, the young master. That same night, the real Alexandra returned to her room again. She woke Sandy up with her screams, demanding that she return her body. Sandy was extremely surprised to see that the lady had returned. Alexandra decided not to answer Sandy's questions about where she had been and why she hadn't come, because she felt she was not obliged to report to a mere servant. Moreover, the arrogant mistress threw Sandy out of her bed. After that, she herself lay down on the bed and said dissatisfiedly that she still hadn't found a way to return to her body. However, she still didn't answer questions about the reasons for her coming and going. Hearing Alexandra's question about whether she was taking good care of her body, Sandy grimaced. The first thing she remembered at that moment was the kiss between her and Killian. Confused by this memory, Sandy hesitantly replied that probably yes. Seeing Sandy's reaction, Alexandra immediately felt that something was wrong and demanded to know what she had been doing all this time. The blushing Sandy did not inspire confidence, so Alexandra became indignant and demanded that she tell the truth. Sandy, under pressure from her mistress, finally admitted that her situation was related to Killian. Hearing her fiancé's name, Alexandra felt even more indignation inside. She angrily asked what Killian was doing to her, suspecting he might have done something bad, like tying up the girl or gagging her. But Sandy looked away shyly and admitted that there had been a kiss between her and the gentleman. Alexandra's face twisted in shock. She was so stunned by this event that she lost her balance and sat down on the bed. Alexandra demanded that Sandy massage her hands, and since she was transparent and the girl couldn't touch her, she ordered her to at least pretend to massage her hands. Sandy was surprised by such a violent reaction from the lady, as she thought Alexandra and Killian had already kissed, but the noble lady was indignant at such an assumption, because she is a pious maiden. But Sandy didn't understand why Alexandra was so angry, because engaged couples usually kiss. Suddenly, Alexandra called Sandy. Like any young woman, Alexandra was also interested in knowing what that feeling was like. She wondered if Killian kissed well. Since this was also Sandy's first experience, she wasn't sure, but assumed that the gentleman was very good. Alexandra felt resentful that her fiancé had developed his skills well after playing with moths. Suddenly, noticing Sandy's gaze, Alexandra felt embarrassed. Sandy explained to the mistress that she expected a slightly different reaction, because she thought she hated Killian. But now everything looks different. But the mistress interrupted her reasoning, saying that she hated him. Hearing Sandy say that she didn't seem angry, Alexandra blushed with shame and didn't know what to answer. Finding no arguments against it, the lady decided to scold Sandy for her questions and assumptions, but Sandy kept asking if Alexandra really hated her fiancé. The lady continued to avoid answering and, indignant, reminded Sandy to take good care of her body until a solution was found. Having said everything she wanted, Alexandra disappeared again without saying goodbye. Sandy was desperate, because the lady hadn't even taught her how to behave correctly so as not to give herself away. The next day, Killian and his assistant saw Alexandra in the city again. As before, she was walking somewhere completely alone. The gentleman even suggested that the girl was doing it on purpose. Leaving his interlocutors, Killian followed his fiancée. Despite all the objections of the young aristocrats, for whom Killian's presence was important, he said goodbye and left. And despite his principles, Killian decided to follow Alexandra to find out where she was going. Sandy was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice the gentleman. Killian understood that he was doing wrong and was very ashamed of his action, but curiosity overcame him. At one of the stops, Sandy got off the train and Killian followed her. The gentleman found Alexandra's behavior interesting and a little amusing. Killian followed his fiancée, looking around and trying to figure out where they were and where they were going. They approached a house, and the girl began to examine the house and its surroundings. Finding no signs of other people, Sandy became sad. Killian watched Sandy from the side, trying to keep his distance so she wouldn't notice him. Realizing that her father was not at home, Sandy left. She came second after the place Matthew would choose if he returned to the city. But there were no traces of her father at the grave either. She sat in front of the statue and began to speak aloud about how the only thing she wanted was to live an honest life, as Sandy Willie, and not steal someone else's body. At this moment, if she knew the way, she would immediately return the body to the mistress and go to her mother in heaven as the real Sandy Willie. Sandy could barely hold back tears because she was already mentally exhausted. Suddenly, she heard a noise and turned around and was very surprised. Killian was right behind her. For some time, they sat silently on the bench, not knowing how to start a conversation. Killian was the first to speak, asking Alexandra how long she was going to remain silent. Sandy apologized, but Killian expected a different answer from her. The girl understood that everything she did seemed suspicious, so she really wanted to tell the truth. But she didn't know how to tell it, because the first time she told the Count, they took her for crazy. Sandy tried to find the right words, but they got stuck in her throat. Alexandra gathered all her will into a fist and finally admitted that she was a servant named Alexandra. As expected, the gentleman did not believe these words and thought that the girl had hurt her head during that accident. He suddenly called Alexandra, and she answered. Then he decided to repeat after his fiancée, and approaching her, he quietly said that he was a unicorn. Sandy did not appreciate the joke and asked him why he was acting that way. She partly understood that it was sarcasm, but still tried to convince Killian that she was not lying. But her story seemed so incredible that she herself found it hard to believe. Sandy felt hurt when she realized that even with her best efforts and all her courage, Killian did not believe what she was saying. But she herself understood that such a situation seemed absurd and no one would believe her words. Killian was relieved to hear these words, as he had begun to suspect that Alexandra had some kind of serious head injury. However, the gentleman was still curious to know the real reason why Alexandra came here. Unable to find a convincing explanation, the girl replied that it was a secret. But this answer did not suit Killian either. So the girl decided, no matter what, and said the most realistic thing she could think of in such a situation, that she had come to meet someone. Hearing these words, Killian assumed that Alexandra had a secret meeting with some man. Since Matthew is technically a man, Sandy did not deny this fact. Seeing how easily Alexandra spoke about it infuriated Killian, but he appreciated her courage and sarcastically admired her frankness. The girl did not immediately understand the reason for such a reaction, and upon understanding it, assured him that although she could not tell all the details, she was not doing anything shameful. Killian realized that further questioning would yield no results and decided to stop there, but strongly suggested finishing today's walk and returning. In response to this, Sandy reminded Killian of his promise not to interfere in her affairs until the wedding. Then Killian, without hesitation, decided to abandon his previous words and reminded her of them, saying that he did not have much patience for such relationships and that he had enough for today. There was an awkward silence in the air, and Sandy felt that she could not think of an appropriate response. Sandy decided not to continue and simply agreed with Killian, realizing that further argument could only worsen the situation. And of course, she would like to resolve the misunderstanding and protect her honor, but she didn't know how. To cheer herself up a little, the girl decided to enjoy the taste of the candy. But she felt uncomfortable eating alone, so she invited Killian to sit down and eat with her. She was surprised to learn that the girl had been offering him candy since that day. Killian couldn't understand how Alexandra could take his gift on a date with another man. Moreover, she ate with relish, as if everything was in order. He was irritated, suggesting that this way the girl showed her displeasure with him. Suddenly, the girl asked why Killian ended up in this small town and if he was really following her. The boy felt ashamed and explained his action by saying that Alexandra was acting too suspiciously. Then the girl said that she could simply ask him. On the other hand, she agreed that if he asked, he would be lying. And at the same time, Sandy had a question. Does this mean that if from tomorrow she cannot meet with anyone, then the gentleman will not do this with those dancers and actresses? In response to this question, Killian asked a counter-question, wondering why it was so important to her, and if she had really decided to act as if they were already married. Then Sandy remembered that they had already been engaged since last year, but Killian clarified that despite this, neither of them behaved like an engaged couple. Hearing this, the girl promised that she would try to be a good fiancée in the future, and in return, she asked the gentleman to become her real boyfriend. More precisely, Sandy asked this for the real Alexandra, realizing that someday everything would return to its place. Killian happily accepted this proposal and said that from now on they would act like a real engaged couple. The next day, the maids informed the lady that she had received a letter. Previously, Sandy had not opened these letters because she believed they did not belong to her, and she had no right to do so. but following Alexandra's order to play her role as perfectly as possible. The girl decided to behave like a real mistress. Upon opening Killian's letter, Sandy felt her heart beat faster. In the letter, the young gentleman expresses his joy at Alexandra's decision to behave like his real fiancée, and says that he will watch with interest how she carries it out. The letter also included an invitation to join the Alastair Women's Fraternity. The maid explained to the lady that this was a society of engaged couples from the Congress who met for community service. Alexandra was also a member and always received invitation letters, but she always refused, which caused Killian to also refuse. Knowing her mistress's character and fragile body, the maid believed that her fiancé was acting too hastily by sending her an invitation. But to the maid's surprise, this time Alexandra reacted calmly and even accepted the invitation. However, the maid was still worried that her mistress would faint again. Understanding her maid's concerns, Sandy assured her that nothing like that would happen this time. Suddenly, another maid entered the room and said that another letter from Chamberlain had arrived. The girl carefully examined the letter, wondering what was written there. This time, it was an invitation to the Royal Theatre to see a ballet. Sandy accepted the invitation, and that evening the young couple had a date. Their appearance together attracted everyone's attention. Before the performance, almost all the spectators were talking about the young couple and wondering if they would like the performance. Sandy was delighted to behold the magnificent architecture and luxurious interiors of the Royal Theatre. Killian was surprised by Alexandra's reaction, but the girl said that it was a truly impressive place. Hearing these words, Killian noted that one would think this was her first time at the theater. Sandy, realizing she had behaved too carelessly, quickly responded in the manner of a mistress so as not to arouse suspicion again. And then she sat in her seat with a dissatisfied face. Seeing Killian frozen, Sandy realized she had done something wrong again. When the gentleman offered the lady his chair, the girl realized her mistake. Remembering that, according to etiquette, a lady sits elegantly on a chair after a gentleman invites her to sit down to correct her mistake. Sandy stood up, letting her fiancé observe the etiquette. Seeing this, Killian asked Alexandra why she stood up if she had already sat down. Then the girl replied that she simply decided to rest because her legs hurt. But since she felt better, she stood up. Continuing to tease his fiancé, Killian said he was glad to see she was recovering, and he offered her a chair. Sandy then sat down carefully again. The girl knew it would be an unforgettable experience and looked forward to the start of the performance. She was using binoculars for the first time and wanted to see the stage better, but she couldn't hold them correctly, so it was impossible to see anything, which made Killian laugh. In response to Killian's comment, Sandy timidly replied that she knew it, and quickly corrected her mistake by guiding him in the right direction. Now the stage was clearly visible, and Sandy could enjoy the performance in all its splendor. She was delighted by how close everything seemed. Sandy couldn't believe it was her first time here and couldn't wait for the show to start. At the same time, Killian watched with a smile his sweet fiancée, who was like a child at the theater for the first time. If you compare this trip to the theater with the previous one, the difference was huge. Alexandra complained so much back then that when the opera started, Killian already wanted to jump off the balcony. Now the atmosphere around her was completely different. She delightfully enjoyed the performance in all its splendor. When Killian asked her if she liked it, Sandy replied that she was having a great time, and that everything around her was beautiful. In a fit of joy, the girl didn't realize how she said that she now understood why Killian liked dancers. The gentleman shuddered at these words. Trying to get his fiancé's attention, Killian shouted in a stern voice. Finally, she took her eyes off her opera glasses and looked in the direction of her fiancé. Killian raised his glass and turned to Alexandra, asking if she was going to keep her promise to be his real fiancé. The girl replied yes, and said that she had received an invitation from the Alastair Women's Fraternity, and she accepted it. Then the gentleman irritably asked why. In that case, Alexandra did not send her reply. She could not tell the truth and say that she did not know the rules of etiquette when writing letters in high society. So she replied that she wanted to inform him about it personally. Hearing this, Killian said that Edith would be at the theater today, and the girl could give him her answer. But Sandy had no idea who that was. Suddenly, silence reigned in the theater. For some reason, all the spectators began to look at the young couple. Killian explained to the surprised Alexandra that people were not looking at them, but at him as the show was ending. He invited Alexandra to show her something fun and got up from his chair. The audience did the same. Then he sat down again, and all the spectators repeated after him. By then, the show was over. Sandy was delighted with the performance and, together with Killian, applauded the artists, expressing her enthusiastic emotions. When they started applauding, other spectators did the same. Sandy was amazed that people were imitating them. Killian then explained to her that they were the type of people who would rather act superior than think for themselves. Sandy continued to applaud, delighted. Seeing this, Killian realized that Alexandra really enjoyed the performance. Sandy confirmed this and said that the performance moved her and that the artists were very beautiful. But Killian was not particularly impressed and thought it was mediocre. However, although Sandy respected his opinion, she did not feel she should applaud just because Killian was applauding, or stop applauding because he stopped applauding. Killian was fascinated by his fiancé. Seeing the gentleman's look, Sandy worried that she had done something wrong again, but Killian reassured her by telling her that everything was fine. After the show, the couple left, but someone called Killian. It was a young aristocrat with his wife. The couples exchanged greetings and began to discuss the performance. After receiving Sir Wesley's compliment, Sandy responded in kind, saying that he also looked great. Sandy did not ignore his companion and noticed that she looked very pretty. Hearing this, Wesley immediately agreed that Iddy's was quite beautiful. After his words, Sandy realized that this girl was Iddy's from the women's fraternity. Killian took the opportunity to inform them that Alexandra would attend the fraternity's next fundraiser. Iddy's was very surprised that Alexandra agreed. Her face contorted in shock when she heard how eagerly Alexandra looked forward to this day. After all, a few months ago, when Iddy's invited Lady Clement to join the meeting, she behaved very arrogantly and haughtily. Therefore, this time, with a pale face from surprise, Edith politely replied that it would be an honor to see her at the meeting. Having finished their conversation, Wesley and Edith said goodbye and left. After they left, Sandy said that Lady Bryson seemed like a good person, but Killian reminded her that she had previously thought Iddy's was a crude fake. Realizing she had made a mistake, Sandy replied that perhaps she had drawn hasty conclusions at that time. Killian was still worried that Alexandra had accepted the invitation to provoke the other volunteers, but Alexandra assured him that this was not the case. The gentleman was a little embarrassed, as he originally sent the invitation just to tease his fiancée, and he didn't think she would actually go. But Sandy took everything too seriously and was determined to act like a real fiancé. Killian was very surprised to hear that Alexandra always tries to do her best to keep her promises. Even living as Lady Alexandra, Sandy tried not to give up and do everything right. Sandy was full of enthusiasm and assured him that she could handle everything. At the same time, Killian was worried that Alexandra might cause another scandal. As an atheist, Killian prayed that everything would turn out well. Another morning has arrived. The sun has risen, dyeing the sky in bright colors. The tailor brought Lady Alexandra's order and eagerly awaited her decision. Sandy was delighted with her new apron. It turned out even better than she had imagined. Geoffrey was simply surprised that Lady Alexandra considered a house dress a masterpiece. The most famous tailor in high society couldn't believe he had to present his winter collection for household chores. The day of the charity meeting arrived. The participants were stunned to see that Lady Clement had actually shown up. They were even more surprised that she was dressed like a maid. Sandy eagerly awaited this meeting, and upon entering the room, greeted Lady Bryson with a smile. Another lady quickly pointed out that Alexandra had an impressive apron. Edith was worried about Alexandra's condition, but with a bright smile assured him that she was fine, and promised that she would work at full capacity. After a while, some men arrived and getting out of the carriage made bets on Lady Clement. Someone was sure she had already fainted, someone bet the girl ran home crying, and someone believed that Alexandra hadn't come at all. Killian refused to participate in this. At the entrance, the aristocrats were greeted by a nun who told them that their wives and fiancés had already arrived and had been working hard since morning. The woman was also surprised to notice that even Sir Winfred's fiancé had arrived, and she noted that the girl was simply incredible. Killian's heart sank. He thought Alexandra was putting on another show, but the nun happily explained that everyone was in shock, as she had helped them a lot. All the aristocrats watched Lady Clement's work with amazement. The girls admired Alexandra and wanted to be like her. Killian was stunned and didn't understand what was happening. When he opened the door, he saw that the room was impeccably clean. And the person responsible for this was Alexandra, who was still diligently washing the windows. Even seeing it with his own eyes, Killian couldn't believe that Alexandra was actually cleaning. And not pretending. She cleaned the room so well that if Alexandra had been a maid, he would have hired her immediately. Because since Sandy Willie died, her room had been in constant disarray. After Sandy finished cleaning the windows, she turned around and saw people standing at the door. Seeing her fiancé among them, she was happy. Killian couldn't take his eyes off Alexandra, who looked beautiful even in her dirty maid uniform at that moment. Her radiance was brighter than all the stars in the sky. After the volunteer work, the aristocrats proceeded to dinner. Many of those present took the opportunity to try to improve relations with Alexandra, since she had been arrogant and inaccessible before, but now she seemed kinder and open. Sandy also enjoyed interacting with everyone and receiving compliments. Casually, she turned to Killian, and their eyes met. Surprised, the girl sharply averted her gaze. Killian was perplexed by Alexandra's reaction. Sandy felt embarrassed because she almost smiled seeing his face, but she needed to act like Alexander. And for that, she had to hide her feelings. However, Killian misinterpreted her actions and thought she didn't even want to look in his direction. So the gentleman also looked away, not understanding what had happened, since from that incident, she behaved kindly towards him. Killian suggested that perhaps she was gradually recovering from the accident, but on the other hand, in that case, she would not have participated in the volunteer work. At that moment, Sandy was confused because she did not know table etiquette, and she was afraid of making a mistake. Realizing this, Killian decided to help her. At the same time, the gentleman was sure that the girl was trying to take revenge on him this way. However, he continued to help his fiancée and suggest which cutlery to use. Sometimes, he even handed her the correct cutlery himself to avoid possible awkwardness. From the outside, it looked very nice and caring. All the girls were delighted with their relationship and wanted their boyfriends and husbands to behave in the same affectionate way. And attentive, all the women present admired Killian, not only for his appearance, but also for his affectionate attitude towards Alexandra, while the gentleman only wanted to preserve his reputation and avoid embarrassment. The male part of the company glared at him, as thanks to him their wives and fiancés became more demanding. But Killian noticed neither the admiration nor the anger of the aristocrats. He was focused on Alexandra, following etiquette, and behaving with dignity. Being sure that the girl was doing this on purpose, Killian decided that next time he would definitely embarrass her. Before going to bed, Sandy tried to meet Alexandra again, but no matter how much she called her, she did not appear. Sandy felt trapped. She needed support and help, but there was no one there. She lacked the manners and skills of aristocrats, but she also had no one to teach her. She didn't know how to learn all these things, but at the same time, it was necessary to correctly play Alexandra's role. Sandy was desperate. Her emotions were running high. Suddenly, she saw a letter on the table. It was a letter from Killian, eagerly awaiting their next meeting at the Crown Prince's birthday party, and hoping that she would play the role of his real fiancé. These words saddened her even more. After all, every day Killian was becoming more and more attractive in her eyes, and she was becoming more and more attached to him. As Henry accompanied the gentleman to the carriage, he noticed that he was in a good mood, but the gentleman only replied that it was a good night. However, the assistant did not understand what he was talking about, as the weather was simply terrible. In a very good mood, Killian got into the carriage, ready to hit the road. The Duke immediately noticed the happiness on his grandson's face. Killian could not hide his radiant smile, which reflected his complete happiness. He was already anticipating his meeting with Alexandra and planning his revenge. In such an excellent mood, Killian and the Duke headed to the palace. When they arrived, Alexandra was already there. The girl with long black hair and bright blue eyes was dressed in a luxurious red party dress and white. Her beauty was truly fabulous. Seeing the Duke, the Count hurried to greet him. Killian greeted his fiancée for the first time. When their eyes met, the girl's heart began to beat with renewed vigor. To hide her true emotions, the girl averted her gaze and greeted him in the calmest voice possible. Then they continued together. As soon as they entered the castle, Killian offered her his hand like a true gentleman. As they walked hand in hand, Sandy's heart beat wildly with excitement. And when the girl realized where Killian was taking her, her heart began to beat even faster. But now out of fear, pretending not to understand what was happening, The gentleman reminded Alexandra with a smile that she had promised to be a real fiancé. Sandy said in horror that they shouldn't dance, but Killian assured her that they had to. So, the girl decided to refuse, citing the consequences of the accident. But Killian stood firm. He believed that, given the way she treated him, one could conclude that everything was fine for her. With a smile, he assured Alexandra that she would soon be a high society butterfly again. This was his little revenge. Sandy tearfully begged him to stop, repeating over and over that she still didn't remember how to dance. She felt so helpless and confused, but he kept insisting that she would succeed. Killian thought that if the girl danced like the last time, it would be fun. Realizing that tears would not alleviate her pain, Sandy gathered strength and tried to remember the moves. She understood that she couldn't dance like Alexandra, but she hoped that at least she wouldn't disgrace herself. During the dance, Killian realized that the girl was still not acting, and her side effects had not yet passed. However, he couldn't understand how she could completely forget how to dance, because she should have had muscle memory. Killian, who originally thought it would be fun to tease her a little, was no longer in the mood for fun. Suddenly, Alexandra stopped. Lifting her eyes, she asked Killian if she should faint again. Under other circumstances, Killian might have laughed, but not now. Sandy understood that this time Killian was deliberately trying to humiliate her. So, lifting her gaze again and looking him straight in the eyes, she said that this time she would not faint. With that, she turned around and walked away, telling Killian that he could dance with another lady if he wanted. To avoid breaking down in tears right there, she resolutely headed for the exit without looking back. Finding herself alone, she could no longer hold back her tears. She was hurt and wounded. For the first time, Sandy thought the young master was evil. Now she understood why Alexandra was so angry with Killian. Having calmed down a bit, Sandy returned and stood in a corner of the room. Everyone started talking about their love quarrel and Lady Clement's dance. Some thought these were the consequences of the accident, but still, the situation was strange. At that moment, Killian was already dancing with another lady. Seeing them dance, Sandy felt disappointed in her ideal young master. She remembered how her heart had pounded before when she saw Killian. While she was thinking, the waiter suddenly offered her a drink. Sandy, in a bad mood, accepted the waiter's offer and took a glass. But one glass was not enough, so she asked for more. And so, while everyone was twirling in a beautiful dance, Sandy was quietly drinking in a secluded spot. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze on her. Not far from her stood a young aristocrat. Realizing she hadn't been alone the whole time, the girl felt uncomfortable. And looking closer, I realized that it wasn't just any aristocrat, but the hero of the occasion, Crown Prince Leopold Frazier. When their eyes met, the boy headed towards Alexandra. After finishing his dance, Killian went to look for his fiancée. After she left, he felt guilty, but when he saw her with another man, he got angry. He walked towards them to see who it was. Killian was stunned to see that next to his fiancée was none other than the Crown Prince, the only man allowed to be slightly better than Killian. Killian considered himself superior in terms of intelligence, appearance, and skills, but Leopold was superior to him in terms of status. Therefore, the gentleman was surprised that his fiancée was talking to him in front of everyone. Killian only had 3 options, and the first was to pretend not to see them. The second is to smile and greet, and the third is to resist them. He wanted with all his heart to choose the third option, but chose the second. He called Alexandra with a smile, and after greeting the Crown Prince, he approached them. After asking what they were talking about, Killian tried to join the conversation. Although he smiled, he was extremely displeased that Alexandra was communicating with Leopold. Killian thought that Alexandra was talking to the prince, specifically to maintain her image as a queen at aristocratic gatherings. Having finished the conversation, Leopold politely asked and left. Alexandra and Killian were left alone. Immediately after the Crown Prince left, Killian reprimanded his fiancée for aiming too high. Sandy did not understand what the gentleman meant, and when she heard his hypothesis that he wanted to break off the engagement because he didn't want to be a duchess, but dreamed of being queen, Sandy was stunned. The girl did not understand where he got these thoughts from and why he behaved this way. Sandy, unable to listen to such absurd speculations, interrupted him by denying she had ever dreamed of anything like that. But Killian was sure he was right, and he insisted that, besides status, he was better than Leopold in all other aspects. The girl was speechless with shock. Sandy sincerely believed that it was not fair to underestimate the Crown Prince in this way. Killian did not like her words. He still insisted that he was much better than the prince. But Sandy did not understand why he was angry. Realizing that further argument was useless, Killian decided to end the discussion. Only at the end did he remind Alexandra that she would soon become a duchess and that he would never allow her to break the engagement. Sandy felt furious and indignant. Now she understood why Alexandra was so categorical with her fiancé. As a person, Killian was intelligent and gentle, but the fiancé is irrational and ungrateful. His only undeniable advantage is his beautiful appearance. While Sandy mentally compared the dazzling prince and the handsome young master, Killian asked why she was blushing even after the crown prince left. Hearing these words, the embarrassed girl asked him to stop teasing her, because it was because of the champagne. Besides, she didn't understand why Killian jumped from ordinary to formal speech. To this question, the boy answered without hesitation that he made Alexandra blush that way. Sandy heard these words and felt a blush rising to her cheeks and stepped back a little, making Killian smile. Even in this position, she desperately denied blushing. But Killian found her reaction funny and cute, so cute that he couldn't resist kissing Alexandra. The aristocrats moved smoothly to the rhythm of the dance, with delightful melodies. At the same time, Sandy and Killian decided to enjoy the moment in solitude and share a tender kiss, forgetting everything around them. Night fell, the sky was studded with stars, and the moon shone brightly and majestically. After the banquet, Sandy decided to study etiquette and dance on her own with the help of books. But she didn't succeed. Suddenly, hearing Alexandra's scream, Sandy got scared. The lady reappeared and was in a bad mood again. She again accused Sandy of stealing her body and scolded her for trying to imitate her with books. Sandy felt ashamed and offended by these words. She repeated again that she hadn't stolen anything. Seeing her tears, Alexandra shuddered. But apologizing to the maid was beneath her dignity, so she decided to just close the topic. Moreover, Alexandra warned Sandy that these books were useless. Then Sandy took the opportunity to ask the mistress how to portray her more credibly. Although Alexandra told her in general terms how to behave, this was not enough to play the role of a mistress well. Suddenly, Alexandra asked Sandy if she knew that she hated studying the most. And without waiting for an answer, she replied that she was teaching someone. But Sandy did not give up and continued to ask Alexandra to teach her. Then the lady reminded her that she had a walking aristocratic book. However, as expected, Sandy did not understand who she was talking about. Therefore, Alexandra explained that she was talking about her fiancé, Killian Winfred. Although she didn't want to say it, Killian was objectively the best in terms of kingdom customs. Hearing these words, Sandy paled with emotion. There was no way she could learn from her young master. Alexandra insisted that this would definitely be a better option than these books. But Sandy was still worried that Killian would start suspecting her. Alexandra was sure that he wouldn't notice anything and was already starting to get angry with Sandy. However, Sandy still didn't want to accept the idea. Then, the angry mistress reminded Sandy again that since she had taken over her body, she must take responsibility and maintain her status and dignity as a high society queen. Then she ordered Sandy to sit in the chair. Seeing that she was far away, the lady got angry again. She told her to bring the chair closer. Sitting closer to Alexandra, Sandy asked permission to ask a question. After receiving permission, she asked in a serious tone if the maids disliked them. Alexandra replied without hesitation that they didn't, but it didn't seem plausible. Sandy explained her question as simple curiosity and said that it seemed to her that the maids disliked Alexandra. Alexandra refuted the maids' theory and said that she got along well with her maids and that she was extremely kind to them. Sandy believed this in part because she herself did not feel hostility towards Alexandra, even when she shouted and got angry. Upon learning that the lady had a good relationship with the maids, Sandy promised to get along with them too. And before Alexandra disappeared again, Sandy decided to ask one more question. She asked if the lady knew where her father was. Alexandra was surprised by this question, as she didn't even know who he was. Then Sandy spoke of Matthew, but Alexandra still knew nothing about him. Sandy was disappointed. She had hoped that, thanks to her supernatural abilities, the lady could know about such things. Seeing Sandy's sad face, Alexandra softened a little and asked if she had lived with her parents before. Sandy said she lived only with her father, as her mother died when the girl was still small. Realizing they had similar circumstances, Alexandra asked about Sandy's relationship with her father, to which the maid replied with a smile that her father treated her very well. Hearing these words, Alexandra involuntarily remembered her kind father, who adored her. In any case, before leaving, Alexandra ordered Sandy to play her role well until she found a way to return Alexandra to her body. Sandy promised that she would do her best, but she was still not sure if she could ask Keelan to teach her etiquette. However, Alexandra disappeared before Sandy could finish her question. In this, the lady was similar to the young master. They both liked to have the last word. Another morning began with bright and sunny light. The sky was clear and blue, without a single cloud. The Lord's carriage arrived at the Count's estate. Seeing Alexandra come out to greet him, Killian took the opportunity to joke, expressing his admiration that despite the cold, she came out to greet him in person. Sandy replied with a smile that it was natural, because her fiancé had arrived. Suddenly, she remembered Alexandra and said that she was not behaving like a mistress. Realizing this, she tried to imitate Alexandra, saying she had no other choice. Killian did not understand the reason for such drastic changes. From the outside, it looked as if she had two personalities. And so the young couple sat down at the table again in an awkward silence. Trying to start a conversation, Sandy invited Killian to try the cake. But her hands were trembling with excitement. She did her best not to act like a maid, but Killian refused with a smile and said that if the cake was so delicious, then he would give it to his fiancée. Sandy was moved by these words, and her heart began to beat faster again. Looking at him, the girl realized that the young master looked much more elegant and honorable than other people, but she didn't know how to ask him to be her teacher, and decided to start by asking about his plans for these days. Killian immediately realized that the girl wanted to ask something, and replied that it was better for her not to delay and speak clearly as she was. These words made Senti panic even more, remembering her father's words about not seeking favors from those who are hungry. The girl pushed the plate of cake towards Killian, but realizing that this did not correspond to the rules of etiquette, she immediately rejected it. Seeing this, Killian found her behavior cute and funny. Although he didn't really want to eat it, he decided to try a little. Realizing that he was eating, Sandy asked him if they would have a chance to dance together. Killian replied that although he didn't like it, yes. Sandy was not happy about this either, but since they would still have to dance together, she offered to solve this problem together too. Killian did not agree with this logic. Therefore, he urgently asked her to get straight to the point. She tried to copy Alexandra's style of speech as much as possible, and said that she was giving Killian the opportunity to become her mentor. Since she had lost her memory, silence reigned in the room. Killian thought that maybe he had misheard, and decided to check if he had correctly understood Sandy about her giving him the opportunity to be her teacher. Hearing a positive answer, the gentleman flatly rejected her and clarified that he was categorically against it. Sandy kept insisting that he should accept the offer, but Killian stood firm. But the girl was sure that, as they promised to be a real couple, they should help each other. Sandy justified her words by saying that, as a couple, they must understand and respect each other, and also protect their dignity. But these arguments did not convince Killian. So, Sandy decided to use her trump card, and recalled that despite her fragile body, she participated in volunteer activities for him, although it was very difficult for her. Killian had no answer for this. Realizing this, the girl continued by saying that the gentleman should, therefore, make an effort to protect her honor, as her mistake would affect his reputation and, therefore, would affect the Winfred family. Killian himself understood that if his fiancée behaved inappropriately, it would also affect him. Although Sandy was embarrassed to ask such a thing, she had to do it for these reasons, because she didn't want Killian to be criticized because of her. But still, Killian was sure that the Clement family had enough money to hire any tutor, so he didn't understand why he should do it personally. To this, Sandy indignantly replied that then rumors would spread, and this should not be allowed. The girl gave many arguments against this idea, since in any case, it was impossible to let other aristocrats find out about it. Furthermore, this could affect Killian's political career, and Sandy did not want the gentleman to be unable to become prime minister because of her. This was the first time Alexandra had spoken so much, but Killian insisted on his own, and he did not want to yield to her persuasion. Moreover, he trusted his professional skills and intelligence, so he did not believe that Alexandra could influence his career. But the girl was convinced that no matter how ideal Killian was, a foolish wife would do him no good. And to finally convince Killian, Sandy added that like attracts like. Based on this, she again offered to try it together, but the gentleman insisted that there was no way together. since he did not agree to be her teacher. Alexandra's demands were completely illogical, but her arguments seemed convincing. Because of this, Killian believed that she had the potential to become the best schemer in the Winfred family. In the end, Killian agreed and asked her if Alexandra was sure she could handle it. Hearing this, Sandy happily replied that she would try. Killian warned that as a mentor, he would be very strict and demanding, and that it was up to Alexandra to succeed and become excellent. Seeing with what confidence the girl accepted everything, Killian added that he would not bother with her or listen to her complain. The girl agreed to all his conditions, as long as he agreed to teach her. In Sandy's life, the one who insisted that she learn to read and write was her mother. Matthew agreed with his wife, but neither knew how to do it, and there was no money for school. So the woman said that in the nearest village, there was a teacher who taught children from poor families for free. So as not to send the child there alone, she decided to accompany him until he was old enough to go alone. Matthew was worried about his wife's health, but the woman was sure that going there once a week would not harm her. Then she gently turned to Sandy and asked what she thought about this. The girl happily accepted. From that day on, every Wednesday Sandy walked 20 kilometers to a neighboring village to learn to read and write. Thanks to this, Sandy became an energetic girl. It was an invaluable time when she studied and experienced the world. As a result, she became the only one in the mining town who knew how to read and write. At that time, many condemned the girl, considering her too greedy. But her mother was very happy and proud of her daughter. Sandy loved that her mother made that face, so she read books to her every time she studied. The woman wanted her daughter to grow up knowing that there was more in this world than this small town. And a few days before her death, she advised Sandy to work on herself every day and improve. Because Sandy knew how to read and write, her world became wider and she began to dream. And then she was able to go to the capital and become Chamberlain's maid. But the girl had no idea that one day she would become Alexandra Clement, and part-time student of being Winfred. And then came the first day of joint studies, and Sandy arrived at the Duke's estate. Her heart beat wildly with excitement and anticipation. The first thing Killian decided to do was to test Sandy's current knowledge. He explained that to start teaching her, he needed to determine her level of knowledge and know where to start. Having explained everything, Killian said he had 1 hour to take the test. With that, he turned on the stopwatch. This was too unexpected for Sandy, and she was confused. But the Lord paid no attention to her, but continued to time. The girl gathered strength and began to take the test. While Sandy panicked and tried to remember the answers to the questions, Killian announced the time every 10 minutes, which only increased her stress. After 30 minutes, Sandy diligently answered the exam questions. After another 10 minutes, she was confused because she knew some of the answers. After 50 minutes from the start of the test, Killian noticed that Alexandra had stopped, and she was no longer writing. Looking down, she announced that she was giving up. Then, Killian began to check the answers he had already written. After checking, Killian was surprised and could not understand how Sandy could not know such simple things. Sandy was embarrassed, but was forced to admit that she knew nothing about this. Irritated, Killian called the maid and asked for strong tea. After finishing his tea, he gave his verdict, saying that the basic knowledge had failed. The next task was to draw a vase with flowers, and this time there was an obvious failure. While Sandy waited impatiently for her evaluation, Killian stared at her art in astonishment. The next was a musical hearing and voice test, but the girl did not know the melody, so Killian allowed her to simply read the notes. And realizing that she couldn't do that either, Killian became furious. To calm down a bit, he asked for another cup of tea. The aristocratic skills also failed, and Killian moved on to the next task, ordering Sandy to walk around the room. He explained that one must walk like a real lady. But Sandy's walk was reminiscent of how fat pigeons walk in the park. Then came the curtsy. She needed to demonstrate how to properly greet the king and aristocrats of various ranks. Then she had to be taught how to treat servants properly. Killian was astonished. He sarcastically applauded Alexandra for putting the king, the aristocrats, and the servants on the same level. And another cup of tea, this time with whiskey added to calm down. Sandy was very ashamed and embarrassed to have failed this time too. The teacher used to say that she was the best student, although that was 10 years ago. Hearing this, Killian assured that she was definitely mistaken, since during these 10 years, Alexandra had forgotten everything. But still, in Killian's eyes, she looked very cute, and under such circumstances, he certainly could not leave her with the tutor. After thinking for a while, Killian called Alexandra to his house. The girl approached and sat next to him. Seeing that Killian was in a bad mood, Sandy tried to cheer him up and told him that they would definitely get through this. But the gentleman considered it an insult that she kept saying, "we." But Sandy insisted that they should tackle this together. However, Killian still demanded that she not say "we." Sandy then said that she would forgive him if he taught her well, which surprised Killian. The girl clarified that later, at the Crown Prince's festive banquet, it was Killian who humiliated her and hurt her, but he never apologized. To this, the gentleman replied that in that case, he was willing to forgive her for forcing him to become her teacher if she gave him the country. The girl was extremely surprised, not understanding what he meant. Not knowing what to answer, she shouted at him, telling him that it was not fair and that she was not that bad. For some strange reason, Killian could not stay angry with her and announced that classes would be held twice a week. The Lord clarified that classes would be every Wednesday and Saturday. Sandy was pleasantly surprised that Killian was willing to dedicate so much time to her. Killian explained that otherwise he would not have time to catch up on everything before the wedding, and he promised that he would turn her into an ideal lady at any cost. During the next charity event, all the young ladies were worried because Alexandra was unusually pale. Alexandra, in turn, tried to calm the girls, explaining that she was simply tired and that nothing serious was wrong with her. But her appearance said the opposite, so the lady did not believe her and insisted that she rest. In fact, this meeting is Sandy's only salvation these days. Killian mercilessly loaded her with study materials and homework. Sandy, for her part, could not object. She was determined to prove that Sandy Willie was not an idiot. Due to her daily chores, she couldn't even afford to take a walk alone, so she considered volunteering a vacation. For her, cleaning was a way to relax and rest. Other young ladies admired the perfection with which Alexandra did her work. Sometimes they even felt guilty for not keeping up with Alexandra, but Sandy always replied that she did it because she liked it and looked happy. Seeing how hard Alexandra worked, the aristocrats began to admire her union with Killian even more. During her volunteer work, Sandy and Edith became friends. Edith invited Alexandra to dinner and to see an opera together, but she suggested going not just as a couple, but as a group of four: her, Alexandra, Killian, and Elliot. Sandy happily agreed, but only if Killian had time. The next day, Sandy and Killian studied hard, but the girl kept complaining that this position was embarrassing and difficult. However, Killian squeezed her hand to prevent her from running away and warned her that they would do it until he was satisfied. During their conversation, some ambiguous phrases were heard, which caused confusion among the maids listening outside the door, and they blushed from surprise. The sudden and deafening sound made the maids flinch. As a result, they misinterpreted the situation and drew wrong conclusions about what the young master and his fiancée were doing in broad daylight. Suddenly, someone approached, but the maids were so engrossed that they didn't even notice. However, after hearing her voice, they turned around and saw the head maid standing behind them. Lady Elderson scolded the young maids for their inappropriate behavior during working hours. The girls immediately apologized, and having received the order, they ran to their workplaces. Hearing Alexandra's sudden cry from Killian's room, Lady Elderson also drew wrong conclusions, and her face turned red. And when she heard Killian's phrase that Alexandra had no right to refuse, she panicked. The head maid hurried away, thinking that the young couple was doing something obscene. However, in reality, behind closed doors, Killian was persistently teaching Sandy how to dance correctly. The Lord always believed in the power of education, and that this power changes people. That's why he corrected Alexandra again and again and showed her the correct poses. He taught her basic waltz postures while checking her homework. Killian was a meticulous person and noticed every mistake, even the most insignificant ones. Due to being in one position for a long time, all the muscles in her body began to ache and tremble. Killian also noticed this, but responded to Sandy's request for a break with a categorical refusal. Killian demanded that Alexandra remember all of today's movements, but the girl still made mistakes, so he was not happy with her. To make Killian stop for today, Sandy said she was very tired and probably wouldn't be able to attend tomorrow's meeting. However, this had no effect, as Killian replied that in that case, he would have fun without her. While speaking, he continued to watch Alexandra and correct her. After every correction, the girl replied that she would remember everything well. After much torment, he finally allowed Sandy to rest for 10 minutes. Hearing this, the girl immediately collapsed onto the sofa. At that moment, Killian was thinking about why dancing was so difficult for her, because even if she had amnesia, her body should still remember the dance moves. Hearing this, Sandy worried that he might guess something, but it was in vain, because Killian came to the sarcastic conclusion that it was because Alexandra was dumb. Seeing her amused reaction, he continued to tease her and said that now he was worried about this because he was worried that his children would be as stupid as her. Sandy furiously replied that he shouldn't worry about that. Instead, she expressed her concern about whether it would be okay to have a child with someone so rude and heartless like Killian. In her anger, Sandy herself did not realize what she had just let slip, but when she realized it, she blushed like a poppy flower. At this, Killian, unable to restrain himself any longer, began to laugh heartily. At that moment, he looked so handsome that Sandy couldn't take her eyes off him. But even at that moment, he didn't stop monitoring the time, and as soon as 10 minutes passed, he reactivated the teacher mode. At the same time, even such an inept Sandy seemed truly charming to him. The next morning, Sandy went to meet Edith, but she was tired and exhausted, which worried the maid a lot. However, Sandy reassured Heather by telling her that everything was fine and that she would rest today. When they arrived, Killian and Elliot were already there. Then the maid noticed that if Killian had been like this from the beginning, perhaps the lady would have already fallen in love with her fiancé. Hearing this, Sandy assumed that Alexandra had not despised Killian from the start, to which the maid replied that when they met, Alexandra showed great interest. But then something happened that ruined everything. But Sandy couldn't finish listening to the story, as the servant interrupted them by saying they had arrived. When Sandy got out of the carriage, she was still thinking exactly about how Killian and Alexandra met. Approaching, she politely greeted Sir Wesley. Elliot returned the greeting, and then he noticed that Edith had also arrived and followed her. When she and Coleman were alone, Sandy began to boast that she was much better, but her fiancé didn't believe it. Hearing this, Sandy got a little annoyed and asked him if he felt even a little better. Then Killian began to list what she was doing wrong, and added that they weren't even all her mistakes, but only a small part of them. After these words, Sandy took offense and made a firm decision that during the next dance, she would step on him with a high heel. At lunch, Sandy was very careful to avoid mistakes. Every time Sandy made a mistake, Killian would nudge her slightly with his foot. On one of these occasions, the girl flinched in surprise. Seeing this, Eddie became worried and asked if something had happened. Killian answered instead of his fiancée, saying that everything was fine. His secret compliment simply surprised her. Edith admired Killian's attitude towards Sandy, while Wesley was worried that it would make Edith more demanding of him. While Edith complained about Elliot, Killian continued to tell Alexander how to place her hands correctly and what equipment to use. Due to her worries, Sandy made many mistakes. Suddenly, Edith said she had heard rumors that Alexandra and Coleman used to go out like lovebirds. But Alexandra replied that they were just studying, and noticing her mistake, she immediately explained that they had recently become interested in reading, and she said they were discussing books together. Knowing Killian, Elliot was very surprised to hear this, and asked if he had understood everything correctly. Sandy confirmed with a smile, adding that Killian is a very interesting conversationalist, like a teacher, but Elliot still found it hard to believe. He sincerely admired Alexandra, and said that although she and Killian had been friends since cradle, he had never studied with him. When Sandy asked why, Elliot explained that Killian is too demanding of everyone, and does not understand people who are not successful in school, and is also a stubborn perfectionist. Sandy understood very well what Elliot was talking about, and was ready to subscribe to every word of it. Elliot then told Alexandra a story from their university days, that at King's College, there was a tradition that older students taught younger ones and, according to this tradition, a freshman received Killian as a mentor. Sir Winfred's incomparable disciple could not stand his teachings and gave up, and immediately voluntarily dropped out of school. Killian commented on the story by saying that Christopher Williams was a weak idiot. After hearing the story, Sandy realized the big mistake she had made in choosing a mentor, but at the same time, she was determined not to let Sandy Willie be remembered as a weak idiot. After lunch, the young people headed to the opera, as previously agreed. The plot was quite interesting, and they watched it with interest. And although Sandy looked forward to this opera, fatigue made her sleepy. Killian noticed this immediately. At some point, the girl fell asleep, and Killian didn't know what to do about it. To prevent Alexandra from falling off the chair, Killian rested his head on her shoulders. He watched her and admired her hard work and perseverance. After a while, Sandy started drooling. Realizing this, Killian immediately moved his head away and began to dry her clothes. But Sandy reflexively turned her head back and settled comfortably on Killian's shoulder. While sleeping, she smiled like a little girl. This time, he couldn't push her away. Killian was surprised by himself and didn't understand how he could find this drooling girl charming. After the opera, Sandy apologized and promised that she would wash the handkerchief and return it to him. And although the girl was already dead with embarrassment, Killian didn't miss the chance to tease her, and said that there was no point in returning the handkerchief, because every time he looked at it, he would remember her drooling face. Sandy accused him of being heartless, but Killian continued to tease her. So the girl apologized again and moved on. But Killian didn't give up so easily. He caught up with her and pointed at her face red with shame. Alexandra's reaction amused him, so he continued to tease her. Therefore, Sandy promised that she would return the favor, and as soon as she noticed Killian was wrong, she would tease him and humiliate him many more times. However, Killian only smiled, as he was sure that he was never wrong. Killian considered himself an ideal person, and Sandy was sure that even ideal people make mistakes. At some point, they realized the useless argument they were having, and both started laughing. Then Killian asked her why she was laughing, and Sandy, instead of answering, asked him a reciprocal question about why he was laughing. And so they argued for a long time, and then they started laughing again. In such a wonderful mood, they walked through the night park. Inspired and full of energy, they decided to stop for a while to rest and recover. Sitting on a bench, they enjoyed the magnificent view of the park at night, where the stars and the moon created a picturesque atmosphere. Looking at the moon, Zaina said she liked the crescent moon. She explained that this is because it is empty and full at the same time. It has neither excess nor lack, and she likes to see that harmony. Then Killian said he liked full moons or thin crescents. But Sandy wanted to have the same life as the crescent moon, a life not full of flaws or excesses. At that moment, her smile shone brighter than all the moons, and Killian, thinking that perhaps it was difficult for Alexandra to combine study and charity, suggested that she give up her volunteer work, promising to continue helping her with her studies. To this, Sandy replied that everything was fine and it gave her pleasure, and to Killian's surprise, Sandy replied with Alexandra's words, saying that if you know her better, you will easily understand how kind she is. Killian really didn't believe these words. It seemed to him that there was a different person in front of him. Hearing these words, Sandy was startled and replied that of course she was Alexandra. She was ashamed to lie, so after uttering the words that she was Alexandra Clement, the girl looked away. Of course, Killian had no doubts about it, but sometimes some things about her felt different. To close this topic, Sandy suggested ending the walk and returning home, explaining this by her poor health caused by her fragile body. After this sentence, Sandy looked more like the real Alexandra. Killian, with a kind gesture, extended his hand, offering her support and accompaniment. Placing her hand in his palm, the girl reminded herself once again that this man did not belong to Sandy Willie. Together they walked slowly towards the park exit, enjoying the last moments of their walk under the starry sky. On the way home, sitting in the carriage, Sandy looked out the window, lost in thought. Realizing this, the gentleman asked her what she was thinking about, to which the girl replied, with a smile, that it was a secret. Killian continued to look at her. Realizing this, Sandy asked why he looked like that. Without a hint of shame, Killian replied that he couldn't take his eyes off her beauty. But these words angered Sandy even more, because Alexandra was truly beautiful. Suddenly, Killian moved closer to her, and she felt his warmth beside her. Suddenly, without saying a word, Killian gently touched her lips, filling them with a soft kiss. The girl tried to push him away, but it was in vain. She tried to pull away, but his kiss was too attractive and she couldn't resist. Succumbing to the moment, Killian slowly let his hands drop. Realizing this, the girl immediately came to her senses. Gathering strength, she pushed his hand away. The gentleman was simply dumbfounded. He didn't even understand what had happened. When Killian leaned in again, Sandy decisively turned away, avoiding his kiss. The gentleman felt like a pervert and demanded that Alexandra explain her ridiculous behavior. The girl, indignant, replied that he should ask about that. Killian believed that such a gesture was natural for a couple who was already engaged. But Sandy was of the opinion that such displays of intimacy were inappropriate before marriage. The girl said that even if they were engaged, they would be cursed for such behavior. But the Lord considered this nonsense. And when he heard that these were his father's words, he was speechless with surprise. After these words, he realized that continuing to insist was useless, and he only silently cursed Count Clement for such torment. Sandy believed that Killian was being dishonest. At the same time, Killian was sure that Alexandra was dishonest. After all, it was she who insisted that the gentleman be her fiancé, and even forbade communication with other women. But Sandy didn't understand how this related to the current situation. And when she heard the girl's words that he was behaving like a scoundrel, he became completely enraged. He accused the girl of behaving like a prude. Then Sandy strongly objected, saying that this was not true at all because she allowed him to kiss her, based on the fact that he was her fiancé, but Killian believed this was even worse. Moreover, he believed that touching a girl's body during a kiss was quite normal, and he didn't understand why Alexandra, although she allowed kisses, was outraged when he tried to touch her breasts. Sandy was disappointed with her young master's conclusions and thought they were disgusting. Killian believed that the girl was going too far by playing touch, but Sandy stood firm. Moreover, Lady Alexandra was embarrassed even by a simple kiss. In this situation, Sandy believed that the gentleman was only thinking of himself. Killian showed no understanding of Sandy's and Alexandra's feelings. He didn't try to understand them. And in response to this, Sandy severely asked him how he could consider himself a true gentleman if he hadn't been able to control his lust for only a few months. Before their wedding, they started fighting because what was normal for Killian was of great importance to Sandy. Realizing that the argument was dragging on, Killian decided to leave it at that. But Sandy was too offended to calm down. Killian, feeling very annoyed, looked at Alexandra and ordered her to stop insulting them. The atmosphere in the carriage was simply terrible. In such a mood, they didn't even notice how they arrived at the estate. Hearing the servant's words that they had arrived at Clement's estate, the girl hastily said goodbye and formally thanked him for a good day. Furious, Sandy, regardless of decorum, decisively jumped out of the carriage. Killian was also furious, remembering Alexandra's insults. He was determined to take revenge on her. Morning has come. The Count was simply in a bad mood due to problems at work. He was not satisfied with the new bill recently passed. According to him, the minimum wage was increased, which meant the Count had to pay common workers, and their current salary doubled. Moreover, this project was pushed by Killian himself, but the Countess believed that they could use Alexandra after him. In the end, Killian's relationship with his fiancée improved noticeably. However, the Count did not entirely agree with his wife, since Killian is the one who even goes against his grandfather in political matters. The Countess still believed that Alexandra exerted some influence over her fiancé. Therefore, they decided to use their only trump card. The Count cheerfully announced to his sister that the day had come when she could be useful to the family. And to put more pressure on her, he added that her father in heaven would be very happy if she succeeded. The Count told Alexandra that she needed to stop the bill approved by Killian Winfried by all possible means. Hearing these words, the girl paled with surprise. The day has come when Sandy will meet Killian. After the last fight, she really didn't want to go to the Chamberlain estate. She was worried that the gentleman was still angry, and besides, the Count's request was very strange. Sandy was worried that the young master no longer wanted to see her. When she arrived, the gentleman was already waiting outside. She didn't expect to see Killian, but when she got out of the carriage, she greeted him awkwardly. Killian replied with a smile. Sandy was once again fascinated by the young master. The girl understood that Killian couldn't forget what happened that night, but by Killian's behavior. She thought that maybe he realized his mistake. She was determined that if the young master apologized, she would forgive and also apologize. But when she entered the room, the girl was extremely surprised. There was a stick on the table, and she decided to find out what it was. Killian replied with a satisfied expression that it was a switch. Knowing what they were using it for, the girl asked fearfully why it was there. She couldn't believe what she heard when she heard that he was going to whip the fragile girl. But Killian calmly showed her the exit, telling her that if she wanted to be a fragile girl, then she could leave. The gentleman added in a stern voice that during classes, she was not a fragile girl or his fiancé, but a student. Sandy assumed that Killian was angry about that night, but the boy pretended that this was not the case at all. However, she instantly recognized his deception. To the girl's comment that this was too petty, Killian replied that if something didn't suit her, then she could safely look for another tutor. He replied to every word Sandy said with sarcasm. The conversation over, they began their studies. This time, the questions were more difficult than usual, but Killian did not admit it. He said that all the necessary information was in Alexandra's homework. However, Sandy still insisted that the gentleman deliberately made them more difficult. Killian, in turn, argued that this was absurd, and since the girl failed the test, she deserved punishment. Seeing Killian pick up the switch, Sandy flinched and asked him fearfully if he was really going to do this. To which Killian reminded her with a malicious smile that he is now her teacher, and she his student. To all the girls' protests, there was one answer. If something doesn't suit her, then she is free to look for another mentor. Realizing that further argument was useless, Sandy humbly extended her hands, showing that she was willing to accept the punishment. Killian did not think that the arrogant Alexandra would agree to receive blows from someone. But even trembling with fear, Sandy was not going to give up. The moment the gentleman raised his cane to strike, Sandy scolded herself for admiring the young master so much. After a while, the blow still hadn't been delivered. Feeling something touch her hand, Sandy slowly opened her eyes to check. It turned out that instead of striking, Killian lightly tapped her palms. Sandy was very surprised when she realized that this was the punishment. Noticing her surprise, Killian decided to clarify if this was really not enough for her. Then the girl, quickly hiding her hands, replied that it was more than enough. To help Alexandra relax a little, Killian announced a 10-minute break. Sandy felt bad for her wrong assumptions about Killian and sincerely apologized for the misunderstanding. Killian accepted her apology and noted that she had almost immediately taken revenge that night. Sandy was surprised because she didn't understand what revenge was if Killian didn't even resort to physical violence. Killian was offended that Alexandra thought of him that way. He explained that he wasn't so pathetic as to take pleasure in taking revenge by hurting the lady. When the girl asked what the pointer was for, he replied that it was for discipline, and the revenge was that Killian decided that he would not lay a finger on Alexandra until she asked about perfumes. Sandy was surprised to hear this, as it didn't seem like revenge, but Killian insisted that this was it. He was sure that over time the girl would understand everything, and argued that he would continue even married, and that they would not spend the night together unless Alexandra asked him to. Sandy still didn't consider this a problem and thought she was lucky. Then Killian added that from now on there would be no kisses either. The girl easily agreed, not understanding what the young master was thinking. This time, Sandy timed it herself, and as soon as 10 minutes passed, she got up from her seat and reported this, offering to return to classes. Killian was simply dumbfounded by Alexandra's reaction because she didn't react at all, even after hearing that nothing would happen between them on their wedding night. The gentleman assumed that the girl hadn't heard his words, but Sandy calmly replied that she understood everything. She said with a smile that she perfectly understood what this meant and suggested they return to class. The conceited gentleman was discouraged by his fiancée's indifference. After a busy day, a quiet night has arrived, when everything around us freezes, and nature rests. Sandy slept peacefully in her room. Suddenly, as usual out of nowhere, the real Alexandra came to visit. Waking up from the noise, Sandy was frightened to see Alexandra in front of her, and the lady was frightened by her sudden scream. Both were scared to death. Alexandra was indignant at such a greeting from the maid. Sandy asked her to appear the same way next time as before. Alexandra took her favorite spot on the sofa and asked Sandy if she was taking good care of her body. The girl replied yes. Sandy also told the teacher that Killian agreed to teach her, so she is studying hard. Alexandra was pleased with the news and praised Sandy. After so long, Alexandra decided to ask the name of the girl who had taken over her body. Sandy awkwardly replied that she was Alexandra. The lady was stunned by this news. She thought Sandy was lying, but the girl confidently affirmed that it was true, and she gave her full name, Alexandra Willie. But she added that everyone calls her Sandy because they think Alexandra is too proud a name for a maid. Alexandra completely agreed with this opinion. Sandy gathered her courage and asked her mistress if there was anything unusual when she met her fiancé. After hearing that there was nothing unusual, Sandy talked about Heather's words that the lady was initially interested in Killian, but changed after the meeting. After these words, Alexandra also began to remember that something like this had happened. Remembering everything, she jumped up in surprise. Sandy was afraid to even imagine what kind of nightmare happened there. But everything turned out much simpler. Alexandra was angry because Killian did not fall in love with her at first sight. Sandy's face twitched in shock. She didn't know how to react. However, Alexandra continued to complain indignantly about the feelings of the beautiful Killian, since he could not appreciate her beauty. Then Sandy asked what exactly the mistress did to please him. Alexandra said that she tried to feint to show her fragility and tried to be demanding to show delicacy. She also talked a lot so that the gentleman wouldn't think she was boring. Alexandra also added that other men went crazy just by sighing next to her. But Killian didn't fall in love, not even after so much effort. But suddenly she became sad and said that it wasn't just Killian, but all the people she liked hated her. And those who loved did so only for her appearance. To cheer her up a little, Sandy said that the maids loved her, just as she loved her maids. Sandy knew how to discern, behind the mask of a spoiled bitch, the spiritual beauty, and the loneliness of a mistress who wholeheartedly wants to be loved. She was convinced that after meeting the real Alexandra, people couldn't help but fall in love with her. Sandy sincerely admitted that initially she had a negative opinion of Alexandra, considering her a bad person. However, over time, she began to like the mistress. Alexandra was moved by these words, but at the same time believed that she was not worthy of these words. Excited, Alexandra again accused Sandy of stealing her body. The lady flew irritably in circles around her body, trying to think of at least some way to fix this. She didn't understand why, among all people, it was Sandy who understood her. Not knowing how to respond to this, Sandy simply apologized. Suddenly, Alexandra threw something that looked like a coin at her and told her that she had found it on the floor, that if she wanted, she could keep it. Having said that, she disappeared into the air again. Sandy looked at her gift for a moment. It shone like a real coin. Sandy didn't know what it was, so she assumed that Alexandra had picked it up, thinking it was a coin. Killian and Elliot discussed everyday topics while having a few drinks, but Killian was lost in thought and answered reflectively, without thinking much. After hearing Killian's story that Alexandra was willing to accept punishment, Elliot assumed that she had negative feelings towards Killian. The gentleman rejected such a thought and got angry, ordering his friend to shut up. Elliot, knowing that Killian rarely showed such strong emotions, didn't miss the chance to tease him. But seeing his friend's angry look, he decided to stop before it was too late. Still, he wondered if Killian and Alexandra had fought, but the irritated gentleman did not answer that question. As an experienced boyfriend, Elliot advised his friend to take a step back this time and give Alexandra a chance to win. That said, he ordered 2 more drinks. He also added that if victory is so important to Killian, then he had better defeat the noisy congressman. Once the conversation about personal matters was over, the young aristocrats began to discuss work issues. Killian was serious about getting everyone to approve the bill this time. Suddenly, Elliot remembered that it was Count Clement who was most against this project. In this case, he suggested that this could be the cause of the disagreement between Killian and Alexandra, but the gentleman stated that his fiancée had never mentioned it. And at the same time, Killian was confident in his firmness and stated that no one, not even Alexandra, could influence him. Upon parting, Elliot again advised Killian to let her win this time. Leaving the bar, the gentleman noticed that it was snowing for the first time this year. At that moment, he thought of Alexandra. At that moment, Sandy was also outside the estate and was looking at something intently. She looked at the nutcracker with delight. Returning home, Killian noticed how enthusiastically Alexandra was looking at the shop window. Seeing her, he smiled involuntarily. Unable to control himself, Killian ran to his fiancée. The young couple was overjoyed to have met during the first snowfall. On the table was a nutcracker in the shape of an English soldier. It was made of wood and painted in the colors of the British Army. It was a gift from Killian to Alexandra. Although Sandy felt some embarrassment about the gift, her smile was hard to hide, and Killian noticed it immediately. She thanked the gentleman and promised to pay him back, for example, by paying for dinner. But Killian was against it. He believed that since he had invited her, then he should pay. Sandy, trying to please Killian, offered to buy him something he wanted. However, she wasn't sure what exactly he wanted. Seeing how Alexandra was looking at the nutcracker, Killian immediately warned her not to even think about buying such a disgusting toy. Sandy thought it was cute, while Killian thought it was creepy. She was satisfied with his gift and promised that she would find a worthy use for it. When Killian asked what, she replied that she would be cracking nuts. Killian was surprised by this answer, but the girl assured him that when she visited his property, she would personally crack nuts for him. Hearing these words, the gentleman found her very strange, but at the same time incredibly sweet. While they were talking, Sandy noticed that the snowfall was getting heavier. Since Killian had a work meeting, Sandy felt that her colleague picking her up on such a day was being rude. But the truth is that Killian was the one who picked someone up. Originally, Killian was supposed to have lunch with his grandfather and the rest of the House of Lords at Chamberlain, but he impulsively invited her to lunch, just as he bought her that nutcracker. Sandy thought she was smiling too much and tried to control her expression, but it didn't work very well, which made the gentleman think she was going to stage a scene again. Suddenly, Killian asked Alexandra if Count Clement had told her anything. Sandy decided to consult with him to see if he meant the project. She spoke honestly about the Count's request, which surprised Killian. When Killian asked her why she hadn't said anything before, Sandy replied that she didn't think it was a bad project. Killian was surprised by Alexandra's answer. Sandy explained that, although she didn't know much about laws, she was sure that aristocratic nobles had a moral responsibility as great as their honor. Therefore, she believed that paying their workers according to the law would be a worthy way to protect the honor of the Clement family. The girl summarized her speech by saying that her father had acted this way before. Therefore, she wants her brother to do business the same way her father did. Killian doubted that these were Alexandra's true thoughts, but the girl confirmed it without hesitation. The gentleman was glad that his fiancée was following in her father's footsteps and shared his views on the bill. As they were talking about the bill, Sandy wondered if it had been approved yet. Killian replied that not yet, but it would be accepted on Tuesday. He was so sure of it because he was personally going to give a speech about it. And among the bills he presented, none had been rejected yet. Hearing this, Sandy sincerely admired the young master and said she hoped it would be accepted. Killian then approached her and asked if she was only going to promise him support without taking real action. However, the girl didn't understand why she should pay to support the project. Killian recalled that she said she hoped the law would be passed. Based on this, Killian asked about the form in which he would be rewarded. To the girl's objections, saying that she is not the only one who wants this, Killian replied that between them, she is the only one who is his fiancée. Sandy had no answer for this, as Killian was an excellent speaker and a master at convincing people of meaningless things. These words for Killian, as a politician, were beyond any praise. In the end, Sandy had to agree and promise that if the law was passed, she would give him a gift of his choice, and it would also be as a token of gratitude for the nutcracker. Killian was happy to have achieved what he wanted, and replied that he would not forget this promise. Since Sandy always keeps her promises, she assured that the gentleman could trust her. Hearing this, a satisfied Killian leaned back in his seat, and looking at him, Sandy felt that he would regret this. Many days passed, flew by, and the long-awaited day of the Parliament meeting arrived. One of the members of the opposition party noticed that Killian seemed confident, and he said that, unlike him, Edvington was so nervous he couldn't even eat lunch. But the gentleman didn't care about his opponent's condition. He was confident in his victory, and now he had even greater motivation to win. Hearing this, the colleague thought Killian had been offered the position of Speaker of the main chamber. However, Killian replied with a smile that it was something more exciting than that. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Duke Winfrid. Entering the hall, the Lord Speaker took his seat. Noticing that his friend was not returning to his party, he suggested taking the opportunity to switch parties. But he refused because he could not go against his grandfather. The Marquis of Wesley was not a pacifist like Duke Winfried, so the man feared that if he decided to leave the party, he wouldn't leave him alone. Killian knew this too, so he didn't insist. The next to enter the meeting room was the Crown Prince. Every time someone of high status entered the hall, the other members of Parliament had to stand up. So Sir Wesley thought it would be better if they all entered at once. The Crown Prince took his seat, and the meeting began. Killian prepared to begin his speech. The Duke announced that each party could nominate one candidate. Killian, as the representative of his group, took his place behind the podium and greeted Sir Edvingston. Unlike Killian, his opponent showed in every aspect how tense he was. At that moment, Sandy was making the most of her gift. She showed the maids how good the nutcracker was for cracking nuts. The maids were happy that the relationship between the mistress and her fiancé was improving, and they enjoyed the nuts Alexandra gave them. In fact, Sandy was specifically looking for a nutcracker because Killian had given her an overwhelming task, and she had heard that nuts were good for the mind. And the fact that the young master gave her a nutcracker which she wanted in the first place because of him. Sounded like fate. Thinking about all this, Sandy kept cracking nuts. Remembering it was already Tuesday, she hoped Killian would win. Suddenly, the Count entered the room. Bursting into Alexandra's room without knocking, he angrily asked what she was doing. The maids hurried, as quietly as possible, to leave their mistress's chambers. Getting up from her seat, the girl calmly replied that she was cracking nuts. This was the first time the Count had seen this ugly doll, so Sandy explained that it was a nutcracker. A gift from Killian. The Count was extremely indignant that his sister was acting so carelessly, while the gentleman was strongly promoting a new bill. Sitting on the sofa, he kept blaming Alexandra, calling her useless. Continuing what she was doing, Sandy replied that her family would not suffer losses from this law, because her father paid the employees' salaries even without this, and things were going better. But the Count was furious, and believed Alexandra was too stupid to know such things. Unlike him, Sandy behaved calmly and even offered the Count some nuts. But the Count became aggressive and thought Alexandra was acting crazy. Upon hearing in response that nuts increase brain activity, the Count was stunned. The girl explained that it would be much better if her brother ate nuts, while developing a new business plan, taking labor laws into account. Hearing this, the Count shuddered with indignation. Jumping up from his seat, he walked quickly to the exit and left, slamming the door behind him. After he left, Sandy let out a sigh of relief. She prayed mentally for the young master's victory. At that moment, the debate was in full swing, and Evanston was clearly losing. He was verbally crucified. Killian's party members were glad that Killian was in the same party as them, and they hoped that after joining the House of Lords, he would not change parties. After Killian's epideictic speech, it was Evanston's turn to present his case against. He believed that paying wages to ignorant commoners meant robbing the aristocrats who were devoted to the kingdom with all their soul. In response to this, Killian directed a question to the Crown Prince, asking if he believed his subjects were ignorant people. He also asked if the father of the entire kingdom believed his people were incapable. The Crown Prince asked in return if the people of his kingdom were ignorant and inept. Killian gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. This answer made the entire room tremble. They did not understand what Killian meant. Killian explained his words by saying that commoners are ignorant because they do not have the opportunity to learn and, therefore, they are inept. And he summarized his speech by saying that from this moment on, people change. The royal family's love for them allows them to grow, and thanks to the quality of education, new opportunities will open up for them. And by growing under the tutelage of the Crown Prince, they will no longer be ignorant or inept, and the kingdom will grow with them. The Crown Prince then asked if this would be the same for everyone, and if it could be perceived as taking from those who have, and giving to those who have not. To this, Killian replied that he is not a naive optimist who believes this world can become a utopia, and he asked what would happen if the entire world followed a simple pyramid scheme. Upon hearing the prince's answer that those at the base of the pyramid would bear the entire burden, Killian asked another question. What would happen if they couldn't bear the weight? The answer was obvious. The pyramid would collapse. With this, the dialogue with the prince concluded, and Killian continued his speech by saying that this project does not involve the destruction of the order in the kingdom of Alistair, but that its goal is to protect so that society is stable. The gentleman was confident that they were from noble families who would allow this kingdom to prosper. Moreover, they were given the honor of acquiring something that would make their lands prosper even more. Evanston disagreed with this. He believed there was no honor in giving commoners what they didn't deserve, while Killian believed it was well-deserved, since they would be offered an honest salary. That's why he was sure that people who work day after day should not suffer poverty. Killian insisted that they should at least provide normal living conditions for those at the base of the pyramid, and support them. Every word he spoke hit the mark, so his opponent had nothing to reply to his arguments. Killian concluded his speech with the words that this is the honor and prestige of the Winfred family, and the question of what Evanston's prestige is. After a successful debate, Killian returned to the estate. Henry was incredibly proud of his master and was glad to have served such a man. As they traveled in the carriage, the gentleman asked his assistant an unexpected question about whether he looked smarter today. Henry replied without hesitation that his master was not only smart, but also elegant. Killian already knew about this, so he regretted that ordinary people were not allowed to observe the vote. After all, he would have liked the lady to see the process. He still remembered Alexandra's words that he was beautiful on the outside, but terrible on the inside. So he wanted to show her that not even His Majesty had a heart as beautiful as hers. Killian was determined to change the law so that all residents could see the meeting. And Alexandra Clement in particular would see how generous her fiancé was. Henry was simply surprised by his majestic master's foolish behavior. Suddenly, the gentleman asked him when there would be a meeting to discuss aid for the peasants. After checking the schedule, Henry replied that it would take place at the Grenville estate that Friday evening. But the assistant was not sure about the need to spend so much money on the peasants, because most of them are people who do not want to work. However, Killian was confident that it would be worth it, even if the money only changed the lives of a dozen people. As a businessman, he could not waste money when the chances of success were slim. But as a politician, he was determined to do everything possible to ensure that the kingdom accepted him. They may seem useless in the world, but they only have one life, and Killian was convinced that no life was useless. Hearing his speech, Henry once again saw before him the knight he had always admired so much. Meanwhile, Killian was immersed in thoughts about what to ask Alexandra to tease her as much as possible. Seeing Killian's expression, Henry began to worry about Mrs. Clement. Killian kept thinking about it with a very serious face. Time flew by, and the day came when Alexandra and Killian studied together. At the entrance to the estate, she was greeted by the head maid, who told her that the young master was riding a horse, so he would be a little late, and asked if she wanted some tea. Sandy politely declined and said she would drink with her fiancé when he returned. Once alone, Sandy sighed in relief, as she hadn't realized immediately that she had arrived too early. Assuming Killian wouldn't be back soon, Sandy decided to look around a bit. The first thing that caught her eye was the misplaced items. There were fingerprints on the chandeliers and too much dust on the furniture. Knowing that the young master was very neat and loved cleanliness and order, Sandy shuddered in surprise. Thinking Killian would be late, she decided to clean up a bit as a small gift for his good performance. She dusted and straightened the curtains. Then she started putting things in order on the table. After a while, she finished cleaning. Suddenly, sensing someone's presence, the girl froze. Standing in the doorway was Killian, who had been watching her for some time. Seeing him, pale Sandy greeted him, not knowing how much he had seen. The girl, trying to hide her excitement, congratulated him on winning the debate. She also said she would keep her promise and fulfill his wishes. Killian interrupted her and began looking around. Sandy waited with great anticipation for what he would say. Unexpectedly, the gentleman asked her if she was sure she wasn't a kleptomaniac. He asked this question because he noticed the girl was looking for something. The girl, panicking, began to deny everything, saying she was bored alone, so she decided to look around the room. Sandy was indignant that Killian called his own fiancé a thief, but Killian reminded her that she herself had recently compared her fiancé to a bully. The girl replied that the gentleman was indeed behaving like that, to which Killian pointed out that he also had reason to consider Alexandra a thief. Realizing that from the outside it really looked like that, Sandy made a request to Killian. Sitting in a chair, she asked the gentleman if he had come up with a wish yet, but Killian didn't want to change the subject so easily. Not missing another opportunity to tease his sweet fiancé. Approaching, he said it would be bad if rumors spread that the future prime minister's wife is a kleptomaniac. Hearing his voice right behind her, the girl turned reflexively. At that moment, their gazes met, and Sandy's heart began to beat fast. Noticing her red cheeks, Killian smiled. Embarrassed, Sandy turned back and demanded that the gentleman no longer introduce her in such an insulting way. Killian then replied that perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Then he left the room, saying it would take him some time to think about the gift, since he didn't want anything boring. As Sandy watched her fiancé leave, her heart pounded. When he left the room, Killian asked her to wait a moment. This was the first time Sandy saw the young master in his riding uniform. He said he would be back as soon as he changed clothes. Seeing such a charming young man, Sandy couldn't calm down. She felt hot and, to cool down a bit, used a fan. After a while, Killian returned in disguise. He was extremely surprised to see Alexandra lying on the sofa fanning herself. Sandy explained that perhaps the theft charges were taking a toll on her fragile body. This didn't sound very convincing. He tapped the fan with a pointer and demanded that Alexandra put it away. Then he started hitting her with a stick to force her to stand up. Using a pointer, he seated Alexandra and straightened her back. He also adjusted her chin and shoulders. When he finished, he reminded Alexandra that here she was a simple student, so she should sit properly. The girl realized her mistake and apologized. Subsequently, Killian announced the start of today's lesson. The lesson was dedicated to playing the piano. The girl was surprised to learn that Killian had brought the piano into the room especially for her. Then, the gentleman explained that, since Alexandra would soon become the mistress of the estate, they could not allow all the chamberlain servants to hear her terrible playing. Hearing this, the girl felt uncomfortable, but immediately reminded Killian that it was for his own good. Because they were engaged, although Killian grumbled the whole time, he diligently continued to teach his fiancée everything a true aristocrat needs to know. After playing a composition, Sandy, satisfied with herself, asked her mentor if she had played correctly. In response, he applauded sarcastically and called her a musical genius, then told her to play another composition. Curious maids listened outside the door, trying to figure out what the young couple was doing. Hearing these terrible sounds, they didn't even imagine that it was the work of the elegant Alexandra. One of them suggested that Logan had climbed onto the keys, but the other immediately refuted this idea, reminding him that they always locked him in different rooms when Lady Alexandra visited. Then, one of the maids thought that perhaps the young master had bought a new cat. But this idea was also refuted by the assumption that this time, the young couple was sitting at the piano. The other maids believed it too. Hearing their conversations, the head maid scolded the maids for their vulgar thoughts. The maid was happy that Killian and his fiancée were getting closer, but at the same time believed they should be more careful not to create so many rumors. Although she didn't want to disturb the young couple, she had to knock on the door and inform them that the gentleman had received an urgent letter, since it bore the royal seal. Hearing the knock, Sandy shuddered in fear and stopped playing. She immediately went to the sofa. Killian was very happy that his terrible playing was interrupted and believed that Madame Anderson had saved him. Opening the door, he asked what the letter was about and took it. Upon learning that the letter came from Welraid Castle, Sandy assumed it was something important. Killian read the letter and said that the Crown Prince was inviting them to Welraid Castle. Sandy was extremely surprised to learn that her name also appeared on the invitation. Killian confirmed this and handed her the letter so she could make sure. But the first thing Alexandra thought when she looked at the letter was that the Crown Prince had very beautiful handwriting. Killian's competitive spirit was awakened, and he immediately noticed that the prince most likely hadn't written it himself. And in any case, his handwriting was much better. An awkward silence reigned in the room. Seeing how attentively Alexandra read the letter, Killian asked her if her fierce desire to become queen was stirring her, to which the girl, indignant, asked him to stop saying such strange things. But Killian continued to say that her absurd ambitions would never come true, since the Crown Prince would come to his senses when he saw her play the piano, or her dancing skills. He maintained that there would be no one more selfless than him to agree to train her, and no matter how much she dreamed of becoming queen, she was destined to be a duchess. Every word he said was like a knife in the heart. So, in revenge, the girl said that perhaps the Crown Prince was much more selfless, patient and generous than the gentleman. Hearing this, Killian became angry and told her to go back to the piano. His eyes flashed with rage. Sandy's performance was so terrible that Killian almost went deaf. Although he was initially going to punish Alexandra this way, in the end, he felt he was the only one suffering. During all this time, Sandy never stopped looking for her father. 2 weeks after submitting her application, she returned to see if there was any news. The policeman replied that nothing was known. She was devastated by this news. After asking, Sandy left and said she would be back. She walked with sadness in her eyes, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Suddenly she realized she was in a familiar place. This was the shop where she accidentally met Killian and received a gift from him. Then she started looking for Killian around her, but couldn't find him. Looking at her reflection, Sandy mentally addressed herself, wondering why she expected another encounter, and reminding herself that the time she spent with the young master did not belong to her. She reminded herself that all his words, looks, and smiles were not dedicated to Sandy Willie, but to Alexandra Clement, and everything she does is, unknowingly, occupying the mistress's body and impersonating her. To cheer herself up a bit, Sandy decided to think positively and perceive this situation as a miracle and a blessing. Since she had left the estate under the pretext of going shopping, she needed to buy some food before returning. Since the sweets last time were delicious, she decided to buy more. But this time, the merchant significantly increased the price. Although Sandy understood that it was all because she looked like an aristocrat, she still thought tripling the price was too much. The woman agreed to reduce the price by only 5 crowns, saying she was willing to sell it for 45. So, the girl decided she was willing to let him inflate the price twice. But no more, and she said she was willing to pay 50 crowns for 5 boxes. Pretending to offer a discount, the merchant quickly agreed. Having hidden one of the boxes, she decided to give it to her damned mistress. The day of the next lesson arrived. Seeing Alexandra play, Killian concluded that, along with her memory, the girl had also lost her sense of rhythm. But the girl was sure she was playing what was written on the notes. Killian then explained that her lack of tact applies to both dancing and playing the piano. Since frankly, she is offbeat, Sandy tried with all her might, but nothing worked, and the problem wasn't in her head, but in her body. Suddenly, Killian asked Alexandra to be honest and answer who she really was. Panicking, Sandy asked what he meant. Killian thought Alexandra looked cute when she panicked, so he decided to tease her a little more. And he asked her another question about whether she was a traitor impersonating Alexandra. And in a serious tone, he asked to be told where she was hiding the real Alexandra. The girl collapsed, thinking that Killian had guessed everything. Realizing this, Killian became worried. He asked her what had happened to her, what was worrying her, and why she was acting like a stranger. When she expressed her fears that Killian might hate her if he found out about her deception, he was surprised. Killian smiled, thinking that the girl had deliberately come up with this answer to surprise him. So he replied without hesitation that of course he would hate her, because nobody likes to be deceived. And even if a fake tried hard to be real, that doesn't change anything, because a fake is a fake. Hearing these words, the girl suggested taking a short break. Killian considered this a sign of immaturity, as they still had a lot of work to do before the break. But the girl felt unwell, so she insisted she needed a break. Seeing her pale face and trembling hands, Killian asked her worriedly if she was okay. Sandy replied that she felt dizzy from the long practice, but that perhaps she would feel better after resting a bit. After hearing this, Killian agreed to take a break. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Taking advantage of this, Killian walked away, leaving Alexandra to rest. Sandy tried to calm her heart with the words that everything was fine, because she knew from the beginning that the fake would never become real. When Killian returned, the girl already felt much better. The gentleman was happy to learn that Alexandra was better. Sitting next to her, Killian said that after that incident, the girl had changed a lot, which made him think she was a different person. But this time, Sandy didn't panic and replied that that was absurd. Killian understood it himself. After all, if you look closely, then, without a doubt, before him is the real Alexandra Clement. Sandy felt relieved and happy hearing these words. Seeing how happy she was, Killian said she was definitely a perfect original. These words made her want to cry, but Sandy forced herself to smile, as befits a true original. Given her delicate health, Killian offered to end the lesson, but Sandy refused. Despite all the gentleman's concerns, the girl insisted on continuing the lesson. Although Sandy knew she was fake, she didn't want to finish the program. She played another song on the piano. Sandy solved several exams that Killian had specifically written for their classes. After finishing the lesson, Killian informed Alexandra that there was no homework for today, so she should rest well, and that tomorrow he would pick her up at 11 a.m. Tomorrow was the day they were supposed to go to the royal palace. Sandy was furious hearing once again that she shouldn't behave like a duchess who wants to become queen. She looked at the young gentleman, mentally scolding him for his tactless jokes. When they got to the carriage, Sandy still didn't know how to give Killian the sweets she had brought with her. But Killian noticed she was hesitating and assumed she wanted to say something, which surprised her. Panicking, she put the box in his hands and told him he could take them or not. And then, embarrassed, she ran to the carriage. Observing Killian's reaction, she tried to act like a young lady. The gentleman was still looking at this box with consternation. This made him smile genuinely. The next day, they arrived at the royal castle. Seeing Alexandra looking around with admiration, Killian said it seemed like it was her first time here. Realizing she had made a mistake again, Sandy hurried to refute his words. As they walked, the girl noticed that it looked a bit like the Chamberlain Castle. Killian proudly reported that both castles were built by the same family of architects. Hearing this, Sandy assumed that Chamberlain was built to imitate a royal palace. Killian became furious when he heard this. He said that Chamberlain was built 20 years before the palace. The king was so impressed with Chamberlain that he sought out architects to build it. Realizing that the girl had also forgotten this, Killian decided that in the next lesson they would have a lesson on the history of the Winfred family. The crown prince was already waiting for his guests at the dining room door. Seeing the crown prince, Killian and Sandy greeted him. Sandy tried to do everything right and was very nervous. Leopold was the first to greet Killian with an indifferent face. And when he looked at Alexandra, a happy smile appeared on his face. Killian didn't like that his fiancée returned the prince's smile. He burned with rage, thinking that Alexandra was trying to attract the crown prince's attention. Killian was determined not to let the prince be seduced by Alexandra's beauty. Feeling Killian's gaze on her, Sandy looked at him and their eyes met. At that moment, the girl smiled tenderly. But remembering that the real Alexandra doesn't behave like that, she immediately turned away. At that moment, she looked very sweet and charming. The crown prince, Killian, and Alexandra sat at the same table. Alexandra and Leopold talked about their general dislike for dancing and how they preferred to watch others dance. The crown prince added that a glass of champagne greatly improves the show. Hearing these words, Alexandra remembered that at that moment she was standing with a glass of champagne. So blushing with shame, she agreed. Killian, looking at her, didn't understand what was happening and where it was all going. It was strange to see the prince talking about champagne with a smile, and even stranger was the fact that his smile made the lady blush. Leopold turned to Alexandra again, told her he liked music, and asked about her preferences. Sandy replied with a smile that she also liked music, and above all, she liked listening to the piano. Suddenly, the prince turned to Killian. He asked for permission to invite Alexandra to dance next time, as a small gesture of their friendship. Killian really wanted to say no, but he couldn't refuse the request of the member of the royal family. Having received Killian's consent, he turned to Alexandra with the same question. Sandy honestly replied that after that accident, she didn't know how to dance well, and she was afraid of dishonoring the crown prince. But Leopold didn't care. Moreover, he said that he also danced poorly. Killian, watching from the side with disgust, barely concealed his irritation. The crown prince was not involved in any scandals with women. So many nobles believed he was gay. But today, he proved that he is not interested in men. After all, in order to dance with Alexandra, Leopold, being the only man in high society who dances as well as Killian, he lied to her by saying he dances poorly, and his strategy worked perfectly. Sandy agreed to dance with him at the next ball. Hearing this, Killian decided there would be no waltz lessons until Alexandra danced with the crown prince. After lunch, Alexandra and Killian headed home. As they drove, Killian informed Alexandra that from now on, he would not teach her. Sandy asked what exactly she had done wrong. Killian angrily replied that even Logan would learn more if he taught him with such enthusiasm. Sandy became furious hearing that Killian thought the dog was smarter than her. But Killian replied that this was not what he meant at all. He reproached her for not understanding metaphors, but Sandy understood everything perfectly and realized that this was not a metaphor, but a mockery. Then, Killian expressed everything directly, criticizing her behavior and communication with the crown prince. Although objectively, the girl behaved quite elegantly and even sweetly, but Killian felt offended because she smiled so cheerfully at the crown prince, and not at him. Summarizing his words, Sandy asked if this meant there was no point in teaching her anymore, because she smiled widely at the crown prince and was even worse than his dog. Sandy was furious that Killian was insulting her for stupid reasons, and she assumed he was simply jealous. Killian immediately denied these words. Sandy was sure that, whether he was jealous or not, Killian had no right to criticize her. Killian tried to blame Alexandra for making unfounded accusations, but Sandy insisted that all his complaints were more than justified. Moreover, she believed that someone who had fun with other women, ignoring his fiancée, had no right to condemn her simply for smiling. Killian replied that Alexandra should have said earlier that she didn't like it because she acted as if she didn't care. So it wasn't fair to blame him for that now. Besides, he had never dated the princess. More precisely, he never dated girls who could threaten Alexandra's position, while she smiles at the only man in the kingdom who could threaten her status. To Sandy, it was so absurd that she didn't even know what to say. Killian took this as a victory, while Sandy simply saw no point in continuing to talk about this topic. As they continued to argue, the carriage stopped. Without waiting for the servant to open the door, Sandy opened the door herself to get out. Killian got up to see her off, but Sandy left without waiting. And then, slamming the door in his face, the girl said goodbye to him without giving him a chance to finish the sentence. As she closed the door, she accidentally touched his leg, causing a sharp burst of pain. Hearing a sudden cry, Sandy turned around. But she didn't return, but simply ran back to the estate, leaving everything as it was. Realizing this, one of the servants asked Killian if everything was all right with him. The gentleman replied that everything was fine. Leaning back in his seat, he ordered them to leave immediately. Angrily, he decided that from now on, he would not interfere in her affairs, and he didn't care if she became queen or not, but he immediately changed his mind, thinking that he would not break the engagement just for Alexandra's ambitions. And he was sure that the crown prince should be grateful to him for not allowing such an incompetent duchess to become queen. After a busy day, a quiet night has arrived, when everything around us freezes, and nature rests. Count Clement was again dissatisfied with something, encountering Alexandra with bottles of alcohol in her hands late at night. He asked her what she was doing. Sandy replied that she had taken some inferior bottles from the warehouse to drink. The count didn't care about his sister, so he left everything as it was and just walked away. Leaning on the pillows, he laughed, recalling the recent scene. Waking up from his laughter, the countess asked him what exactly was making him laugh so much. Then, the count said that he had found a way to get revenge on Killian for the new bill. They would marry him to Alexandra as soon as possible. Hearing this, the countess thought her husband was drunk again. At that moment, Sandy was having fun drinking with the maids. One of the maids suggested that becoming queen was much better than becoming a duchess. Most of the maids considered the crown prince the best option. In response, the already drunk Sandy said she would then ask the mistress who she preferred. But none of the maids paid attention to this, as they were also drunk. Every time she remembered Killian, Sandy got angry, and to calm down, she cracked nuts with a nutcracker. The real Alexandra was surprised to see the chaos in her room. Sandy was crying sitting on the sofa, but Alexandra didn't even pay attention to her and demanded that she clean everything immediately. Finally, noticing her tears, Alexandra asked what had happened. In response, Sandy apologized and said she would clean everything now. But the lady allowed me to do it later, and calling me, asked what had happened to me. Sandy said it was because of the young master. Alexandra was very surprised when she heard this. Sandy said that Killian said she was slower than Logan, but Alexandra didn't know who Logan was. So Sandy replied that he was her dog. Hearing this, Alexandra, indignant, began to fly around Sandy and ask what she had done, since she now has a worse reputation than a dog. In response to this, Sandy only asked for forgiveness because no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't become like the real Alexandra. Seeing her in this state, the lady became even angrier. Hearing Alexandra's unexpected scream, Sandy dropped the bottle in fright. Sandy had never heard Alexandra curse so loudly before. The angry lady cursed at her boyfriend, wishing him death by lightning. At that very moment, a deafening thunderclap was heard. Killian woke up to Logan's barking. It was raining outside the window. Realizing that his owner had woken up, the dog ran to him, wagging its tail. Seeing her, Killian smiled and petted his pet, then apologized to her for comparing her to that terrible woman. And then he called the dog to come to him. Seeing the familiar gesture, Logan immediately jumped onto the bed. And luckily, of all places, he chose to jump on Killian's bad leg. There was no fracture, so the leg should have healed in a few days. But Killian was worried that rumors had already spread throughout Chamberlain. Because one of the servants saw how his leg met the carriage door, he was determined to take revenge on Alexandra for such humiliation. Killian kept recalling her smile and indignation. He enjoyed teasing her and was glad to have a reason to provoke her even more. During this time, Alexandra continued to complain about Killian, and this time, not even Sandy defended him. Seeing that Killian disliked Alexandra, Sandy asked her what she thought about becoming queen. The lady didn't understand why she was asked this question, so Sandy told her that Leopold might be interested in her. But Alexandra wasn't sure about this, since except for Killian, all the nobles treated her well. Sandy added that the crown prince invited her to dance. Alexandra jumped for joy when she heard this news. Sandy told her that the crown prince had received Killian's consent to dance with her at the next ball. Upon learning that Sandy had also given her consent, Alexandra praised her. Alexandra, like all aristocrats, liked Leopold Fraser. Then Sandy asked if this meant the lady liked the crown prince more than Killian. Since they are the most worthy husband candidates in all of Alistair, the choice was quite difficult. But if you compare them, Killian was a little more popular. However, it was difficult to say who Alexandra personally liked more. While the lady was thinking, Sandy decided to tidy up a bit. According to Alexandra, if you compare personality and reputation, Leopold wins. But on the other hand, Killian is a little prettier. However, Sandy thought the crown prince was also quite handsome. So Alexandra explained to her that they have different types of beauty. Hearing the words that Leopold was handsome in an ordinary way and Killian in an erotic way from the lips of a chaste mistress, Sandy was stunned. But regardless of whether she becomes queen or duchess, Alexandra believed that. First, Sandy must defeat the beast. She could not allow Sandy to be compared to Logan while in her body. That said, Alexandra disappeared again, ordering the room to be cleaned. After leaving, Sandy was still thinking about what the mistress meant when talking about beauty in an erotic sense. Having not yet found an answer, she decided to start cleaning for now. And in the next lesson, observe the young master more closely. And then came another day of joint activities. Both Killian and Sandy put on work smiles, pretending nothing had happened, but the atmosphere between them left much to be desired. Passing by one of the rooms, they heard Logan barking. Offended, Sandy immediately noticed that her opponent was eager to win. Barely containing her laughter, Killian replied that he hoped she had the enthusiasm to compete with him. Despite the situation, for Killian, Alexandra was quite attractive and seductive. Entering the room, Killian immediately asked Sandy to take her place. He locked the door to prevent anyone from entering. I took off my jacket to feel freer and loosened his tie so it wouldn't get in the way. Rolling up his sleeves, he suggested that they start early. To start, he brought a huge pile of oversized books. Under Killian's strict supervision, Sandy studied hard. She was not allowed to take a break until she scored 40 points. Sandy was sure that Killian had deliberately selected questions so that she could not get the required number of points. She was partly right, as there was indeed a question that was difficult even for students of the Royal Academy. But Killian denied everything. The girl was sure that the gentleman was simply taking out his anger on her for what happened that day. He continued to deny everything and torment her under the pretext of studying. So Sandy decided to pretend she had a fever and felt unwell. But this also had no effect, since Killian, who touched her forehead, immediately realized that this was not the case. Now Sandy understood why her student couldn't stand it and ran away, heels flashing. But still, she made a firm decision that she would never run away or give up. Still, she wondered why he treated the poor and the servants with such kindness and tenderness, but was so cruel to his students and to her. Killian replied that what he hated most were parasites. He believes that if you are born with the privilege of a noble, you must fulfill your responsibilities. However, most aristocrats do not want to work as hard as the rest. Moreover, they want to have fun and get more things than they can handle, and Killian believed this was extremely shameless. But not everyone in this world is as smart as Killian, and because what Killian wanted from his student, Christopher, heir to Count William, it wasn't outstanding grades, but hard work and determination. What Killian despised about him wasn't his low grades, but his outlook on life. Sandy was once again fascinated by the young master, his speeches, and his sweet voice. While Sandy was daydreaming, Killian turned to her and told her that all this applied to her too, since she was the daughter of the Clement family and would soon become Lady Winfred. And this meant she had a responsibility to make an effort. For this role, Killian would be happy if Alexandra became the most intelligent lady and elegant in all of Liberton, but even if she failed in her attempts to guess the prospects and responsibilities, that would be enough. Sandy thought Killian was demanding that she become the greatest noblewoman, but Killian said her grades haven't been that bad so far. Sandy was pleasantly surprised to hear these words, as they sounded like a compliment coming from Killian. And the reason his teaching methods get harsher over time is because he doesn't think she's stupid. Killian was sure that if he trained Alexandra well, she would become the most intelligent noble and educated, as she had a rather lively spirit. Hearing this, Sandy enthusiastically asked the most important question of the day. Does this mean she is better than Logan? Killian did not expect such a question from her. He did not answer this question, but told her not to waste time and to finish what she had started. As the girl wrote enthusiastically, Killian placed a kind of box on the table. Timidly, he said he found it on the floor. Seeing the beautiful chocolates, the girl asked if it was really for her, to which Killian replied that he picked it up so Alexandra could have it. After thanking Kiliana, Sandy began the tasting. She did her best to control her emotions and not smile so as not to be caught. She tried to be arrogant and haughty, like the real Alexandra, but still, she invited Killian to try as well. The gentleman took a piece of chocolate and looked at her with a smile. Sandy admired his every move. Looking at him, Sandy finally understood what the mistress's words meant, that Killian was erotically beautiful. The girl took another candy, but Killian stopped her. With a devilish smile, he warned her that she wouldn't leave this room until she correctly answered all his questions. After theory, the rest of the classes for aristocrats began, starting with Euphrasia. Then there was a piano lesson, although Sandy was still doing poorly. And finally, the long-awaited break has arrived. Killian was not satisfied with Alexandra's pose, but Sandy asked him to at least not think of her as a student during the break. Sandy was worried that if she didn't lie down for at least a minute, she wouldn't be able to endure the waltz lessons. But Killian reassured her by telling her there would be no waltz lessons today. Sandy was extremely surprised, because the most important thing for them now is to dedicate more time to dancing. But the gentleman replied that it was impossible, as his front leg was injured. Hearing this, the worried girl asked how and where he got hurt. Then Killian said that while getting out of the carriage, an uncivilized thug slammed the door so hard it almost broke. Sandy, pale, replied that she didn't slam the door hard enough to hurt anyone. And yet, if it was really a bruise, she felt the need to apologize. However, Sandy noticed that during their lessons, Killian didn't seem to be in pain. And although this was true, and the pain in his ankle subsided the next day, it was the perfect excuse to skip the Val's lessons. So the gentleman lied, saying he simply endured the pain for the sake of their activities. Hearing this, Sandy noticed that despite having such a strong physique, Killian is much gentler than he appears. Killian's face twisted at the words. His pride was hurt. As if not understanding this, Sandy continued to say with an innocent face that if it was because of his fragile condition. Then she understood and didn't mind postponing the Val's lessons until he got better. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who said the Duke was calling Killian to his house, and that the gentleman had to leave his fiancée for a while. After he left, Sandy lay back down to rest a little longer. After living in the mistress's body for so long, Sandy noticed that, even though she exercised regularly, Alexandra's body was still weak, and she supposed that was why the lady was always so sensitive and annoyed. While the door was ajar, the dog decided to look inside. Sandy was surprised to see her. The dog playfully ran into the room and started looking around. Sandy was incredibly happy to see Logan again after so long. Hearing Sandy's voice, Logan began to sneak closer to her. Seeing that not even Logan recognized her, Sandy was upset because, besides the young master, she was the only person on the Winford estate whom she loved. She sadly realized that not even Logan saw her as Sandy anymore. At that moment, Logan looked at the girl curiously and then suddenly jumped on her, making the girl scared, thinking the dog was going to bite her. But Logan started licking her happily. Sandy was happy to think that Logan recognized her after all. She greeted him with joy. Realizing that Logan was not in his room, Killian ran to the room worriedly. The maids ran after him and were stunned to see Logan and Alexandra. Realizing that everyone was looking at them, Sandy panicked. Then she thought the only way out was to faint again. Seeing this, the maids rushed to take the dog away, and Killian placed her on the sofa. Realizing the girl wasn't regaining consciousness, Killian picked her up to take her to the doctor. Seeing that the girl was no longer talking to him, Logan became upset. Then Sandy silently waved her hand to calm him down. Noticing her gesture, the dog happily wagged its tail again. After examining Sandy, the doctor reported that she had simply lost consciousness due to shock, and that she would wake up after a short rest. Hearing this, the Duke and Killian breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning that everything was fine with the girl, the Duke left everything to Killian. And left. Killian, standing by the girl's bed, felt the weight of guilt and the awareness of his responsibility for her current condition. Even her irritated gaze amused him, so he wanted to tease her a little. But he didn't want to let it get to that. Mentally asking for forgiveness, Killian kissed her tenderly and then left her to rest. And left the room. Amazed and stunned by the kiss, Sandy suddenly opened her eyes when Killian was already gone. Remembering the young master's words that he wouldn't approach her until she apologized, Sandy thought about what would happen if she teased Killian in the mistress's usual whimsical tone. And yet, Sandy knew this was something she couldn't tell the young master, nor the lady, nor anyone else on the planet. So she decided to keep this wonderful moment just for herself. Sandy started crying from the surge of emotions, not understanding why tears were running down her cheeks. Another bright morning arrived. Killian got dressed and listened to his assistant about his schedule for the day, reporting that the visit to the orphanage was scheduled for the evening. Henry added that the meeting of women volunteers would also come there in the evening to present gifts, and that they could see Lady Alexandra. Hearing this, Killian ordered the departure to be delayed by 10 minutes. The assistant replied that he would ask for a 20-minute delay. At that moment, Sandy went to the police station again, hoping to get at least some information. But there was no news today. While the lady was busy with her business, the maids discussed their personal problems. Noticing that one of the maids was upset, Sandy asked what had happened. On the way back, the girls told their mistress that, while she was busy, they went to see a fortune teller who had recently become famous throughout the city. Realizing Alexandra was interested, one of the maids suggested that the mistress go with her too. Realizing it was stupid to trust the police, Sandy thought about turning to a fortune teller. Once her decision was made, Sandy asked where she could find this clairvoyant. The maids immediately told her where she was and how to get there. Sandy mentally repeated their words to remember them. It's time for the aristocrats to gather. Killian was the last to arrive and looked stunning. The aristocrats immediately noticed that for someone who wanted to show that he didn't make much effort, he was dressed surprisingly well. One of them noted that it was not without effort, and that if they asked Taylor Croc about Killian, it would take him several days to tell it. Approaching, Killian greeted everyone with a smile. Since everyone else seemed too simple compared to him, this time, everyone tried to stay away from him. Together with the director of the orphanage, the aristocrats discussed budgetary issues and decided to allocate additional funds. After finishing the conversation, the director said that the ladies of the sisterhood were distributing gifts to the children and invited them to join them. Killian immediately agreed, pretending he didn't know, after which he headed to where, according to the director, Alexandra was. Henry proudly noted that the gentleman looked especially smart and elegant that day. When they arrived, Alexandra was busy sorting the gifts. Hearing someone's footsteps, Sandy turned around. She was surprised to see Killian in front of her. The gentleman looked at his beautiful fiancée with a smile and wanted to appear perfect in front of her and charm her. Seeing Killian, Sandy asked him if he had also come at the club's request, but the gentleman answered nothing specific. Standing in front of his sweet and attractive fiancée, Killian shone brighter than precious stones. But Sandy didn't understand why Killian was wearing such bulky clothes when he came to volunteer. Hearing these words, Killian froze in surprise. This was not the reaction he was looking for. Sandy suggested that Killian take off his coat to make work easier. Then she returned to her duties. Killian and his assistant were paralyzed with shock. Unable to contain himself, Killian expressed his displeasure, saying that the body suffers from a lack of intelligence refers to Alexandra. Sandy didn't understand why the gentleman was displeased this time. Killian, taking the box from her hands, suggested that she call the children from the room and line them up, since this way she could give them the gifts one by one. The gentleman didn't understand why Alexandra didn't do what everyone else did, but it was so ineffective. But Sandy didn't want to do that. Of course, she knew that lining them up would be much faster and more convenient, but she was worried that some children might feel uncomfortable if she did. Her thoughts were based on her own experience. When she was a child, when Mrs. Austen taught her to write, they unexpectedly received notebooks as gifts, pencils and books, and although she understood with her mind that the senders had good intentions and really wanted to help the poor children, her heart was heavy. She felt the weight of her own steps when she was called in front of the whole class. Having received the gift, following the old dusty path, she returned home. But an incomprehensible feeling of sadness and sorrow overwhelmed her every time she wrote in this notebook. And the feeling of shame did not leave Sandy, as she did not want to put down the pencil. Despite the sadness, Sandy said that people think that those who live hard and poor have no pride. They think that the poor have given up their pride due to circumstances. But she believed otherwise, that our conscience does not subjugate the heart. A poor life makes people very vulnerable to emotional pain. And when your whole heart is marked, ordinary things can hurt you and make you suffer more than usual. In any case, Sandy had plenty of time and energy, so she decided to do what she wanted. But that was her approach to the matter, because Killian was free to do what he wanted. Hearing the knock, one of the students opened the door to her room. Sandy politely greeted the girl and told her with a smile that she had been sent here to deliver these things, and asked permission to enter. Suddenly, Killian was behind her. Taking the boxes, he followed Alexandra and asked her not to get in his way, and to enter quickly. The Lord's action touched her heart, and she did her best to control her emotions, and not to act like Sandy. But the heart is not subject to reason, and a moment later a radiant smile lit up her face. Killian decided to listen to Alexandra's advice, and taking off his coat, he asked Henry why he chose such uncomfortable clothes. Sandy, seeing this, felt worried about Killian. She thought he might be cold and perhaps get sick, because she knew that behind his appearance, the gentleman was gentle and vulnerable. Killian, not understanding whether Alexandra was worried or just teasing him, replied that there was nothing to worry about. By chance, his gaze fell on the box Alexandra was carrying, and he asked what it was. The girl replied with a smile that it was a cute doll, but the gentleman had a different opinion. He replied that if he found out who did it, he would sue. Hearing this, Sandy turned shyly and thanked Killian for giving her the opportunity to see the court. Killian was surprised to realize that Alexandra made it herself. The gentleman didn't understand why she had made such a terrible doll, wasting time and effort on it if she could just buy one. But Sandy was sure the children thought differently, and if Killian wasn't happy with something, he could leave. But the gentleman had no intention of going anywhere. He commented that the dolls looked like they were made from curtains, to which Sandy replied that it was natural, because that's how it was. Sandy herself knew that her work was not impressive, but Sandy considered her Ivy bunny a treasure that her mother made for her when she was little. Despite its imperfection, it is very dear to Sandy, because while making it, my mother put her whole soul into it and wanted to give something like this to these children. Killian was delighted with her judgment, but he noticed something strange in her story, because the Countess died immediately after giving birth to Alexandra. Sandy panicked and began to insist that it was the nanny who was speaking, not the mother. Killian hesitated, but Sandy insisted that he had misheard. And then she walked forward so as not to make eye contact with him. Since the situation was too strange, Killian believed he had heard incorrectly. Killian and Alexandra took turns visiting the rooms and distributing gifts to the children. After distributing all the gifts, Henry reported that there was one extra bunny left. Sandy took it thinking she must have miscounted the number of children. So, Sandy invited Killian to accept it as payment for his help. But the gentleman felt that Alexandra was devaluing his generosity with such an offer. Killian said that this scary bunny is no good, meaning it is useless. Sandy then changed her mind about giving away the bunny, thinking it would be an insult to the bunny if she gave it to someone who didn't see its value. Killian enjoyed watching Alexandra's funny reactions at those moments, so he praised her volunteer work and suggested they have dinner together. However, Sandy rejected his offer. She explained that she needed to do her homework. This referred to the tasks Killian assigned her. Sandy said that charity work took her away from her tasks for today, and if she couldn't complete them today, she wouldn't be able to finish them until the next class. Then Killian said he would turn a blind eye to the pending tasks. But Sandy refused, saying she wanted to honestly complete all her assignments. Sandy was grateful to Killian for teaching her so generously, so she wanted to complete all the tasks. The gentleman had nothing to reply to this. Killian accompanied Sandy to the equipment and said goodbye to her, saying he would look forward to her impeccable work. Sandy cheerfully replied that she would strive not to disappoint him. At that moment, there was a silent war between Alexandra's maids and Killian's servant, since the maids believed the master was a scoundrel, and the assistant thought the lady had no tact. Suddenly, Killian called Alexandra and told her she should give this to him before leaving. Despite his comments about the bunny being ugly and useless, Killian was willing to accept this as a gesture of sincerity from Alexandra. Sandy left the doll and left. In the carriage, the maids asked their mistress if she had left the needle in the doll because of the behavior of being Winfried. But Sandy didn't understand why they thought that, because she had fun today and everything went well. However, the maids had a bad feeling about Killian. Sandy was lost in thoughts about how wonderful Killian was today. At the same time, Henry turned to his master and suggested that when he and Alexandra had children, he could give them the doll. But Killian was categorically against this. He believed that if they allowed them to use such things, they would lose their sense of taste and grow up to be Alexandra Clement. He didn't want his children to have such a terrible idea of beauty. Hearing his master's words, Henry understood why he took the doll if he hated it so much. Killian replied that, for the sake of revenge, he was going to vent his disappointment with this tasteless lady on the doll. Hearing these words, Henry realized how different the young gentleman's image was in public. He is an honest, mature, and talented politician, from reality, because it was obvious that Killian was disappointed that Alexandra didn't notice how attentive he was. And without hesitation, she rejected his invitation to the date. Killian didn't like his assistant's speech, so he interrupted him. The gentleman, in a stern tone, ordered him to shut up or disembark. Henry immediately fell silent, and silence reigned in the carriage. But after a while, he spoke again, saying that he thought the doll was very cute, and asking if he could take it to his niece if Killian didn't like it that much. In response, Killian asked him if he really wanted to leave so badly. Upon arriving at the estate, the first thing Killian did was put the bunny on the table. His pride did not allow him to keep it in his bedroom, so he decided to leave it in the living room. And yet, despite all his complaints, Killian believed that the bunny had a kind smile. The next day, Sandy found the house from the Maid stories, a red brick house in the alley between the hatter's shop and the boutique. Sandy, with fear in her heart, went to the fortune teller, but upon finding the house she needed, she hesitated whether to contact her or not. And yet, the desire to find her father was stronger, so she mustered up the courage and entered. The fortune teller greeted the lady and asked what was bothering her so much to have come all this way. Covering her face with the hood, Sandy said that there was a certain person she was looking for. That said, she began to talk about Matthew Willie, but the fortune teller stopped her. She explained with clairvoyance that the police should handle this, and she could read the fate of her visitor. Hearing this, Sandy blushed with shame. She immediately got up from her seat, apologized, and hurriedly headed for the exit. Suddenly, the fortune teller said that her fate had taken the wrong path. Hearing these words, Sandy stopped, and the fortune teller continued to say that the one who should live is buried. The one who should die rejoices in life. And still the soul to whom she was destined lives as she was destined, while the spirit of the one who was destined to die swirls. Only one body remains, but two souls, and the body belongs to neither of them. Destiny's made a big mistake. After hearing all this, Sandy leaned back on the sofa and asked what would happen to her now. The fortune teller apologized and said she couldn't see anything anymore. She said that Sandy's path was lost in a non-existent and unknown world to everyone, but only one body is alive. Therefore, in the end, it will belong to only one soul. Sandy didn't know what to do and asked for advice, but the divine could no longer help. Sandy was depressed after this conversation. As night fell, Alexandra reappeared in her room. After much thought, Alexandra concluded that if His Highness's feelings were true, then the prospect of becoming queen wasn't so bad. Physically, she thought Killian was more attractive, but she was sure he didn't love her, and Alexandra wanted to be loved. And therefore, if the crown prince really loved her, she wouldn't mind becoming queen. However, an engagement is an agreement between two families, so it is not so easy to break it. Alexandra believed that Killian didn't love her, while Sandy noticed that she felt something for her lover. But she couldn't talk about that kiss. Alexandra ordered Sandy to use tomorrow's ball to make sure His Highness's intentions were serious. However, Sandy didn't know how to do this. At the same time, Alexandra thought it was strange. She had met His Highness before, but he wasn't particularly interested in her. And if she had known about his feelings before the engagement, she would have chosen him without hesitation. And it was extremely strange that Killian and Leopold started behaving like this right now. On the other hand, she admitted the possibility that the prince was simply hiding his feelings. Hearing Sandy's question about whether she had found a way back to her body, Alexandra became furious, because if she had, she would have already returned to her body. Then Sandy expressed her concern that they would never find a way, which angered Alexandra even more. She again started abusing and accusing Sandy of stealing her body. Sandy repeated over and over that she did not occupy Alexandra's body of her own free will, but the mistress blamed her for everything incessantly. Alexandra thought Sandy was having a good time. After all, she lived and died as a servant her whole life, and now she pretends to be an aristocrat. However, a fake will always remain a fake. Sandy listened to all her insults in silence. Having said everything she wanted, Alexandra left and ordered Sandy to take good care of her body. Every word she said was like a knife in Sandy's heart. Sandy perfectly understood all of Alexandra's experiences. Morning has arrived. At the royal ball, Killian enjoyed socializing with his friends. One of them noticed that Alexandra was completely alone. She acted clumsily and looked around. Killian was surprised to see her alone, because before there had always been a lot of people around her. Although Alexandra had few real friends, she was known as the queen of high society. Looking at her, Killian didn't understand why she was standing there like a child who had lost her mother. Seeing Killian, Sandy was delighted. This radiant smile made the Lord's heart skip a beat. Killian wanted to approach her, but forced himself to stop. He was determined to let Alexandra dance with the crown prince first, and be shattered by the harsh reality. Realizing he wasn't going with his fiancée, one of his friends suggested they had fought again. But Killian denied his words and pointed out that this was just a slight delay before the climax. While they were talking, Sandy herself went towards Killian. But when Killian turned around, she was gone. Realizing she was gone, Killian assumed she had gone somewhere else. Sandy hid again in a corner of the hallway. She felt like a lost child. Although she and the young gentleman got together, he immediately left Sandy, and the girl again didn't understand what she had done wrong. Suddenly, someone called Alexandra and told her he was happy to see her again. It was the crown prince. He looked at Alexandra with a kind smile. Recalling their last meeting, Leopold brought Alexandra a glass of champagne. They both hid from the crowd, but for different reasons. But the crown prince assumed that perhaps they had a similar situation. However, Sandy was sure that this was impossible because she felt she shouldn't be here. So she wanted to run away. But the crown prince was unlikely to feel the same. Leopold confidently stated that they were here for the same reason. Sandy was very surprised to hear this, because one day the entire kingdom would be in her hands. Leopold replied that no one is absolutely sure of everything, but despite doubts and feelings of inferiority, people must move forward. The prince didn't know what Alexandra was thinking, but he assured her that she was the same person as him. Leopold's words and simplicity touched Sandy's heart. They assured her that she felt inferior, not because she was fake, but because she was human. Once the conversation was over, the prince asked Alexandra if she remembered her promise. Sandy replied with a smile that she did. They agreed to share the dance. Then Leopold invited her to dance. The girl was surprised and didn't know how to answer. She began to look for Killian with her eyes. Noticing her panic, the prince invited her to dance first with her fiancé and then with him. Sandy replied that she needed to discuss this with Killian. That said, she walked towards the young master. Seeing her, Killian asked her in a cold tone what she meant. Sandy asked him if he could now fulfill his promise to dance with the prince. But since it was customary for fiancés to dance the first dance, she wanted Killian's opinion. Killian replied in a cold voice that she could do whatever she wanted. He said it wasn't that important, and she could do what she knew. After Sandy received Killian's permission, she agreed to dance with the prince. When his friends asked him why his fiancée was dancing with the crown prince, Killian replied that he was bored with the waltz. He said there was no problem with his fiancée honoring his highness by being his partner in the first dance of the ball, because her honor was also his honor. None of his friends understood what he was talking about. Killian watched Alexandra, expecting her embarrassment, and then planned to comfort her and make her feel much better. And so, standing in the middle of a ballroom with the crown prince, Sandy turned pale and trembled with excitement and fear. The count and countess were surprised to see Alexandra with the crown prince. Sandy danced clumsily and stiffly, doing her best not to embarrass the prince. The count and countess pair were even more surprised that Alexandra danced so badly. Sandy was extremely tense, trying not to step on the prince's feet. But Leopold was happy just because Alexandra was dancing with him. Looking at them, Alexandra's brother had already begun to think about replacing his son-in-law. Seeing them dance, Killian also realized that he had miscalculated. The prince was a talented dancer and guided Alexandra patiently and well. And from the outside, they looked charming. Killian felt a sudden tightness inside him, accompanied by an unpleasant feeling of uncertainty and rejection. Moreover, despite her poor dancing, Alexandra looked very cute, and Killian blamed himself for the fact that they were dancing now. He wanted Alexandra to compare the prince with him and lose interest in Leopold. But the result was the opposite. Sandy had already relaxed a little and was no longer trembling. But it wasn't that simple. She still stepped on the prince's foot. Noticing her confusion, Leopold quickly reassured her by telling her that everything was fine. During the dance, the prince told her how to dance. Following his advice, Sandy danced a little better. After the dance, Sandy thanked the prince. The prince also thanked Alexandra for the wonderful evening. Taking the opportunity, he asked her permission to dance with her in the next dance, but Sandy took it as a joke. However, Leopold was serious and sincere. Realizing he wasn't joking, Sandy turned pale and asked the reasons for such interest. Leaning slightly against her, the crown prince replied that he wanted to get to know her better. Then, Sandy reminded him that she was the fiancée of being Winfred. However, the only thing the prince cared about was the fact that she was not yet married. But at the same time, the prince saw that Killian was a little interested in Alexander. The gentleman tried to be patient, but still went after Alexandra. Hearing his footsteps, the girl turned around. She smiled gently and said that it was snowing outside. Sandy said she liked the weather because it felt like she was receiving the new year, and asked Killian what he thought about it. Killian replied calmly that he was not sentimental enough to pay attention to the weather. Approaching, he asked Alexandra if she was cold. Hearing an affirmative answer, he covered her with his cloak and asked why she hadn't gone out onto the terrace in such weather. Sandy replied that it was very hot inside and she was bored. Killian was surprised because he thought Alexandra seemed quite enthusiastic. Hearing these words, the girl asked him if he was bothered by her dancing with the prince, and reminded him that he agreed to this. With a lump in his throat, Killian replied that it was stupid, since he himself had given his consent. When his fiancée said he seemed annoyed, the gentleman replied that it meant nothing to him. Then Sandy said that this was a great relief for her. After a few seconds of silence, Killian asked about the prince's conversation with Alexandra after the ball. The girl said they exchanged simple formalities and that the prince was having fun, so he expressed his desire to dance more. Killian became angry when he learned of the request to dance more. Trying to hide his true feelings, he became sarcastic with Alexandra again, suggesting that she was excited and felt halfway to becoming queen. These words hurt Sandy. Indignant, she noticed that he was really upset, mentally realizing that if the young master continued to behave this way, when Alexandra returned to her body, she would break off the engagement and choose the prince. Killian continued to resist and insisted that he was not angry at all. So another fight broke out between them. Then Killian, to justify his actions, said that even if he were against it, the girl would have danced with the prince anyway, since that's why she came to the ball. But Sandy assured him that this was not the case, and that he needed to honestly say what he thought. Sandy asked him to tell her his true feelings directly. Since Alexandra wants to be loved, Sandy was sure that if Killian let her know his true feelings, she would love him too. But the Lord stubbornly refused to be honest and called Alexandra capricious. Turning around, he lied again, replying that he felt nothing of the sort. Then Sandy asked again if it was true. In response, Killian asked her a counter-question about her actions and thoughts. He asked her how she really felt. Gently touching her cheek, he said he knew she was lying and asked her to tell the truth about what she was hiding. Knowing that he wouldn't believe it anyway, Sandy turned around and said she was cold. Returning his cloak, she suggested he go back inside. That said, she walked forward, leaving Killian behind. For some time, the gentleman remained motionless on the terrace and sadly looked at his fiancée. Fleeing from Killian, the girl said the words that stuck in her throat, that she was Sandy Willie. When Sandy returned to the estate, she already had difficulty walking. Noticing this, the maid asked worriedly if everything was all right with her, to which the girl replied that she was a little sick, but that after a little rest, she would be back to normal. But in the morning, she felt even worse. The count, irritated, asked the butler what had happened to her, because last night everything was fine. But the butler replied that, according to the maids, yesterday before the ball the lady had a slight fever, and now she is very sick. However, the count was sure that if she had felt unwell, she would not have gone to the ball. While reprimanding her for such a stupid act, he remembered her dance with the crown prince. Then the gentleman changed his anger to mercy, and was delighted with his sister's decision to go to the ball. He ordered the lackey to call the family doctor and send a letter notifying Alexandra of her illness to Chamberlain, and another letter to the palace. The count was going to change his sister and send her to the best bidder. After examining the girl, the doctor reported that she had contracted mumps. The count was extremely surprised by this news. When asked if the girl had recently spoken with children, the maid said that recently the lady had volunteered at an orphanage. This news was another surprise for the count. He believed that Alexandra fully deserved this illness. The maid worriedly took care of the sick lady, suggesting that the lady had been infected through her children. Even in this state, Sandy mumbled something. Approaching, the maid realized that the lady was saying that the children were not to blame. Realizing that she was trying to say something again, the maid leaned closer to her again. Hearing that in this state she was worried about whether Killian was all right, the maid replied indignantly that if she continued to say such nonsense, then she wouldn't listen to her. Barely keeping her eyes open, Sandy was worried about visiting Chamberlain today. After receiving a letter about Alexandra's illness, Killian assumed she was faking again. To Henry's words that maybe this time she was really sick, Killian replied that he knew his fiancée well. He didn't believe that overnight she could get so sick that she couldn't even write a letter. And yet, after Henry left, he thought that perhaps Alexandra was really sick. But remembering her escape yesterday, he thought it was another tactic of hers to avoid him. Or this could be her way of causing another stir. Killian knew that Alexandra was lying and hiding her feelings, but he didn't understand why. In retaliation for the lie, Killian decided to send her homework to the estate. Calling the maid, he ordered the books to be taken to the Clement estate, and ordered one book to be delivered directly into her hands. Upon learning that Alexandra was sick, the prince sent her a card with roses. Encouraged by this, the count and countess happily discussed the option of Alexandra becoming queen. But they couldn't just break the engagement, so they decided to wait and see what Killian would do. Remember the sun, and here is a ray. As soon as they started talking about it, the maid said that the proceeds were in the possession of Duke Winfrid. They were stunned to see that Killian had sent his sick fiancée a huge pile of books. Seeing the maid of the ducal family, the count assumed that Killian had sent something else. But the maid showed him the book and asked to deliver it directly to Alexandra. Sandy received the red book from Killian's hands. In the book, there was a note from the young master. There, Killian spoke about how he personally prepared tasks for her to replace the lost lesson, and he expected to see the completed work without a single mistake. The letter contained not a single kind word or wish for health. Compared to the roses, the books were clearly inferior. Sandy didn't have the strength to sit up, so after finishing reading the letter, she collapsed onto the bed. Sandy realized that, given Killian's attitude towards her, when Alexandra returned to her body, she would probably turn to the crown prince. Rumors about Alexandra's illness quickly spread throughout high society, and Wesley asked Killian how Miss Clement was feeling. The gentleman was surprised to hear that his fiancée had something like a sore throat. An awkward silence hung in the air. Wesley was surprised to realize that Killian didn't know his fiancée was bedridden. The gentleman really didn't know that Alexandra was so seriously ill. Realizing that Alexandra was not lying, he rushed to the carriage. Upon entering the carriage, the gentleman indignantly asked his assistant why he hadn't told him that Alexandra was sick. In response, Henry reminded his master that he was sure Alexandra was faking it. Killian was really sure the girl was pretending. Having sorted out his thoughts, the gentleman ordered them to leave. Henry tried to stop him, saying it would be rude to show up suddenly without notice. But the gentleman did not listen, so the assistant reminded them that they shouldn't at least leave empty-handed. Because of his haste, Killian forgot. He immediately ordered the carriage to stop. At that moment, the maid urgently asked the lady to rest a little, but Alexandra stubbornly did her homework anyway. As a result, Heather had to forcibly take the book away from her. The maid was indignant that Killian had sent homework to a sick person. While Heather was speaking ill of her mistress's fiancé, another maid hurriedly announced that there was urgent news. She reported that Killian had arrived. Sandy and the maid were surprised to see that he arrived without notice. The maids hurried to prepare Alexandra for the meeting. Killian entered the room with a bouquet of flowers. He froze when he saw Alexandra's condition. She was wrapped up so that only her eyes were visible. Since she spoke with difficulty, the maid acted as a translator. After hearing from the lady, she said that Alexandra greeted him. Killian directly asked why she looked like a mummy. Heather conveyed that the lady asked to sit down before starting. Sitting in a chair, the gentleman asked why Alexandra couldn't speak. The maid replied that the lady's voice was too hoarse, so they had no choice. Killian decided to speak with Alexandra alone and ordered the maid to leave. Heather had to follow the master's orders. After she left, Killian and Alexandra were left alone. Seeing that her room was full of flowers, Killian felt ashamed of his small bouquet. Thinking the girl was playing a trick on him this way, Killian tried to remove her bandages. But Sandy dodged his hands, trying to prevent him from doing this. After several failed attempts to catch her, Killian sternly told Alexandra to stop doing that. Finally, he removed the bandage from her face. Alexandra's swollen face, which she had tried so hard to hide, finally came to light. Seeing this, Killian couldn't help but laugh. Sandy, panicking, tried to cover her face with her hands, as she was ashamed to appear before the young master like this. Realizing she had just spoken out loud, the girl covered her mouth with her hand. She was so adorable that Killian couldn't stop laughing. Every time Sandy saw Killian smile, she felt her heart leap out of her chest. She suddenly started writing something. Having finished writing, she handed the notebook to Killian. There was only one word written there: "Thank you." Killian replied with something with a smile. When he finished, he returned the notebook to Alexandra. "Nothing special, little bunny lady." This sentence touched Sandy's soul. They continued to communicate through letters, asking and answering each other's questions. Sandy didn't expect Killian to come, given the homework he sent her. The gentleman explained that he thought the girl was faking and apologized for being late. Hearing the apology, Sandy felt relieved. She said she tries very hard to complete all the assignments. Killian wondered why Sandy continued to complete these assignments. Despite her poor health, he tried to persuade her to stop, but Sandy was persistent and confident that she must complete them. As a result, they argued again. Killian was sure that Alexandra couldn't do all the homework and promised her that if she could do it, he would fulfill any of her requests. Sandy wrote that she couldn't take back her words. Killian swore on his family honor. Suddenly, Sandy noticed that Killian wasn't speaking either, so the gentleman explained that it was fun. It was very fun texting like this with Killian. The atmosphere in the room was calm and cheerful. Suddenly, Sandy noticed a crystal ball on the floor. Night fell, the sky was studded with stars, and the moon shone brightly and majestically. Standing by the window, Killian recalled the sweet face of his charming fiancée. Looking at the homemade doll Alexandra gave him, he thought they should definitely give it to their son, even if it would negatively affect his aesthetic taste. Thinking about this, he imagined his children together. What would they look like, and how would they grow up? Killian felt uneasy thinking about Alexandra, who looked very sick, and doubted she could recover by the next election. He hoped she would recover soon, but for now, he decided he would visit her himself. Morning has come. With the first light of day, Killian returned to his fiancée. The Count was glad that Killian started visiting Alexandra frequently. Killian thanked them for their hospitality with a smile and said he would visit even more often in the near future. This time, Sandy was ready to meet Killian. First of all, she handed him her homework and asked him to check it. Killian was surprised that, even though she was sick, she did all the work. Sandy eagerly awaited the young master's verdict. Killian carefully checked the work, still not believing she had done it. Having finished checking, Killian said it wasn't bad and that almost everything was done correctly. Sandy expected more flattering words, but the gentleman believed that praising students too much was detrimental. But still, the assignment was completed almost perfectly, so Killian asked her what she wanted. Sandy was happy that Killian remembered his promise. She started to speak, but she was very embarrassed. Seeing her blushing face, Killian became curious what kind of wish made her blush. After much hesitation, the girl still asked Killian for permission to hit him once. Killian was discouraged, but Sandy promised she would only hit once and be gentle. Sandy was surprised when Killian agreed. But a promise is a promise, and besides, even that Alexandra considered her sweet. Sandy promised it would only be a tap on the forehead. Killian released his head so Alexandra could attack. And even though it seemed like his fingers would break with the slightest pressure, but her blow was strong enough to make Killian let out an uncontrollable scream. Matthew settled in the southern region of the kingdom, Evanshore. Thanks to his friend, he quickly found a job. Hector told Matthew that tomorrow they would have a meeting with the Viscount, who wanted to order his own tombstone. It sounded strange, but Viscount Bolden wanted to choose his own tombstone while still alive. He was a very interesting nobleman, strict and demanding, but at the same time the kindest gentleman in the city. Hearing this, Matthew became convinced that the Viscount was an unusual person. Seeing the pain in Matthew's eyes, Hector continued to tell him that the living must live, but he continued to blame himself for the fact that his daughter left before him. The friend did his best to support Matthew and make his life easier. Sometimes, Hector forced his friend to take a short walk and relax. Having finished work early, Matthew did the shopping and headed home. The neighbor greeted him with a sweet smile. Matthew greeted her too, but without much interest. And then he quickly went to his house, giving her no chance to say anything else. Sandy was worried that Killian was angry about the blow, but Killian replied that he wasn't. and suggested finishing the lesson for today, as she was sick. Sandy continued to apologize, but Killian didn't need that kind of apology. Suddenly, the girl stood up abruptly. Killian thought one tap wasn't enough, but the girl leaned against him and blew gently on his forehead, gently touching the spot where the blow landed. She said it wasn't so swollen now. Killian turned away embarrassed and told her that was enough. But she came closer again and blew on his forehead. Killian abruptly grabbed her hand and told her to stop, then asked her to step away. In response to Sandy asking what he was doing, Killian started imitating her, saying that even though they were engaged, she couldn't do that until their wedding, and added that this is a sin. Sandy blushed with shame and didn't understand what she had done wrong. Killian continued to tease her, saying she couldn't control her lust for months, and that she wasn't acting like a lady. After these words, Sandy realized that Killian was repeating her words. She indignantly said that the situation is different now, but Killian continued to scold her, saying she shouldn't be so frank. And before getting indignant, he advised her to fix her dress. Only after this sentence did Sandy notice her inappropriate appearance and blush with shame. She immediately covered herself and said she didn't do it on purpose. In any case, it was time for Killian to leave, so he asked Alexandra. Since the girl was still sick, she said she might come back. Unexpectedly, she offered the gentleman more tea. Upon receiving a refusal, she offered to eat nuts. Killian understood that she was just looking for a reason to stay with him longer. He placed his hand on her head, then he gently touched her cheek, and when Alexandra tried to touch his hand, he forbade it, saying that if she touched him, he would sue her. Sandy was stunned by these words. Killian tried his best to restrain himself, and before losing control of himself, he turned around and left. At that moment, Alexandra looked especially sweet and charming. The next day, Killian received a letter from Avonshire. The Duke said that in the letter, Viscount Baldwin said he couldn't come this year, and invited Killian. He also asks to bring Alexandra with him. Killian was worried about Alexandra, as the Viscount was a very strict person. That same day, the Count informed Alexandra that they were going to Avonish. He told her to get ready, as they were leaving next week. The Count was surprised to see that his sister hadn't fainted yet. In the evening, Sandy did her homework as usual. Alexandra's sudden appearance made her happy. She eagerly asked if she had been here the whole time, and if that glass marble was a gift from her. Alexandra turned away embarrassed, without answering the questions. At first, Alexandra thought she was too strict, but now she didn't think so anymore. Sandy also thought everything was fine, and the mistress didn't offend her. Suddenly, Alexandra asked Sandy if she had any indecent wishes. Watching her and Killian, Alexandra noticed that Sandy felt something for him. The mistress was not against this, but considered it necessary to remind Sandy that now Sandy is her. And everything Killian does with Sandy, he actually does with Alexandra. But Sandy already remembered that. Sandy warned Alexandra that she wouldn't be here for a while. She said she was told to spend 2 weeks in Avonshire with the Baldwin family. For the first time in her life, Alexandra was glad that the body didn't belong to her. Alexandra said that maybe soon she would find a way to return to her body. And she disappeared. The day of arrival in Avonshire has come. The Viscount eagerly awaited his grandson and his fiancée. The Viscountess asked her husband not to torture Alexandra, but the Viscount had no intention of tormenting anyone. He just wanted to take a closer look at his grandson's beautiful future wife. The Viscountess eagerly awaited their wedding and the arrival of the baby, so she prepared in advance. While the Viscountess admired how cute their children would be, the Viscount prayed for one thing, that the child would be like Killian. The Viscountess asked him to at least try to accept Alexandra, because she is a very attractive lady and charming, but the Viscount did not have the best opinion of her. His wife was sure that even if Killian's fiancée were a nun, her husband would still hate her for stealing his grandson. When the Viscount said this was slander, she reminded him how much he hated his son-in-law Edwin because he stole his beautiful daughter. And when Edwin proposed to Medlin, the Viscount was going to shoot the only son of the Winfrids. He still regretted not having killed him then, because then his daughter would have been alive. But the Viscountess believed their wedding was the right decision, because her daughter was truly happy. Moreover, if they hadn't married Killian, whom the Viscount and Viscountess loved so much, he wouldn't exist. However, the Viscount still considered Alexandra an unpleasant girl and unworthy. He felt sorry for his grandson, who was doomed to marry Alexandra, and he categorically denied the Viscountess's suggestion that perhaps Killian wanted this engagement. The Viscount was sure that his grandson wasn't stupid enough to fall in love with such a girl. And finally, the long-awaited carriage arrived at the estate. The Viscount was determined to teach this scoundrel to stop doing such shameful things. The Viscount was devising a plan to correct Alexandra's main flaws so that Killian's married life would be less miserable. The Viscount jumped at Killian's unexpected voice. He scolded Killian for sneaking around, but the boy explained that he had knocked on the door. But his grandfather ignored him. Handing Killian the pieces of paper, he asked him to choose which tombstone was better. Killian was very surprised to learn that he was choosing his own tombstone. But the sketches were not of very good quality. The Viscount said that the stonemason who will execute the order is very talented, but his drawing skills are not very good. The Viscount said he would come in the evening and invited Killian to join the conversation. Unexpectedly, Killian said that he had already completed the first point. The Viscount realized that Killian had spied on his notes on measures to improve Alexandra Clement. The first point was to teach Alexandra to be a wonderful lady who knows how to control herself. Killian was sure that if his grandfather got to know her better, he would definitely approve of her. But the Viscount believed this was impossible. Seeing Killian defend her, the Viscount suspected that Alexandra had seduced him with her beauty. Killian just shrugged and didn't deny anything. After praising Alexandra's beauty, Killian turned around and left. The Viscount was speechless with surprise. Upon learning that the Viscount was looking for her, Sandy approached him. The Viscount invited her to sit down and expressed his surprise to see that she was smiling while looking at him. Sandy politely replied that it was because the Viscount was very handsome. The Viscount was speechless upon hearing the compliment from the haughty Alexandra. Having sorted out his thoughts, he thanked the girl for her flattering words and told her he had a request. He would like Alexandra to read to him for an hour every day until they leave. Sandy happily agreed. The Viscount couldn't believe what he heard, but Sandy repeated that, although she wasn't sure he would like it, she would try very hard to help him. The Viscount was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Their conversation was interrupted by a servant announcing that guests had arrived. The Viscount ordered them to be let in and for Killian to be called. Noticing that the gentleman had guests, Sandy thought it would be better for her to leave. But at that moment, Matthew and Henry had already entered the room. Sandy was disheartened to see her father. He looked much better than before. In shock, she involuntarily called him father. She felt dizzy from the excess emotion. Immediately after this, she lost consciousness and collapsed. Luckily, Killian managed to catch her. He carried her to the room and tried to bring her to her senses. Since the girl kept calling for her father, Killian thought she was dreaming about the Count. Remembering her father, Sandy suddenly jumped up and, sitting on the bed, asked Killian about those men. Killian said they were stonemasons who would make a tombstone for the Viscount, but they left because Alexandra fainted. Hearing Alexandra's questions about where they lived and when they would return, Killian, worried, asked what had happened to her. He wondered why she was so interested in the stonemasons, whom she saw for the first time, and what they had done to her. In response, Sandy only apologized. And upon hearing the question about whether she knew them, Sandy screamed in panic that she didn't know them. Killian was shocked by such a violent reaction. Realizing her mistake, she apologized and said she needed to rest a little. Killian covered her with a blanket and warned her that it didn't matter if she made a fuss, but that she shouldn't try to deceive him. After all, he does not forgive lies. Henry and Matthew diligently did their work. Matthew was worried about that young lady and hoped everything would be fine for her. But he was stunned to learn that this lady was Alexandra Clement. She was the one who had the same birth date and the same name as Matthew's daughter.